My friends, you guys are amazing. Thanks to you, we're closer to our goal of 1,000 subscribers. And I'll keep bringing you more and more videos, so leave a like and subscribe, and let's go. And in the beginning of everything it is stated was about an old man's diary, where it said that a stranger came to the village, and he didn't make a great first impression, and he must have experienced something horrible, since there was a sense of danger in his eyes. And personally, he would have preferred that he leave, but the generous old man welcomed the stranger, and then he decided to take care of his own affairs, as he usually did. Then, for days passed since this man went to the village, he lived very quietly, almost as if he wasn't there, and some noisy villagers even showed interest in him. But the man in the diary personally didn't care about him. And so, a week later, 10 days had passed since the man's arrival, and now he knows what he has been doing. Some boys waiting on top of the fence told him, and said that he wielded a sword every day, and it seemed he had a story behind it, but that was all, and even so, he continued not to care much. So another month passed, and he was still wielding the sword in the garden, and he didn't hear it personally, that was all. He heard, and so, another month passed, and still the same, the man wielded the sword, and the villagers talked about it, saying that he was preparing to take revenge, and that he was a dishonored knight, or a mercenary, and after 2 years of courtship, Ima became his wife, and there was nothing more he could wish for, and every day, he was filled with joy. But in a strange way, that guy who had nothing to do with him wouldn't leave his head, and with that, 5 years passed, and surely, that's quite a long time. While many experienced happiness and sadness dozens of times, he continued in his garden, swinging and swinging and swinging again, and he wonders how long this will continue, and starting the morning, he thinks he should check on it every day. And the man had been swinging his sword for 5 years, 1 month, and 12 days. And it went on until 5 years for months and 15 days, and continued for 6 years, 2 months, and 18 days. And in the 6th year, 9th month, and on the 3rd day, there was a lot of snow, but the man trained anyway. Meanwhile, the man from the diary had a baby with Rema, his beloved daughter, Laura, and the villagers gathered to congratulate them, and the man continued his training. And in the 7th year, 10th month, and on the 27th day, he continued and continued and continued. And after a long time, in the rain, he continued. Then 15 years passed, and now, when he stops to think, he didn't see if he was training or not, but he thinks he probably must be. And just as the sun rises every morning and that the moon rises every day, his training is something natural. He should stop with that nonsense. And then, some time later, a boy calls his grandfather, who wakes up and sees his grandson, becoming happy that the boy is there, but his mother. He tells him to stop bothering his grandfather, saying they're going to get ready to go out, and he leaves happily. Meanwhile, the man from the diary talks to Laura, who is now a grown woman, and she's surprised that her father has woken up. He asks where they're going, and he says he's taking the children to the fair in another village, asking if he wants to go to, but he says no, that everything is fine, and they can go. As he watches his family leave, he thinks that now, perhaps, he should take a walk around the village. So, walking around there, he thinks that the weather okay, and everyone greets him, now the chief, speaking to him and wishing him good morning. Then he continues walking, saying that time is truly a funny thing, saying that the village has changed a lot, but only that place hasn't changed. He notices that it's been 37 years now, until he realizes something and gets scared, running to that door. When he bursts through the door inside, he sees the man with the sword, with it stuck in the ground, and he gets nervous, seeing that the man is glowing while holding his sword, fallen on the ground at its base. He says that his eyes were filled with fury. He didn't let go of his sword, not even at the end, and he couldn't take his eyes off him for a moment. When the silver circle disappeared from his body, he laid him down and closed his eyes. He recognizes him, he thinks frankly, hoping he's gone to a better place, but in another corner, far away, a boy wakes up, quite surprised, wondering what happened. That was a dream, and that's the spiritual district of Praeria, and one of the guards explains that it's located in the south of the kingdom of Ray, the spiritual district of Praeria, and it's known for its service to the numerous kingdoms of the region, but more famous than that are the children of Baron Praeria, and that's what he's talking about. And then they question him about the son. The guard says that's logical, saying that especially Princess Kiliel, who at only 11 years old, has officially received the title of sorceress. And one of the guards asks if he's saying that she was nominated by the royal family itself, and he says that's what he's talking about, asking if he knows how rare sorcerers are, and he says that he does know, saying that he heard that they are harder to find than mage lords. However, while the two are quite excited, another asks, and so what about all this they're talking about? Because the firstborn is the princess anyway, and that guy is left without anything to say, speaking, asking what nonsense he's talking about in front of the newcomer, and the two start arguing about it, but the newcomer inside thinks and already knows the whole story, but will pretend he doesn't, and without a doubt, Kiliel is famous. But the one who is more famous is Irene Pereira. Yes, I'm not going to say Pereira. It's too difficult, I'll end up saying Pereira anyway, it's much easier. I'm from Rio. I can't keep saying the difficult name. Pereira, there's even a friend called That, and his nickname was given as Noble Idol, and he lost his mother very young, and did nothing until he was 15 years old, and stayed in his room every day, and did nothing but sleep. And that's how his nickname came about. But in truth, losing a mother in front of your eyes is something that anyone sympathizes with. But then someone arrives asking, what happened now? And that guard shits himself looking to the side, seeing that it's Amelia, the second wife, and Khalil Pereira, and she asks, who told them to be so insolent during their shifts? And all three apologize. And the girl asks why they did something they would regret. And they quickly say they won't do it again. But she questions if that's all they'll promise. And she finds out what they just did. And they get terribly scared. But Amelia says that's enough. Then she tells her mother that those guys are too much. But she says that's enough. And they'll probably acknowledge their mistakes for now, asking if they're not going, and they say that of course. Then she says it's great, and she doesn't know what they're talking about, but instead of gossiping, they should focus on work, and they all quickly return. Then that guard watches them leave, and when they finally leave, he becomes much calmer and more relaxed, and they think it's necessary to have Khalil, and it's impressive in many ways. But another one says that Madam Amelia is also frightening, but since she's so proper, the future of this place seems bright. Meanwhile, in Irene's room, he can't sleep at all and ends up getting up, thinking it's strange that he can't sleep. After all, he should be sleeping now, saying that there are times when he doesn't sleep during the day. But that dream, things got strange. Ever since he had that dream, the sweet taste he felt when he was tired, and the screams coming from his muscles were very real. And above all, his body wants something, and he can't stay still. So he asks if anyone is there, and that servant. The boy enters, asking if the protagonist needs anything. He hesitates, but finally manages to speak, saying he wants his sword and wants to swing it. The servant almost doesn't believe what the boy is saying. At the Pereira family training grounds, everyone is surprised, and one of them even wonders if something is really happening. Then, everyone else realizes it's true. The lazy young master actually appears at the training grounds. They say he rarely comes there, and question what happened to him out of nowhere. Not believing he's going to train swordsmanship, they think he's not even dreaming it will be this, and whatever it is, they don't think it will be anything. But then he goes to his sword and tries to take it. But the man with him says that even though they are all one in swords, their characteristics vary depending on their shape, size, and length. Even he isn't familiar with swords, so if he waits a little longer, he'll soon find a swordsman master for him. But the boy says everything is fine. Well, and he's surprised. And this while the protagonist looks at the sword and says he's going to take that great sword from there, and while he tries to grab it, those guards are wondering if they're dreaming, with one of them telling his friend to pinch his cheek to be sure, and he ends up in excruciating pain, hitting that guy. Then that subordinate tries to talk to Irene, but the boy keeps struggling, and in the process, tries to lift that sword, and lifts it with great difficulty, raising it and putting it in a safe position. I only know boys who get really tired, and after a while, he starts swaying from side to side, and everyone thinks they expected that, because he's too weak, and really looks pathetic. After all, what did he expect? All he'd been doing his whole life was sleeping all day, so there's no way he could be good at everything. His initial attitude was quite decent, but they questioned what made him suddenly want to train, and one of them said it was probably because of the heir to the Gyron territory. They questioned what the blonde man meant, and he said that last month, the son of Lord Gyron from the neighboring territory embarrassed the young master a little. They remembered something similar happening, and apparently he couldn't say anything back, and he'd been holding it in all this time. And they think it makes sense, but still, it's not like he's capable of doing anything in that state. And one of them calls the other to get back to work. They ask how long he thinks he'll continue with this, and they think, I don't know, maybe 3 days or so, betting on 30 minutes. And he thinks that subordinate who went with Irene thinks he can hear everything they're saying, and talks to Irene, saying that Grim is a very important fundamental art, and it will be very difficult to train on his own, saying that he will find a worthy master for him. Then asks why he doesn't start training tomorrow. But while he's talking, the boy is totally engrossed in what he's doing, and thinks that whenever he swings his sword, not only his arms, but the muscles of his entire body scream. But he questions why it makes him so relaxed, and he says this while swinging and falling hard to the ground, and starts to get up, and thinks that the more he tries to copy what he saw in his dream, the more the weight on his heart is gradually fading away. And whenever he swings his sword, all his bad memories and other unresolved problems are going away, so he can't stop while he remains completely engrossed in it. The servant calls him, stopping the boy and asking him to please stop for the day, as the sun is about to set. He is surprised, questioning what the servant is talking about, but he ends up fainting right there. The servant asks if he's alright, and he says he can't feel anything in his throat. Then the servant says he overexerted himself today, and he notices that the sun is indeed setting. He asks when it got so late, asking if he'd been waiting for him all this time, saying he should have just let him go do his own things, or could have called him earlier. But he questions how he could leave Irene to do his own things, especially since he's been calling him for quite a while, but he wasn't answering. He asks the boy to let the others clean things up for him, telling him to go inside and rest. because training is good and all, but he can't overexert himself like that next time. He says that's fine, even though he's not sure if he'll train again or not. And then, in bed, he thinks that pain is killing him and his whole body aches. And he starts to think he must have gone crazy, wondering why he would think of copying what happened in his dream, saying he won't be able to sleep like that. But 5 minutes later, the kid is slang cramming on the bed, sleeping soundly, and so, a few days later he's eating, with a healthy child in front of that servant, and he thinks he can't get used to this, no matter how many times he sees it, and he asks the boy if he's going to the training field that day too, and he says yes. And Irene says that after that day he continued having the same dream, and in order to satisfy his body's desires, he reluctantly raised his sword every day, but he doesn't know. Whenever he raises his sword, any wandering thoughts vanish, and he also feels he's gaining something by doing it. And precisely for that reason, he thinks it's not a bad thing. He should eat plenty so he can raise his sword later. And he immediately asks his subordinates to bring more milk and sandwiches. They say they'll bring them right away, surprising everyone. Then, at the gate, those same guards continue chatting until someone arrives, apologizing, but asking for directions and choosing how to get to the training grounds. The older guard asks who he is and why he's trying to reach the training grounds. He explains that he's just a wandering knight who was going to visit the training grounds while he's in that territory, and that he's been approved for it, so he has permission somewhere. The guard says that since his shift is almost over, they'll take him, as they were planning to go to the training grounds anyway. The older man says he'll be in his care, and they take that gentleman to the prayer training grounds. But when they arrive, they are surprised to find the young master there. They tell him it's his 4th day there, and the blonde man says he beat him, as he's gone more than 3 days, telling him to keep his promise. He wins a large sum of money, and is surprised that the boy actually showed up at the training grounds for consecutive days. The blonde man questions why the boy didn't tell him this before, because Lord Gyram's son humiliated him, and he thinks he'd only last a week because of his resentment. He starts to suspect something is involved, but the gentleman who arrived with them observes attentively, thinking the boy isn't doing badly at all. From what he can see, he doesn't think the boy is just there to pass the time. But his swordsmanship is very poor. He lacks strength and can't handle the weight of the sword. And he can't breathe because he has no energy. Above all, he wonders how far he'll go, wondering if he started because of a neighboring lord, and thinking it's problematic to practice. He's practicing fencing for such petty reasons. He'll probably give up sooner or later. But then they wonder what that wind is, until they notice something. A griffin descends from above along with his sister. What happens is that the boy can't breathe, and the man who arrived with them observes attentively, thinking that the boy isn't doing badly at all. And from what he can see, he doesn't think he's just there to pass the time. But his fencing is very poor. He lacks strength and can't handle the weight of the sword. And he can't breathe because he has no energy. And then a griffin descends from above along with his sister. And then a griffin descends from above along with his sister. And then a griffin descends from above along with his sister. And from up there comes a griffin along with his sister. And from up there comes a griffin along with his sister. And from up there comes a griffin along with his sister. And from up there comes a griffin along with his sister. And from up there comes a Then, a little bit is explained about the griffin, which while it has the body of a tiger and the head of an eagle, it is thick, steel-like skin, and is an animal from legends that doesn't exist in reality. At least, that's what it should be, because they are seeing one right in front of them. Then, the protagonist's sister arrives with that majestic creature, making her own creations move and imbuing them with energy, as if they were alive. And this was the ability of the sorceress Quirio Pereira. So, she talks to all of them there, talking to the blonde guy and also to the other guard, besides that gentleman who says he's a wandering knight. But the girl doesn't pay much attention to that, and she asks if the 3 of them were doing something else during their shift, asking if they aren't on duty now and aren't already, because they're all standing there doing nothing. They say they just finished their shift with integrity and switched shifts with the afternoon workers without problems and didn't do anything that could cause trouble. But then the girl asks if he's interrupting her while she's talking, and he says that's not it. And she questions what he means by no, since they're chatting around the training field and they're certainly not disciples, until the protagonist calls Quirio, asking what's going on. And she, looking at him, becomes a little awkward, telling him to stop now, and the boy asks what she's talking about, and she questions what he thinks, telling him to stop doing stupid things like that, but he simply ignores her, turning around and going back to what he's doing. And the girl doesn't like that, but then she asks if he thinks fencing is that easy, since he's been sleeping all day until this age, asking if he thinks something it will change even if you keep building one. A little while later, a wooden sword lying around tells him that his swordsmanship is terrible, and that the rookie guard over there is much better than him, and the boy gets scared. Then the griffin looks at him, and the girl asks if he's doing this because of what he heard 2 weeks ago. But her mother arrives calling her, telling Quirio not to bother her brother by going there. She tries to argue, but her mother tells her to go now, telling the boys that they did a good job, and tells Irene not to overdo it. The protagonist just agrees as they leave, and the 3 who stay feel calmer. But the griffin starts chirping at them, and they go crazy wondering if that thing is still there, asking if they didn't take it with them. Then the man is surprised that it's the famous Quirio Pereira, because it's as if a storm has just passed and he's about to leave. But even so, he keeps an eye on the protagonist, because even though the surroundings are in disarray, his focus remains. She doesn't hesitate, wondering if she should keep her eyes on him for a few more days. And so it is during the night that Quirio begins to sneak into the protagonist's room, and that servant tells her that the young master is sleeping, and she asks what else he wants. And he tells her that it would be better if she came later, and she says that she has things to discuss with him, but he asks if she couldn't deal with it after the young master wakes up. And the girl becomes awkward, asking if he is contradicting her, turning to him and casting her magic on that servant, and he is surprised, wondering what this pressure is. Then when the girl pulls him away, she tells him not to even think about telling anyone about what happened today, because if he doesn't listen, he should know what will happen. My friend, besides all that, she's also kind of crazy. Stay away, keep your distance, because those are the worst. So, looking at that, he doesn't understand, and in the morning, a cat starts playing the flute, and the protagonist wakes up slowly, and when he looks to the side, he sees that the cat left a letter, and the letter was from his sister apologizing for what she said in the morning, because after hearing that he was working too hard and not even eating, she became very worried, and she says that she will leave him a doll, which can help him with the rest, so she hopes that it can be of some help, telling him not to tell his mother that she went there because she told him not to go. And so the protagonist sees that Kiri is worried, asking if there is something behind her, and behind her, he sees a message from his mother, saying that if Kiri bothers him, he should tell her, because until then, she will pretend she doesn't know, sending that message with love, and he is happy that Kiri and his mother care about him so much. Remembering that even though they say mother, his mother, no, that's his stepmother. He has a mother, and he says that he just lay around all day like an idiot for 10 years. And then the servant arrives talking about his food, and he gets up thinking about his meal, and he wonders how it will be like, saying that he will eat with his family now, and that the servant is all happy, because the young master is changed. And then Kiri gets all giddy with her brother, sending him food, making him eat it, filling the boy's plate to make him stronger, and his mother talks to Kiri, telling her not to put so much pressure on, and then he gets a little embarrassed, thanking his father, his mother, and Kiri so much, saying that he always wanted to thank them all because they took care of him. Who did nothing but sleep around all day like that? Philando, who couldn't say it before, apologizes, saying he loves them all, and his father says he loves his son too. He apologizes for worrying everyone, saying there's no need for it, so they should finish their meal for now. But his father remembers he has something to say, as he heard that he's been focusing on fencing recently, saying it's good to train, but he'd prefer he didn't overdo it. The boy says everything is fine, and he's not overexerting himself. His father says that even so, it would be good to take it easy, and he says everything is really fine, and there's no need to worry. He reminds them that compared to the training he did in his dreams, this is nothing. Then everyone wonders how long it's been, as it must be about 15 days, and to think that he continued training for 15 days straight is too much. They even ask if the boy has finally come to his senses, but some think he'll reach his limit soon. But one of them thinks it doesn't seem like it, and also wonders who. It's that old man over there, because he keeps seeing him at the training grounds these days. And that guy says he said he just wanted to watch. Besides, he said he got permission. And he questions what there is to watch there, and the other doesn't quite know. So that gentleman says that it's been about 10 days since he started watching young Master Pereira's training, and at first he thought he started training simply because of his pride and inferiority complex. So he thought it wouldn't be long before he gave up, but he was completely wrong. And the idle nobleman, he heard that he lived a lazy life to the point that that's his nickname. But he wonders how a person who never exercised continues training without any sign of displeasure, and it's as if that boy lived day after day with the mentality of a blacksmith hammering steel, and it's as if he lived like that for decades without deviating from his path. And even if he looked at his past, it would be impossible to find someone with such willpower. But then he starts to realize something, saying that no matter how good he is, there's something you can only achieve after maturing a lot: the will of steel. And he's seeing that in a 15-year-old boy. And if that boy continues to forge the path of the sword, if his potential could be brought out by the right mentor, then he wonders how far he could go. Or I'm seeing a lot of people complaining about the art, but I liked it. I don't know what's so special about it. I don't know. I like the art. It's unique, you know? I thought it's that whole solo leveling style, where everything looks the same. It seems like the same story. It sometimes seems like I'm narrating the same thing. You can put it all together, and you won't even notice that it changed. This seems a little more original, you know? It has that unique, cool thing about it. I'm liking it. While everyone else watches their own training, that gentleman pays close attention. Then he speaks to the butler Yang Ban, wanting to ask something. He questions what it is, and the gentleman mentions that young nobleman is training there, asking if he is fencing training or something like that. Yang Ban says that the Lord said he would send someone to give him fencing lessons soon, but he has been practicing alone in this way without a teacher. So he asks if he knows who his master will be, and Yang Ban says that it wasn't exactly hidden from them in the night or something, but that that gentleman says no. Then Yang Ban asks what he's talking about, and the gentleman says that on the night before his formal training, he was busy getting drunk, and he couldn't leave that gem with the crook. He just yells at his soldiers and starts messing with everyone, so he thinks he has to act. After all, he can't just find such a promising child and stand there doing nothing. He needs to meet with the lord of the house, and so he actually goes to the lord. The protagonist's father asks if it's really true, and he says yes. He's surprised that he's saying his son has such potential, but he thinks of something else entirely. The school for swordsmen. It's the best school for swordsmen on the continent, and it only accepts talented children, regardless of nationality, gender, or status. Just being an apprentice could mean being treated like a noble, in a place with a better reputation than the Royal Academy. But getting in and staying there is very difficult, and he wonders if Irene could even manage it with such fierce competition. Then the Lord calls Irene, and he's surprised. He says he won't force him, and if he doesn't want to, he can say so. And he just wants him to know how difficult it is. He knows what he'll face if he chooses this path. But the boy doesn't even try to reason with his father, only asking for some time to think. When he returns to his room, he wonders if he'll be able to handle it, even suddenly going there after spending 10 years doing nothing. Still, he thinks he doesn't want to continue doing nothing, and for himself and his beloved family, he'll accept. So he goes to his father and tells him he wants to go. He quickly packs his things and prepares to leave. As he's leaving, his sister goes to say goodbye. On the way, the servant asks if it's his first time going out alone, and the protagonist says yes. He explains that Miss Kirill asked him to give him that necklace with the miniature sword. He thanks Kirill until the servant tells him they've arrived. The protagonist, surprised, says he'll accompany him to the entrance, but then says no, that's enough. The servant questions what he's talking about, and the protagonist says that from now on he is just an apprentice. He needs to get used to doing things on his own, and the servant gets a little emotional. Then the protagonist asks him to wait until he returns, and he says he will wait for him to return with excellent results. As he approaches the door, a nobleman is there with his knights, and they say that this is the young nobleman Bart Lloyd from the family of Count Lloyd, an illustrious family of Cabrera, and he was recommended by Mr. Causeway, a prestigious knight. The men at the door say it is an honor to meet someone with the noble blood of the Lloyds, saying that he is welcome. But the other knight looks back and sees the protagonist, who introduces herself as Irene Pereira from the family of Baron Pereira, and she came with letters of recommendation from Mr. Causeway, Bram Somerville, a wandering knight, and those two guards are quite happy to have the protagonist there, saying that he also knows Mr. Bram Somerville, and he questions whether he isn't an honorable knight who has been leading the battle of the conquest of the mines for decades, and it's obvious that he will pass the test, since he was recommended by someone like him, saying that the boy can go to the auditorium ahead, wishing him good luck, and so the protagonist thanks him for the encouragement. But then the other man at the door asks about Bram Somerville, asking what's going on with that old man, and is surprised that he actually gave a letter of recommendation. And the other guy thinks that's really who it is. The protagonist, a child, questions whether he's an anxious nobleman, and the other man seems unaware of this. He asks if the protagonist doesn't recognize him, saying he's the lazy child of the Pereira family. The protagonist says he doesn't know, but thinks he's figured it out from his appearance. The other blonde man comments that he does seem much weaker physically, asking what that demanding old man saw in him. The other thinks that whatever it is, they'll find out soon. As soon as the protagonist reaches the door, he opens it, drawing the attention of everyone inside, who quickly turn to look at him. He notices everyone staring at him, trying to remain calm. This encounter is being intensely watched by all those eyes until he sees someone up above. It's the same person who was at the gate, welcoming all 400 preliminary apprentices, saying that he will be an instructor, that he will teach and evaluate them from now on. He's surprised that he's also an instructor. Rui, looking down from above, analyzes everyone and says he sees some promising people this time, and immediately thinks that the one who stands out the most would be Lindsay Island, the second genius of the Lindsay family. He's heard she's more talented than her brother, and he wonders if that's true. The blue-haired boy gets annoyed, asking what Lindsay Island has to deserve being there, and thinks that's why there's no one with great potential. Then the instructor says that, as he said before, they are all preliminary apprentices, and as they should already know, the training process for a swordsman is quite arduous. If they manage to pass the next difficult evaluation test, they can stay there for a year, keeping their preliminary title until then. Of course, more tests await them even after they become full apprentices, so they should leave all their belongings there and go outside, because there's a place he wants to show them. When everyone gathers around the running field, he says it's for physical training sessions, such as respiratory and muscular endurance, and it might be a little. It's a curved course, but it's a normal running course. So he tells everyone they're going to do a physical fitness test, ordering everyone to start running. Then he notices his pace is too slow, saying they'll speed up a bit, putting his run ahead of everyone else. He thinks it's great, saying they're doing well, admitting he underestimated them, and now he'll go a little faster. Everyone there tries their best to keep up with the instructor, and the blue-haired boy thinks it's a marathon, and he has to keep keep up the pace, saying he'll run to the back and see how things are. He notices he's lazy, realizing the protagonist is on the ground trembling, noticing that it seems he didn't get the nickname for no reason, and the protagonist feels like his heart is going to explode. It's too much for him. He can't take it anymore, but then the instructor, seen from afar, sees the protagonist lying there, and he begins to notice that they are getting further away, and he can't take another step, but still he gets up and starts running anyway, thinking that this is nothing compared to the man who appeared in his dreams, and he says that he wants to be like him, and wants to stand on equal footing with him, and to be able to do that, he needs to keep running, and he shouts to himself, "That enough of being lazy. My friend, I'm going to finish recording this. It'll be 8 in the morning. I'm going to leave home. I'm going to the gym. I'm going to do the hardest workout of my entire life. I'm going to do an hour of cardio running like crazy, and I'm going to be very happy." So, the green-haired guy thinks with surprise, because he thought the protagonist would give up right away, but then he notices something, realizing that the other guy doesn't seem so well, because the protagonist is almost collapsing. Then the redhead is coming up behind him, and the boy trips, almost falling, but the green-haired guy jumps quickly, catches him, getting him out of the way, and letting the others pass. Just when it seems like he's going to faint, he's completely exhausted, having pushed his body beyond its limits. He notices that the child is quite interesting, and then the protagonist actually passes out. He wakes up some time later, wondering where he is, and the doctor speaks to the boy who just woke up, telling him not to worry about his body, because he's completely fine. He's a tarot racing instructor and is in charge of the recovery room, and the protagonist thanks him. The doctor says that of course he should thank him, because he wouldn't have recovered so well if it weren't for regarding his abilities. He says that it seems he will see him quite often, and the protagonist says he thinks so, and he says he's just joking, telling the boy not to answer so seriously. Then he talks about what's in his hand, and the protagonist asks what it is, and he says it's the ranking from the test, telling him not to worry, saying it's different from the intermediate and final evaluations that affect formal admission, and it was just a quick test to determine the apprentice's abilities. But the protagonist ended up at number 400, which is the last one there is. And Terrell says it's a good idea, since it makes high-ranking people feel good and encourages low-ranking people to strive harder, asking if Irene doesn't think so, and says that this ranking will be completely different in a year anyway, so he doesn't need to worry. But then he finds something strange, asking what's wrong with the boy, because he was trying to comfort him, but he doesn't seem sad about it, and just as he heard, he's quite interesting. The boy is completely oblivious to the situation. Then Terrell tells him to get up, as he can't skip class on his first day, and the boy only agrees. In the classroom, that guy with the green hair asks if the preliminary apprentice has slept well, and everyone agrees. He says that's good, as it seems everyone is doing well too, saying it's a pleasure to meet him, and his name is Kuraka, and he will be one of the instructors who will teach him from now on. All his daily routines will be followed according to that schedule there. They will wake up and have breakfast, morning training, lunch, afternoon training, dinner, and mental training and liberal arts class. And they say they will notify them if there are any changes. And free time is after their daily routine, and from now on, the training room, indoor gym, and other training areas will be left open, and if any apprentice wants to train privately, they are free to use them whenever they want. And the protagonist thinks this is great, and he will be able to use his sword there. But then the instructor says that any kind of weapons training is prohibited, and the protagonist doesn't like this at all. And during the night, some boys return to their lodgings and start asking Lloyd, wanting to hear his opinion, if the liberal arts class wasn't boring, and to think that it would be a class theoretical, and they say they were sleepy, and while they are bickering, Lloyd just enters the hall and sees several cadets training inside. They think everyone's working so hard on their first day, and another assumes they're just tired. Then Lloyd notices something and sees her training like crazy, doing squats right in front of everyone. He thinks the rumors about her have been greatly downplayed, and just looking at her impresses him. She doesn't look anything like a beginner, and she makes him feel inferior because she's on a completely different level. Everyone thinks this doesn't make sense, asking how she's so strong, since they heard she's only a year older than all of them. But looking to the side, they notice that the weakling is training too, and the protagonist is doing bench presses, even without weights. They think it's true, saying he worked so hard yesterday too, and he even seems like a completely different person. But then they look closely, because he might end up fainting. Even with just the bar, he ends up getting curious, looking to the side. But Lloyd tells them to stop wasting time with something meaningless and go on, until he passes by and sees something else, that redhead girl, and remembers that she is Judith, and she beat him and came in second place in the test. And for a commoner like her to be there, she must be very strong, but he thinks he won't lose to her again, swearing to the girl, even if unilaterally, and then she tells him for God's sake to stop looking at her, and Lloyd questions if she just spoke to him, but she asks if he's an idiot, questioning if he's looking at someone else, saying she can't concentrate because he keeps staring at her, then tells him to get out of there. But those sycophants of his ask what she said, since he's from a noble family of the kingdom, the young master of Count Lloyd's family, saying that he's someone who shouldn't be disrespected by people like her. She simply asks what their problem is, asking if they like following him around. And that suck-up tells her to get on her knees and apologize to Lloyd right now. But she just starts making fun of him, saying he has bad breath, even asking if they ate the same food. But she very seriously tells him to shut his trap, and Lloyd even thinks about saying something, but looks where the girl is looking, and they both get scared. Ilya goes to the protagonist, saying that if everything is alright, she asked if they could talk quickly, and he doesn't understand anything. Judith doesn't understand anything either, and they both become aware and look. And yes, Ilya is going to talk to him, and nobody believes it, because she is paying attention to the boy, and he just thanks her while she leaves him there. And then she closes the door and leaves, and the protagonist sees that everyone is looking at him, and they try to disguise it very poorly and realize they couldn't hear anything. And then Judith gets up to leave, and that suck-up says they haven't finished their conversation yet, and she apparently goes to the protagonist, who went back to doing his bench press, and stays there calling him. And the boy takes a while to answer, and she asks if he's deaf, questioning if he shouldn't answer, when someone calls him, and he even apologizes, asking what it was, and she says she's not interested in talking much with him, so she tells him to answer quickly. And he asks what it is, and she talks about Ilya, questioning what she said to him. Oh, but you have to be incredibly shameless. It's impossible otherwise. It's impossible. You come here, treat me badly, tell me you're not interested in me, and then ask what she said. Oh, get lost. Go ask her. But when he tells her, she's still dissatisfied, asking if she only taught him how to use the training room equipment properly, questioning if the boy wants her to believe that. He says it's true. That's all she said. Then she asks about their relationship, asking if they knew each other before or if they're dating. And he says no, that it's the first time they've spoken. At that point, Judith just decides to let it go and tells him to stop making that face, because someone will think she's hitting on him or something. But then he notices she's quite persistent, but he just goes back to training, saying that according to what the other girl said, he should change what he's doing a little. Then Lloyd goes to her too, saying he has something to ask her, asking if the boy can tell her what he and Ilya talked about, and if possible, his conversation with the red-haired girl as well. And after recounting everything, a whole month passes. Then that bunch of sycophants are talking to Lloyd until he notices something, looking to the side and seeing that Ilya is once again training the protagonist. So he's doing squats, and she tells him not to arch his back and to breathe evenly, but he's almost dying with that weight. And Lloyd tells himself that he doesn't need to think about those two, he'll never win. He just needs to stay calm. And they're talking about Lindsay Island, but Irene Pereira is the complete opposite. He's sure that he got there through dubious means. And how can a guy like that, who never worked hard before, manage to reach his level after making useless efforts, and despite the jokes about him, the encouragement from the island serving as motivation now, the moment he gets used to it, he'll go back to his old habits. He'll go back to being the idle nobleman. He calls his sycophants to the track, saying that his goal is second place. And she, the fool, has already accepted being second. Look at that. Then, from outside, he sees Judith training like crazy, and everyone thinks she's really dedicated, and she went there to run long before them. And one of them says that commoners like her need to put in that kind of effort to stay there. However, he also decides to start running, and the sycophants don't like that at all. But the boy says that if it's too much for them, they can go slower behind him. But if they think they can handle it, they should give it their all and go with him. And so, 2 months later, the instructors go to the training room and notice that they are indeed running at the maximum. And there are many of them that year, and they say that, as expected, the unparalleled trio continues to train on their own, and both Judith, Lloyd, and Ilha are training hard. Besides, he also looks at the idler, but thinks that they can't keep calling him that anymore. Oh, my boy, he's grown so much. I remember when I took him out of his afternoon nap, he just slept. Now the little guy is coming in fast. Soon he'll be heading south. Very good, what pride. And already in the classroom, the instructor says that day, they will have an announcement for them, and the time has come for the semester evaluation. And that is the course for the semester evaluation, which they will all do. They just need to finish the course before the deadline. And one of them thinks it's impossible, asking how they will manage to do it within a time limit. And the instructor says that it's not difficult at all. It encompasses everything they learn in those for months, including running and swimming. And this test is just an assessment. They need to complete the course within a time limit, and the ranking doesn't matter. The master swordsman said he will personally reward the 5 best preliminary apprentices, which should be a great incentive, but the boys are still quite tense. The instructor then says that in exactly 10 days, at 9 in the morning, there will be no classes for the next 10 days. They should spend the remaining time however they want, except for meal times. He wishes them all good luck. The sycophants ask Lloyd if he'll be alright, but another, even bigger sycophant, says of course he'll be fine, asking who the boy thinks Lloyd is. Lloyd himself is thinking about the island, Judith, and everyone else. He may be thinking conservatively, but there's no risk of him being left out of the top 5. But he questions why that guy bothers him so much. Since the protagonist has improved a lot and is running much better, at one point, during the training session, Judith is breaking a new record, and it seems like her training is going well for now. But the protagonist right next to her is almost vomiting from exhaustion, wondering if that guy is training beyond his limits again, saying it's quite obvious that his physical abilities have improved compared to when he arrived. She questions how he manages to continue, also wondering how she can have less perseverance than a guy known as lazy. Then she lifts the weight again, thinking she can't accept this. On day 1, the instructors go there and Kuraka asks how many people are competing that year. Rua says there are about 30, and then an old man appears between them, saying that 30 is quite a lot. Then Rui asks his master what brings him there, and he says it's better to see with your own eyes than to hear from someone else. And that is the sword master of Chrono School, Ian, and he talks to Kuraka, seeing that he is the new assistant, saying that he heard that he came from the kingdom of Adam, and he says that of course, saying it's an honor. He knew him, but then Ian asks how old he looks, and Kuraka, not being naive, lies, saying that he looks 52, and then says that he's not a figure, saying that he doesn't like flattery, but thinks he'll double his salary. And in fact, he's 90 years old, and Kuraka, seeing this, is very happy, but Rue tells him not to believe him because it's another person who takes care of the finances. But then Ian starts talking about the boys, saying that they are very different from the apprentices of the last few years, and thinks it's a joke, the hard work of teaching. Then Kuraka says that he overestimates him, but then he pays attention to something, and Kuraka says that that girl is from the Espadachim Lindsay family. She's his second genius, and she still hasn't lost first place in any of the tests. She's an incredible genius who lives up to her reputation, but Ian feels sorry for her. After all, she can choose her own path. He questions why she's so obsessed with following the same path as everyone else, wondering if that's what the world made of her, hoping she'll get rid of her lingering resentments. Then Ian mentions Judith, asking if she's the girl he told him about before. He confirms it's her, and he notices she's clearly exaggerating, asking if he's tried to stop her. Kuraka says of course, but she doesn't listen. And she's probably the most stubborn of the apprentices, and Ian says he should have stopped her, because it would have been a huge waste of her skills if he had let her down, even training, and there must be a reason, so he has to ask, and in that, Kuraka asks if he will be able to stop her, and the redhead says of course, because she has no choice, since it's the master she's talking to. But then they see Ian returning, asking what's happening, and the girl's still training anyway, so the redhead talks to him, asking what happened. And Ian says that she is stubborn, and said she would stop if he gave her a good reason. But then he asks where Irene Pereira is. So they go to another corner, and the redhead asks how much time has passed. And Kuraka says that he has been there for almost 30 minutes. And the boy continues training firmly. And then the master simply returns, ordering them to leave him, so that to ask what happened, asking if he wants them to let him continue. And he says that's it, ordering him not to stop as long as he doesn't give up, because that boy has perfect control over his mind and body. And already at night, the boy himself, he lies down, completely exhausted, and he thinks that a lot of strange things have happened. And the people who used to tease and ignore him have become more alert to him, and it's strange. And he questions why the island is helping him. And it doesn't seem like the type to help someone out of pity, but for him it doesn't matter. And he'll stop thinking about it so much for now. While he sleeps, he ends up dreaming that he's wrapped in a red cloth, and he thinks that it's been a while, saying that he never leaves the bed because he wanted to keep coming there. And he knows it's not his mother's arms, but they're warm as always. And he thinks it would be good to keep sleeping there forever. But while he has these distorted thoughts, something cuts through the darkness, opening a light in the middle of that place. And that light enters the environment and illuminates the protagonist's entire world. And that same man brandishing the sword, he sees that, remembering what he must do. Then that figure tries to hold him, bringing him into his arms once again. The boy continues sleeping, lazy as always, but he eventually lets go of her hand, thanking her for everything she's done so far. But now, he needs to go, and the boy gets up, literally on fire. All his muscles and his body are exuding an aura. Look at his physique, my friend. I'm getting goosebumps. I love seeing the protagonist evolve, and this evolution was lightning fast. 6 episodes, and the guy is already completely absurd. Man, if you've made it this far and haven't liked this video, I need to tell you that you're completely crazy. There are chapters galore, and you don't want the continuation. I don't know what you want. Sorry, but I'm going to continue. And then the protagonist goes to join the other cadets, and everyone is wondering what happened to that guy's clothes, because it looks like he trained all night. And the official suck-up says he's an idiot, because if it were an evaluation involving the opponent, he would lose in the first round. But Lloyd doesn't say anything, so he looks at Judith, noticing that she has also been training hard these past few days, and she is obviously in her worst condition. And he becomes convinced, thinking that as long as he doesn't let his guard down, second place will surely be his. But then he looks at the protagonist, but the instructor says it's already 8:55 a.m., so he must explain the rules. from the intermediate assessment once again. He explains that there are 4 stages in this course, and there will be an instructor at each stage. Once they get the necessary points, they can move on to the next stage. He reiterates that this test is an absolute evaluation. They shouldn't let themselves be influenced by their surroundings and should focus on showing him how much they've grown. He then tells everyone to begin, and the first stage is weightlifting. Lloyd notices that Ilya is incredibly fast, and he won't be as fast as her, no matter how much he trains. But aside from Ilya, he thinks he can manage it. Then, the suck-up looks ahead and is surprised by something that catches Lloyd's attention. He sees it's the protagonist, who is also lifting at an absurd speed. He wonders what's gotten into that damn guy, wondering if the boy wants to die of exhaustion so badly. Ilya passes the first stage, and Lloyd gets increasingly frantic because it was so fast. Then Irene and Pereira also pass, coming in second place, and they question, how did this happen? The others tell him not to pay attention to him because he's going to faint anyway. He tells everyone to laugh whenever they want because he already understands what they want, and he's also surprised at himself. His body feels different, he's warm, and it doesn't seem like he's exaggerating like before. Irene starts asking what he'll do if he runs out of steam, but he refuses, thinking he's not fast enough. He wants to go even faster, more and more. The red-haired instructor is surprised that Irene passed the second stage, and everyone else doesn't believe it, since they're still on the first. Judith herself tries to go even faster, but meanwhile, Yen is there observing. The third stage is the long-distance race, and the protagonist is side by side with Ilya. Seeing the girl in front of him, he has a strange feeling, wondering what it is, questioning what this sensation is, trying to get it out of his head. But then he realizes he wants to overtake Ilya, and she manages to do so, but someone overtakes them both, and they are both surprised, as it is Judith who is taking the lead, and the protagonist can't believe it. Meanwhile, Judith herself is refusing to lose to herself, thinking that she will never lose, because it was too difficult for her to get there. But she remembers when she was training, even younger, and people said they had heard that she got into the chrono fencing school, a place where even high-class nobles can't pass the evaluation test. But they think that people like her are everywhere, and once they hear words like "you are different" or "you are special," they begin to lose touch with reality and become arrogant. But the girl was filled with hatred just hearing that. After all, they are saying that she is being arrogant, even without knowing anything, questioning if they know how hard she worked to get there, and in that, she thinks that she will never lose to anyone. Never, 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 and she keeps moving forward, thinking that she will never lose. Going to the fourth stage, long-distance swimming. The girl swims hugging herself, almost making the whole way in one go. But then she notices something, and her leg starts to cramp, so she questions why this had to happen right now. But then she looks to the side and sees that Ilha is following her, passing her calmly. Gildite begins to admit to herself that she knows she overdid it, but wonders if it means she can't beat Ilha, even if she overexerts herself. She thinks she wants to go just a little further and starts to get frustrated, crying in the water, thinking it's too difficult. She thinks she wants to rest, but then she notices she's back on the surface, and the protagonist starts dragging her by the neck. She wonders who it is, until she sees Irene's face saving her. While the boy tries to pull her out of the water, she asks Irene what he thinks he's doing, saying he's annoying. He tells her not to worry because they're almost there. When he pulls her out of the water, he asks if Gildite is okay, and Karaka tells him to leave it to him and move on. The boy actually leaves, while Gildite feels terrible about it and thinks about that idiot. Then, after a while, it's already afternoon, and a boy says he couldn't do it. Lance follows along, saying he worked incredibly hard, but Karaka arrives, saying it's too early for him to get discouraged, explaining that he still has the second round of evaluation, and the averages for the second round are much lower than the first. He's sure he'll pass if he doesn't give up, and everyone is happy about that. Rui, as expected, mentioned hearing about more candidates who passed the first stage of this year's evaluation than last year, and Karaka confirms that's true, and that something is different this year. There might be many naturally talented children, but the most striking thing so far in the semester evaluation was the hero of the day, Irene Pereira, who came in 34th in the first evaluation, ranking among the 35 who passed. One of the cadets stares at him, asking why he did something like that during the semester evaluation, questioning if he was trying to show off or something, but because of it, he thinks he came in 5th. Everyone teases Lance until Lloyd arrives, congratulating him, and he says that it was all thanks to the guidance he received from him. But Lloyd says that he didn't do anything, and in the end it was he who accomplished it. And another person arrives there, congratulating Lloyd as well, saying that he knew he could get second place, and he even agrees, but keeps looking at the protagonist, noticing that the performance that the boy showed during the evaluation was not at a level that he could reach, and if Judith hadn't been exhausted, he would have come in 4th place, and he admits that he lost completely because of laziness. And the next day, the protagonist is once again training, and when he stops, tired, Ilja goes there talking to him, asking why he did that, and when he looks to the side, he questions what she is talking about, and she says that he knows very well what it is. asking if he doesn't know. And he questions if she's talking about him helping Judith, and Il just says yes, asking why he would do that, and he says he just felt he had to, and she questions if he knows that what he's saying doesn't make sense. But if he hadn't done that, one of the on-duty instructors in the area could still have saved her, asking why he would give up a reward from the greatest swordsman master on the continent just because of that, saying that not only that, but the mouths that mocked him until now, and the looks that despised him, are still capable of attacking him, asking if he knows this, but the protagonist doesn't show it. Being very interested in this, questioning if she's talking, if he knows he's called an idle nobleman, and he says that for a long time. He felt like he was trapped in a swamp, and not without reason, but even so, it had been a long time, and he hadn't tried to get out of the swamp either, and that pathetic version of himself was dragged out of the swamp by his loving family, and he, who was able to get up thanks to the help of several people, didn't think it would be right to pretend not to see someone drowning in front of him, and that's why he did what he did yesterday, and that's the only reason. Then Ilya says that he said he had never held a sword until last year, and the boy says yes. Then she says that he trained, and that swordsmanship is different, and both require hard work and skill. But skill is the most important thing when you think about training swordsmanship. He probably missed the opportunity to have a Leosilian swordswoman personally, because of how yesterday's evaluation ended, saying that she won't offer him any more help either. And even if he becomes a joke again, for everyone, she hopes he won't regret it. But the protagonist calls Ilya, asking first why she helped him. She says she's not sure, saying she thinks it was just because she hates people who talk about others, without knowing anything about them. The boy just accepts it, not arguing back. Meanwhile, with the instructors, they announce the results of the semester evaluation. Of the 35 candidates who passed the first evaluation and the 78 who passed the second, they have a total of 113 passing candidates. The top 5 preliminary apprentices from the first evaluation will receive a reward after a private meeting with the swordsman master. But then Ian asks the redhead to wait, asking if he's forgetting anyone. He confirms that's right, telling preliminary apprentice number 311 that Irene will go on stage. The boy is surprised, along with everyone else, and Ian says that competing is a lot of fun while you're chasing someone, and fighting in the hope of not being surpassed by those who pursue you. You begin to achieve several incredible and surprising feats, but if you become too focused on that, unable to decipher your surroundings, you may miss important things that are right in front of you. But the apprentice Irene Pereira did not do that. He sacrificed himself in a situation where he could have fallen into an abyss, and because of that, he was able to save a companion who was drowning. They may think differently, but the master swordsman and all the instructors agree that this was an act worthy of praise, and that is why that apprentice was called to the stage, and everyone there congratulates Irene. The boy is even a little embarrassed, and he begins with Lloyd in front of the master swordsman, saying that he understood what he said, saying that it seems he has been very well protected until now. But then, Ian says there's no reason for him to belittle himself like that, because a closed-minded person wouldn't immediately admit their mistakes. However, the boy denies this, as he has arrogantly persisted in following his own methods until now. And as Ian advised from that moment on, if there's anything he needs to learn from someone else, he should learn it. So he says he's going to leave, and Ian gets a complete picture of the boy, because he's very talented, understands his situation, and demonstrates a commitment to overcoming his weaknesses. He even has the ability to lead those around him, and he has the stubbornness and pride of a high-ranking nobleman. But it's not bad at all, and if he had participated in another year, he could have taken first place. But unfortunately, this year is full of talented people, and Ian says that as a reward, he would like to ask for her guidance, and he says that she is quite bold, saying that he wants to give her advice, telling her not to be guided by others, and to live her own life, telling her not to waste her time there, trapped in her obsession, telling her to go back to her family and learn their way of the sword, and that would be much more useful. But she says that she wants him to help her, and he says that it was a mistake on his part to think that she would listen, saying that since that office is quite large, he questions if she would mind training there. So she just thanks him, and so after a while, the last person finally arrives. Then he asks the protagonist if there is any reward he would like to receive, saying that it doesn't matter if it's something physical, he should feel free to speak, saying that he is more interested in Irene's answer. But the boy simply asks, how does one make peace with another person? Food, very important, very important. Take them to an all-you-can-eat restaurant, plenty of food. See that the person likes to eat. Take them to the all-you-can-eat restaurant, hamburgers, pasta, seafood, meat. There's no mistake. Nobody refuses forgiveness while their belly is full. And Irene says she knows it's a ridiculous request. She really feels sorry because she doesn't know who to talk to about it. But Ian tells the boy that he doesn't need to apologize. Besides, he thanks him for his honesty, thinking that's what it is, and that child, who never left his room until he was 15, and this is the first time he's socializing with his companions, and he must be confused now. And it seems that someone extended a hand to that child, who was always ridiculed, but Ian tells him that first he must tell him what happened, and after finding out, he helps the boy. He thanks the swordmaster, saying that it was a great help to him. Then Ian is happy about that, saying it's been a while since he gave anyone advice unrelated to swords. He says he never thought Ilha would become his friend, acknowledging that there are things he doesn't understand. He then says he'll stop talking about Ilha's problem and move on to the main topic, but the protagonist doesn't even know what he's talking about. Ian explains that his conscience doesn't allow him to reward him with just a few words, and tells the boy he needs to be more specific. He'll teach him something about swords, and his advice in that area is very valuable, telling the boy to ask him anything. The protagonist apologizes, saying he's not sure what to ask, and to tell the truth, he admits he started using a sword on his own. It's a month before he's supposed to start that school, so it's kind of embarrassing, but he really doesn't know what to ask, and he doesn't even know what he wants right now. Ian talks to Irene, but the boy doesn't even let him speak, apologizing and saying he understands how great this opportunity is to learn from him about swordsmanship, even though he knows that he can only give him that absurd answer. But then the swordmaster goes to the boy and claps his hands right in front of his eyes, asking why he's apologizing, telling him not to apologize so often, saying that as a swordsman, he needs to stand tall and remain firm, questioning if that's not true. And the boy agrees, and Ian says that's right, saying so he should postpone his reward for another time, saying that he can come see him later when he feels he's not good enough, or he himself can decide to teach him when he deems it necessary, asking if that's all right with the boy, and Irene agrees, and Ian says he can go, but as he leaves, Ian thinks that he's a very special child, but wonders why he continues to feel that he's different. And even though he doesn't know much about fencing, he doesn't seem anxious or nervous, and besides, he seems to have the right goal, and it's as if he's receiving help from someone. My friend, check out the kid's stand, taking the father's physique. And Ian says that looking at him, he reminds him of another special child he met a while ago. Talent beyond the normal and unwavering confidence and unpredictable personality. But he thinks that they actually exude a different aura, and Liz and Irene go back to training, doing push-ups, and Judith stays uneasy. She notices he's training again, and he's still the same as always. Since they're starting sword training tomorrow, she asks if he's not going to start brandishing his sword around now. The protagonist asks what happened, and she gets all flustered, saying she has something to tell him, thanking him, promising to repay the debt, so he shouldn't worry. The protagonist just says it's okay, but she says that anyway, they should stick together from now on. The boy doesn't quite understand, and Judith asks why he didn't understand, saying she said they should stick together, and he's always eating alone, so they should eat together too. The boy almost points out that she wants to eat alone, but he says they can train together as well, asking if that's not great, making her answer in a totally intimidating way. He says it's a great idea, under free and spontaneous pressure, and she says she won't interfere with his training anymore, wishing him good luck, saying that his big sister is leaving now. But he says she's 3 years younger than him, but he still feels it's not a bad feeling. And sometime later they're walking together, and the girl is even telling him about a song, so the others, watching from afar, question if it's the same person. And neither Lloyd nor the others believe it, with him feeling chills just looking at it, and Lloyd thinks that for him. The strangest thing now is about him and Irene Pereira, because they seem strangely distant, and they're asking if anything happened. Something happened, but then Red had arrived, calling everyone over, saying that as everyone already knew, they had started fencing training that day, and they should feel free to appreciate their achievements of the last 4 months. He would give them the chance to hold the sword freely for the next hours, telling them to take whichever wooden sword they wanted, under the control of the assistants. Judith picked one up and started swinging it around, saying that when she used to swing it aggressively, it was difficult to maintain her balance. Redhead thought, of course, that they weren't just helping them increase their strength and energy. Lloyd also felt the change, thinking that despite it being just a wooden sword, he was definitely different than before, and he had grown to the point where he could feel it. But when he looked to the side, everyone else looked too, paying attention to the protagonist, and he found it strange that the boy was going to the corner of the wall. He went directly to that great sword stuck in the wall, grabbed it, and held it with both hands. Exuding the same energy as before, Ian looks closely at the boy. Irene then takes the sword, raises it, and performs her move. Everyone pays attention, and one of the sycophants questions whether he's not good enough. The redhead thinks no, he's not very refined yet, but he's almost in the standard position to hold the sword. Looking at that, he's speechless. Everyone remembers that he said he'd never trained in fencing before, and is just a novice trying to show off, thinking he's ignorant. Lloyd gets angry about this, and steps forward, then calls Irene over, challenging her to a duel. Everyone there is quite surprised, and the protagonist doesn't understand either. Looking back at Ian, who confirms, and so he accepts the duel. And then, they to come face to face, and Rai asks what they are doing. The duels begin after the formal class's off-sword training, and then Kark asked why Bref would want to duel with Irene, since just swinging the sword freely doesn't make him good at it. So, Rai says that everything must be done in order. Ren and Ian say that there are times when an exception can be made, going between the two and saying that the duel is about to begin. And if either of them feels they are in a dangerous situation, they should say so before anything happens so that they can intervene, and the two agree. Ian tells them to begin, so Lloyd charges forward with everything he's got, and the protagonist doesn't even know what he's doing, defending himself purely on instinct, stopping the attack with his sword. Then Lloyd tries to hit him again with a frontal attack, a thrust, and the boy barely escapes. His hair is parted and cut, then Lloyd continues attacking with everything he's got. But even so, Irene continues to defend himself, and everyone who thought it would end quickly is surprised that he's holding on. And Judith is worried about that boy, because Lloyd is testing Irene until he steps back to think a little, and she notices that Irene's reflexes aren't bad, but he can't maintain his balance when using his sword, and his posture and movements are also inefficient. And he questions whether the boy is really interested in fencing, since he's worse than he expected. So he questions the boy's strength, but when he charges, the protagonist simply raises his sword and attacks with everything he knows. And the boy is almost hit, but Lloyd simply uses his footwork, moving to Irene's side, and with that, he manages to disarm the boy very easily, taking the sword from his hand as if it were a child, and the sword goes flying, and the protagonist sees that he has won the duel, and with that, he wins quite calmly by placing the sword against the protagonist's neck. And after the duel, the last activity of the day arrives, and based on the fencing test they saw, the class was divided, and lessons began in the morning. He, Lloyd, and Judith, along with a few others, are the 10 people in Class A, and since they are at the top of the list, they will have heavier and more difficult training than the other classes, so they must be prepared. And next, they have Mark, I don't know what, and those mentioned are part of the 35 people in Class B, and the next ones are from Class C. And Judith tells the boy to just trust his big sister from Class A, and he agrees. Then Karaka says that the 50 for people that Hesh mentioned that they are part of Class C, but then she notes that Irene's name isn't among them, and the last person who speaks to her is Irene Pereira, saying that he's in Class F. My friend, the guy went down there, way down there. Then, after a while, Judite says that Brief is very annoying for those who don't know. Brief is Lloyd, it's Brief Lloyd, but he's already started calling him Lloyd, and now it's going to be Lloyd. And the girl continues to be annoyed with Lloyd, saying that that guy probably just wanted to use her to make himself feel superior or something, believing him to be Lloyd. She asks if he really had to make it obvious that he was satisfied after winning, telling Irene not to be discouraged because they can still finish him off in the final Eva. Luation, since an annoying guy like that, with a bunch of lackeys, won't go very far. But then she asks Irene what's wrong, asking why he's staring at her out of nowhere. But then he tells Judith not to be angry, because he's genuinely grateful that she's worried. But since she's angry because of him, it bothers him. And the girl blushes, asking who said she's angry. Then the protagonist tells her to stop hitting him, because he's been hurting her all over. Meanwhile, Lloyd lies on the bed, thinking about the fight, remembering that he tried to take that attack head-on, but ended up dodging without realizing it. And it's not about his sword. At that moment, his eyes, his expression, everything else seemed unbreakable, and he was totally focused on his vertical slash. And this makes the boy wonder what kind of expression he has when he swings his sword. Sometime later, the protagonist goes to that instructor, who is also a doctor, and he asks if the boy doesn't know any movements besides the vertical and horizontal cut. The protagonist says yes, but Tarl tells him that he doesn't need to apologize, because since he never learned before, there's no way he'll be good at it immediately. He says he wants to ask the boy a question, asking what he needs to keep up with the other preliminary apprentices, like someone who started using the sword much later than him. The boy asks if he needs to work hard, but Tarl says no, swinging the sword in front of the protagonist, making the boy take a step back. He simply says it's talent, saying that of course, hard work is also important, and depending on how much an individual works, they can catch up with those ahead of them, or even surpass them. But that doesn't apply to him, who is more than a few years behind. So he gives the boy a week to familiarize himself with the basic fencing skills, 1 week. And if he succeeds, he will be immediately promoted to Class 4. But the boy questions what he will do if he doesn't succeed, and Tarl says that nothing will change, and he will continue to train fencing in Class F. But if he doesn't even have that much talent, it would be better for him to leave the academy. And then he says that he will do his best, and Tarl tells him just to do it right, since he knows he will do his best. And so the boy tries to learn, and on day 2, Tarl tells him to turn around properly, saying that he puts too much force on his shoulders. And on day 3, he says that the boy is doing well, and on day 5, he doesn't even need to say anything anymore. And on day 6, he just observes, noting that as the days go by, his speed has progressed significantly, and his peculiar sword work is one thing, but still he is really different from what he seems. He has talent for the sword, And then, after some time with Jundite, Elle asks if she can take another look, mentioning that the test is tomorrow, and she says she's very picky about things like that. And if he looks ridiculous, she'll kick him out, telling him to get ready for the gown. But when he shows her, the girl's mouth drops open, and he asks how it went, and she simply approves. That morning, a guy goes to the instructor asking if he's back in the infirmary today, which means that boy must have passed, and he says that's right, he made it to Class E. After a while, Jundite is stuffing himself, eating several plates, and she tells him to do the same, because nutritional replenishment is very important. She questions how a guy who moves much more than she does eats so little, and he agrees. Mia just doesn't let Lloyd get away with it, saying it looks like they have a hippopotamus there. But she simply asks if he likes her, and he questions what she's talking about, and she says that he seems quite frustrated, but if she really likes him, it was wrong of her to say he's not her type. He questions what she said, getting angry, but Lloyd tells Lance to stop, and he agrees. Lloyd also tells them to stop talking badly about others, as they know it doesn't bring anything good, and all three agree quietly. Jundite notices he seems quite calm these past few days, but the protagonist just stares at her, who is still eating alone. Jundite notices this, realizing they've been avoiding each other, and asked if they had a fight. He says they didn't, but wonders if that's what they call a fight. She asks what he's talking about, but then he asks if she's become friends with the island. Since they're both in Class A, he must see her a lot. She teases him, thinking he said they hadn't fought, telling him to ask her himself. He gets embarrassed, and she says she's just kidding, saying he's being very funny. Now, she tells him that nothing much has changed, and she's still in first place in Class A. And the instructors also mentioned her undeniable talent, but she thinks everyone feels inferior. With this oppressive difference, and this whole feeling, and nobody tries to get close to her. She heard that the girl goes to the Soyang Armory alone in the late afternoon, and practices vision family fencing, or something like that, but she says that anyway. The boy will need to be promoted quickly so he can train with the island. Rengilharm tells him to stop with those jokes, and some time later, he starts practicing with Jundite, who says she'll start, and the boy agrees, and she goes after him. While they train, Lloyd just watches, and the girl has a little difficulty hitting the protagonist, and he gradually runs away, until she manages to launch a more forceful attack, and he needs to put his sword in front of her. He says that, as expected, when Jundite starts focusing on something, it becomes really difficult to hold off her attacks, and he thinks she's at a frightening level. He manages to throw her back, but he doesn't stop there. He goes after her to try and hit her, so she thinks he's going to use the vertical slash, preparing for it. But he completely changes his stance while still in the air and hits her sideways. She's surprised that he's doing this, but manages to launch a counterattack, throwing the boy far away, catching him by surprise. She says he's improved a little, but even though he's evolved a lot, he's not yet at her level, and she says that's all for today, and he's surprised it's already over. And she says it's getting late, looking around, because they are the only ones there. But she also says that if he goes to the Alsoyan Ocean, he should find the island alone there. But then he asks Judith to stop, but thinks for a moment, and then realizes she is actually there practicing her family's fencing, but ends up noticing the protagonist arriving, and asks what happened, and sees that it's Irene, who greets her somewhat awkwardly. She asks what he wants, then he says that he came there to give her this. It's a letter, but a gift he brought from home, and she questions if he's going to give it to her like that out of the blue, asking why he's giving it to her, and he says that he has a younger sister, and she's not very good at dealing with people just like him, so because of some misunderstandings, they fought a lot. And the next day, she always left a letter and a gift by his bed, and since he's bad with words, it was very difficult to organize them properly and say them. So he decided to write a letter, and it worked much better, and he thinks he understands why his sister likes writing them now. But he still wonders if she'll help him again because of it, and he feels awkward, not knowing what to say. But the girl says it doesn't matter, and everything is fine, so he just apologizes for interrupting her training, saying he's going now, and the girl doesn't quite understand the meaning of that. So when she reads his letter, she thinks it's too childish looking at that bag, and sees that there's a bracelet there, but when she picks it up, she has a really bad feeling, remembering something scary, and starts trembling, thinking about love and being a doe. And she gets so focused on that it takes her a while to come back to reality, thinking that maybe she's been like that for too long. So the next day, the protagonist prepares to duel with Judith again, and she says that that day they're going to increase the intensity. And he says that she can take it easy sometimes, but then something happens, and Lloyd himself comes to them, and the girl finds it strange. She asks the blue-haired boy if he's going to start a fight, but he says he has something to tell her, asking her to wait and not questioning why. He also says he needs to tell Irene something, saying he wants to train with him regularly from now on. And from what he showed in the midterm evaluation and his last fight, he has this deep concentration that he doesn't seem to have. He says he'd like Irene to teach him, and he'll also teach him how to use the sword, telling the boy that he wants them to compensate for each other's deficiencies and grow together. Wow, Lloyd's character is very well developed. Seeing a guy who can recognize when he's messing up and evolve is simply amazing. He went from a generic villain to someone who will help the protagonist evolve and evolve alongside him. So everyone thinks he's acting strangely. And then George asks what he's plotting and what he's trying to do now. After testing Irene during their duel, questioning if he's trying to use the boy for his own benefit, he says it's obvious. And she's surprised, even saying he's very shameless. But he questions her if that's a bad thing, saying that he can obviously achieve satisfactory evolution on his own. But that kind of method isn't efficient there, and besides, he won't be the only one using them. And they can also use you to evolve. After all, she's also been sparring with Irene all the time, except in formal classes. And he believes he needs to gain experience with various people, so he should observe the whole scene. And the fencing they learn doesn't end there, and this is an opportunity. He's there to learn and compete fiercely with more people, and then gain fruitful experience. And the two of them, looking at that, are surprised that a class student is saying that to a C-class student. And they think it's too cool, and the protagonist agrees, but asks if everything will be alright, because he's very weak compared to Lloyd, asking if he'll be able to learn anything from him. But Lloyd says that he already said that. The boy has something that he doesn't have, and he's been thinking about it since the midterm evaluation, wondering what exactly it is, noticing that he's been trying the same thing, but it's still very different from him. And the time he spent training should be the same as his, thinking about something. That makes Irene different from him, something that only Irene must have. Then he realized that it's that, thinking that everyone has the same amount of time, the limit, but the density of time was different. And from the beginning to the end of the training session, Irene didn't lose her concentration for a second. She then asked the boy how he managed to stay so focused, and Irene thought for a moment, but said she wasn't sure. Lloyd said he expected her to say that, since all geniuses usually say similar things. But Irene questioned what Lloyd meant by genius, saying he wasn't one, but he thought not, and from what he saw, he was a genius, because maintaining his concentration wasn't an easy task. Then he said he had private training today, and went on his way, talking to Judith, asking if she would train with him tomorrow. The boy questioned what he was saying he never agreed, but before leaving, Lloyd said he wanted to give the boy a little advice, telling Irene to stop putting himself down, saying those kinds of things, saying he was born into the prayer family, that he is noble blood, saying that he didn't. He noticed it at first, but now he has shown actions and skills worthy of a noble family, so he should be proud of himself and puff out his chest. And even though the girl jokes about the situation, the protagonist apparently understood the message, so after a while, Lloyd starts training Irene, saying that his hand is too fast, saying that he should go all in at once to align his foot with his body so he can stretch properly and not move to the wrong side. Then he tries to give Irene a demonstration, surprising the boy, and after training with him, he says that they ended up asking Judith if she wants to duel now, but the girl says she doesn't want to, and he questions how long it will last, and Irene thinks it will last, saying that she is a stubborn girl, but Irene says that since she's not cursing him, it'll probably be a week. Then, sometime later, while they're eating, Irene notices Ilya passing by him, looking at the girl, and she says she read the letter, and he simply agrees. Then Judith asks if he confessed his feelings, and the boy says that's not at all embarrassed. But later that night, he keeps thinking about the concentration Lloyd mentioned, saying that, as Brev said, it's definitely something to think about. He questions how his concentration improved, and if he could improve it. He wonders if he would become more like that guy. But then, during the dream, he appears in that same place, where the man was swinging his sword, and he wonders what it is, and if it's a dream, saying that you can feel the sensation in your hands, and it's different from before. And it's not just his hands, but his whole body, and it's like the feeling that guy had. So he wakes up, completely sweaty, noticing that it's still night, but he feels in his body that he needs to grab a sword before that feeling disappears, and by morning, the boy is a complete wreck. And Judith asks what he's been doing at night these past few days, and he says it's nothing, but then Lloyd tells her not to get distracted during a duel, and the girl says he's too annoying, but still agrees to duel with him. But Lloyd notices something, and she asks if he's joking. To the people she told not to look away, questioning if he's sleeping, calling Irani, asking what he's doing, but the boy tells her to leave him alone, because he seems tired until the protagonist simply gets up out of nowhere, grabs his sword, and starts swinging it. But soon he falls asleep again. Then Lloyd asks what's happening, and Judith tells him that she already told him, and the boy is acting strange. Until Lloyd he goes to Irani, apologizing for interrupting, but asks what he's doing. Irani says he's still training to improve his concentration, but it's not going very well. He says that from the beginning, he thought it wouldn't work out. Lloyd asks about meditation, saying he's heard of it, and that it's what monks do to control themselves and reflect on themselves. He says he thinks it's something similar, but then Lloyd simply lies down asleep, saying he'll try it too. He feels it's not as bad as he thought, feeling like he's getting a little calmer, until he actually falls asleep. Lancer goes over to him, calling him because it seemed like he had fallen asleep, and he even lies, saying he wasn't sleeping, he was doing meditation training. However, Judith catches him red-handed, asking if he meditates. He wipes his mouth like crazy, then realizes that the position wasn't his problem, saying that they say it's usually done with legs crossed. But Judith calls them idiots, saying that you should know that this is useless, and Irene is just a special case. And he says that the girl won't know until he tries, and she simply lets it go, seeing that he's a lost cause. Meanwhile, Ian asks if anything much has happened in the last few days, and Karaka says yes, saying that there haven't been any problems. But he informs Ian that Irene has been promoted to Class B, and it seems that the help he briefly received from Judite has really accelerated his growth. So Ian is surprised, but Karaka also says that he was right in that class. Breathloid is creating some changes, and indeed, everyone is sitting, meditating together with the protagonist. And after a while, another duel is decided, and Rui is about to announce Breath as the winner. But then Judite starts to complain, saying that it was a foul, and calling him to go again. But then the instructor calls Judith's attention, and she changes her approach, calling Breath to duel again after class, and he even agrees. And so the instructor thinks that they are incredible children, because both seem to be improving at an incredible speed, especially Breath, because there is a small difference between him and Judith, who are fighting for second place, and he himself thinks that this is great, because he can definitely feel the improvement, and if he continues improving like this, perhaps he will reach the island. Meanwhile, outside, the protagonist continues, swinging his sword, and thanks to his meditation training, he has improved much more than before, but he thinks it's still not enough, and he needs to improve a little more. Then Lloyd arrives, asking if he's using the vertical slash too often. Lloyd says the swordsman master called for a meeting and asks if they're going to the auditorium, but the boy says no, that it's to the martial arts arena. He doesn't quite understand what Lloyd wants, and then Ian appears in front of everyone, saying that it's been 9 months since they went there, and during training they endured various evaluations and rigorous training, and several of them have improved considerably. He asks to get straight to the point with them, talking about the final evaluation. Unlike the intermediate evaluation, they didn't measure skills by a fixed time or by rounds, and it's a bit abstract, but in the final evaluation, they will assess their potential ability. He tells them not to worry too much, because he believes in them. It won't be that difficult, and they just need to demonstrate the area where they think they excel in fencing. They can incorporate a fatal attack or show him a kaleidoscopic fencing technique that confuses the viewer's vision. They should use any means possible to show what they can do, and he's sure that everyone there will reach their maximum potential. He expects them to do their best during the remaining 90 days, saying it's a bit early, but he's prepared a gift for them all. He removes his cloak and takes his stance, saying it's just an old man's sword dance, but honestly, he hopes they can learn something from it. And so, he begins to perform in front of everyone, leaving the cadets speechless. Irene, watching, can't take her eyes off him. While Ian performs that dance, he looks at the boy and finishes with a thrust towards everyone, briefly becoming speechless. He says that's where his sword dance ends, and he wishes everyone good luck. Everyone wonders what they just saw, and one of the boys is unsure of his fencing style after seeing that. Later, after dueling with Judith, Lloyd calls her to rest a bit, and the girl remains very quiet. Lloyd asks the girl if the swordmaster wasn't incredible in yesterday's sword dance, but he notices she's not responding, asking if he's talking to a wall. This catches Judith's attention, but she tries to tell him to stop being so noisy and just shut up. He asks if she's in a bad mood, wondering if it's because of Irene. She questions why she's talking about him out of the blue, but she ends up thinking and realizes he's right, thinking that he only continued focusing on meditation, even with the final evaluation approaching, wondering if he will be okay, and Lloyd says yes, and he will pass, and that's for sure. But the girl asks how he knows that. So he asks if she remembers what the criteria for the final evaluation are, and she says it's potential ability, because the master himself said so, and he says that's right, potential ability, and this test is not based on current ability, but on future ability. So he immediately asks her who in this school has shown the greatest potential and the greatest growth in the last 9 months. And she notices what he means, and he says yes, it's Irene, so she should stop worrying and get up. But she questions who said she was worried, acting like a dissonant girl. She always says that now she can relax and take first place. But Lloyd reminds her that this is impossible, as Lindsay Island will be in first place. The girl asks why he's mentioning her now, but he says she should know that she's from the most prominent family on the continent. And since she's learning the fencing that puts the Lindsay family among the prestigious families, there's no one else from the island who can take first place. The girl then asks if he's saying that because of this, no one else can take her place. And he says he's only saying that the strength of their fencing style cannot be ignored. But she asks if he's serious, because if that's how it's decided, then why is he doing the test? And she questions what's so good about that family, since her brother was known as the greatest genius on the continent, but then he was defeated by some orphan and could no longer even be ahead of the others. However, Lloyd looks like he's given up. He's a jerk, the girl says, questioning why he's acting like this. When she looks back, she and everyone else sees that he just arrived. While she's saying this, the girl doesn't like it at all, saying that it doesn't matter if they speak ill of her or despise her family, and it doesn't matter if people fail behind her back, saying that it doesn't affect her. The girl then challenges her to a duel, telling her to choose her sword. However, Lloyd tells her to stop, saying that if apprentices argue, they are expelled. Ilya then says that she will come in first again this time, and will continue that way, and she doesn't need her family's fencing style for that, saying that with what she learned in this academy alone, it will be easy to prove that she is far ahead of them in terms of skill. But then Lloyd goes to her, asking her to wait, saying that the fencing of the skies, the fencing style of the Lindsay family. He speaks of the demonic race that ruled the skies for 100 years ago, asking if that is the name that the demon dragon king gave to. She asks him what he's talking about, and he says he always wanted to see how good she is, but she says that's not going to happen. He then says that's a shame, saying that if she doesn't show him the fencing style of the heavens, he'll take her first place. The girl senses he's not joking when he says this. While all this bickering is happening, he's just swinging his sword. But in the middle of the sequence, he realizes that's not it, saying he thought he was getting close, but lately it seems he's falling behind. So he tries to focus again, starting with meditation, but then he realizes something, thinking it would be better to meditate while holding the sword. So he's going to put his plan into action. Meanwhile, Lancer is making great progress, disarming the cadets very easily, and Lloyd says they're really training Dora as he arrives. They are both happy to see him, and Lloyd says he seems more breathless than usual. Lancer mentions that the final evaluation is coming, but mainly because of his words. Lancer questions him about it, and Lancer says that the words he said to him that day really impacted them, making him a little embarrassed to hear that. Judith arrives, telling him to stop making that face because it's going to make her want to vomit, and tells him to grab his sword. The two engage in combat until she manages to stop one of his attacks. But his sword comes almost to your face. The girl barely dodges, and she begins to realize he's gotten faster. She tries to counterattack, but he still manages to launch more attacks at her. She feels the weight of it, and she notices that he's not just skilled now, he's also become stronger. So when she tries to hit him, he just backs away. She thinks that maybe he could surpass the island and even come in first place, saying that it's very difficult to admit, but she can't beat him with her current skills. However, what he taught her wanting more will make her less hot-headed, and she will beat him after becoming an official apprentice. After exchanging a few more blows, Lloyd calls her to stop, saying they shouldn't overdo it before the evaluation. She thinks for a moment, but agrees, and asks him what's gotten into her. Since she hasn't gotten angry at all, she says she has to do something, and the boy asks what it is. She says he'll get hurt if he knows too much, and he just lets it go, thinking that he's definitely gotten stronger anyway, thinking that it's not impossible now, and saying that it really seems like he can match her. And he also starts thinking about Irene's swordsmanship, thinking that maybe he can face her sword head-on now. But meanwhile, the protagonist is meditating while remaining on guard, so he thinks that he tried changing his posture, but it made no difference, feeling that he really has no idea what to do. But arriving there, Jujitsu asks him if it's not stuffy, calling the boy to go outside to get some fresh air. Meanwhile, he goes for a walk, and sees that to going for a walk, and Jujitsu says that he can sit there and rest a little, and the boy asks if they have permission to stay there, and she says of course, saying that they can only leave if someone says no, and the boy agrees. But then, she asks him if he's ready, but Irene doesn't know what she's talking about. She says it's the final evaluation, because they have less than 15 days left, and he says he just has to keep doing what he's been doing and try his best. And she notices that his answer is very weak, but he also asks about her, asking if she's confident, and she says of course and she'll try her best. And anyway, Ilya is the problem, saying that he should ask that annoying brat if she's confident about winning. But the boy doesn't understand anything either, and continues at his usual slow pace. And Ilya says that she's the one who asked him to ask, and she says that he's hesitating, but then she simply apologizes. And he once again doesn't understand anything, and she says it's because she hasn't been around for a while, because in the beginning, they dueled, and she managed to teach him some different moves. But then he just says that everything is fine. He says she doesn't need to apologize for it, but the girl simply drops the bomb on him, saying she's an orphan, and he doesn't understand anything. She explains that she's not saying this so he'll feel sorry for her. While she was trying her best to stay alive as a child, all she did was steal and rob stores. Then, when she looked around, she realized everyone was living the same way. She says that when she lived like that, she never did anything to make anyone feel grateful, or received anything to be grateful for until now. That's why, the day he saved her when she was drowning, she got angry instead of thanking him. Honestly, she thinks it sounds corny to say that, and that's exactly why she tried to reciprocate in her own way. But it didn't work as she intended, and she sends the boy away to be sure he'll pass. She tells him to make sure he does well in the final, telling him to pass and become an official apprentice, because she'll help him do well, so he shouldn't feel uncomfortable. He just agrees, but then the girl is so red that she gets up to leave, saying that if she walks with him now, she'll feel too embarrassed, so he should leave after 5 minutes. But the protagonist, seeing Judith leave, says she doesn't need to apologize, because the one who wasn't around for the last 2 months was him, and says that it seems he's changed a lot, seeing how he used to lie on his bed, now he's sitting there looking at the sky, and the year he spent at that academy makes him feel it wasn't so bad. He feels like he's understanding those thoughts and feelings a little better, and he's grateful for all of that, thinking about Judith, his daughter, the swordmaster, and the instructors, and thinks that this is the time to repay everything he's learned. The problem was that he was just trying to imitate the appearance, and meditation is the act of training the mind. So he starts meditating for real now, all with the intention of getting that out of his system. And now, the boy is evolving a lot, and so do weeks later. The redhead says that now is the time for the final evaluation to begin, and the first to present himself throws some leaves into the air and manages to hit several of them. Enian says that he has excellent speed of stress, and the redhead says that there are several apprentices evolving quickly, even among the lower classes. And he questions whether this will significantly change the final ranking, and one of them goes up there splitting a stone in half with a very clean cut. Enian thinks that everyone is exceeding his expectations, but it's still a little disappointing. And then the redhead says that Judith is next, telling her to go forward, and then she asks the fencing master if the apprentices can have their evaluation in pairs, and he questions what she means. And she says that she thinks that they can better demonstrate their strength clearly by battling, and the other apprentice also agreed, saying it sounds interesting, asking who the apprentice is, and she says it's Brephaloid, and he goes forward with her, and then he asks if Judith is ready, and she agrees. Judith says she wanted to take her time and maintain her posture as expected, and she can't, and says that on that day she will surpass him, and he says that's just like her, calling her up, and the girl ducks, going all out against him, and he barely defends, and they begin to exchange blows, and all the cadets are incredulous at that clash of aggressive swords, and then he begins to be pressured, while Judith makes him back away a little, and begins with the footwork, trying to hit the boy's face, going on with even fiercer attacks, and he barely dodges all those blows, and so they think he's fast, and he ends up being pushed back, and the girl chases after him with more and more blows, and in the meantime, Baraf tries to hit her feet, but she manages to jump and deliver a downward attack on him, almost hitting him, and he's riding that, thinking that they're both incredible. And they continue exchanging blows, until finally, things are heating up more and more, and Rui is surprised by Judite's strong and merciless movements. Even so, Baraf is fluidly dodging those heavy blows until he sees an opportunity, aiming a thrust at the girl, making her bend backward to escape. However, part of her face is still hit, and she recoils, still furious with Baraf. He asks if she thought she could beat him with just that, and they resume exchanging blows. She then decides she must go harder and faster, and they both try everything until finally, her sword is broken. Baraf still has his intact sword, and with that, she thinks she couldn't win in the end. Tahal says it was a very close fight, and wow, he says it really was. But the one who was slightly better was Baraf, as expected, since his sword is still intact, even if all chipped. Ian says it was magnificent, excited about the two fights, saying they did a great job, and they both thank him profusely. Then he asks Aimed who's next, saying they'll let the moment unfold. Next is Lindsay Island, and she steps forward, but Lloyd continues smiling, saying he's become stronger and isn't the same as before, and that perhaps he can beat her. Then, Ian asks her what she plans to show him, and she says she'll show him her family's swordsmanship. He asks if it's celestial swordsmanship, the kind that killed the demonic Dragon King, and she agrees. The girl raises her sword, while Lloyd still has a smile on his face. But his smile simply vanishes instantly as the girl performs that sword art. As she swings her sword, winds arise, and wow, he's surprised. Then, those winds take over the place and the girl's body, and as she launches a final attack, shaking everyone there, the wind. They assumed a defensive stance, so strong was the attack, and at that moment, Judith, with her hair standing on end, asked what that was. They were all surprised by those celestial fencing skills, and Breath himself couldn't believe it actually existed. He began to see the unsurpassable morale that the girl represented before him, and he thought he had been dreaming of the impossible all along. But then Judith thought it was time, because finally it was Irene's turn, and they all told him to go, calling the girl a big smell. But Breath, on the contrary, thought Irene shouldn't go because he had a bad feeling. He remembered when Irene was talking to him, telling Breath that he was truly a very good person, and the boy didn't understand anything. The protagonist then said that he had such a bright and comfortable moment, saying that he always felt calm when he was with him, and that must be why. He has many friends and followers, but the boy asks Irene how he can say those things with such a serious face, complaining about making another mistake. But Breath says he's wrong, saying that he's not as good a person as he thinks. While Irene goes to the middle, Lloyd thinks that if even he is so good, it will be difficult for him, begging Irene please, praying that he is nothing special. While he is seething with envy, it's complicated. The guy is a good guy, but it's that envy that sometimes hits. It's natural for human beings. Sometimes, even unconsciously, this kind of envy strikes. He wants that the kid is okay, but he's seeing that he's getting better. Maybe he'll fall, you know. It's complicated, damn, it's bad, but at some point, even if you didn't want to, that feeling has already passed through you. A moment later, you must have thought better. It must happen to him, but he fell, he sinned at that moment. Complicated Breath, and then when the protagonist stops in front of them, Ian asks what he's going to show, and so the protagonist thinks for a bit, while everyone is quite surprised. And he says that he's going to show a vertical cut, and everyone there is kind of shocked. And this while Ian finds it interesting. Then Lancer talks to him, saying that this is the final evaluation, questioning if he thinks that something with a vertical cut will work. But then the instructor talks to Lancer, saying that this is his only warning, saying that he will be disqualified if he interferes with the evaluation again. He apologizes. And the redhead, he says he said that, but he thinks everyone there understands how he feels, saying that, as Lancer said, this is the final evaluation, and a vertical cut has no practical use at such an important stage. Expanding on what he plans to show him, and what on earth is Irene thinking? And the boy, once again, picks up the sword in the same way he always does, concentrating to the maximum until something changes, and Ian himself gets very excited about it, telling the boy to show him, even smiling at the situation, and tells the boy to show him what he doesn't deserve, because while he was performing his sword art, the boy remained indifferent, even watching it, and with that, he can't contain his excitement, telling the boy to show him what he has. But while Irene is standing still, holding the sword, everyone wonders why he is like that. And another boy tells his friend to be quiet, and then he sees that it is meditation, and Irene thinks about stabilizing her breathing and tensing every muscle in her body, concentrating on her focus to enter her subconscious. With that, she reaches an absurd point and says that she still doesn't know who she is, but now, she, who could endure so much suffering while swinging her sword without stopping, the one who continued, always moving forward with that determination, firm as steel, is her inspiration. The boy performs that same cut with the same look, perfectly completing the movement that the man made, and he thinks that this is enough for him. When he finally launches that blow, the entire arena is split into by the pressure, and both the redhead and all the cadets there on the island and everyone else are surprised. Breath himself can't believe what he's seen, and the boy opens a crater in the arena floor. Judith can't believe what's coming, while Breath injures himself. Hands so strong, he's squeezing her tightly with hatred, and the girl, seeing this, is surprised to see that he is completely twisted with envy. Then, the master swordsman, seeing this, takes off his cloak, and he needs to get up to withstand that blow, so he apologizes for after a while. He says he's about to announce the long-awaited results. He explains that the final evaluation is important, but not the deciding factor for formal admission, and they also have a final interview. He'll announce the ranking from bottom to top, starting with Peter in 66th place, going up to John William in 7th, Judite in 4th, Breath Lloyd in 3rd, Irene Pereira in 2nd, and Ela Lindsay in 1st. He says everyone worked hard during the evaluation, and the information from the final interview will be given later, so they should get some rest. A while later, he walks away to a door, saying he knew Irene would be there, and that he was the only one coming to the training hall after the evaluation. The boy is surprised to see her there and greets her. She sits down next to Irene and says he's gotten very strong, but he doesn't. She understands nothing, and she says that Breath and Judith, formidable opponents, have been formidable for a while since she felt that someone could keep up with her, and she almost never comes in first. Normally, she would be annoyed, but this time it was a little fun, saying that at that moment, her sword was quite intimidating, and he gets all giddy, saying that her fencing of the skies was also incredible, but she notices that he is really weak when it comes to compliments. Then she talks to Irene, saying that she won't continue at the Chrono Fencing Academy, and he questions why she's doing that. She asks him what that reaction is about, and he says it was sudden, still blushing. She says she didn't plan to become an official apprentice from the beginning, saying she was planning to return to her family. After achieving first place in both the intermediate and final evaluations, she talks to Irene, asking if he knows the person who was called the greatest. She talks about the continent's genius, and he says no, that he has no idea. So she talks about Carl Edson, her older brother. So, William recounts that when he was 7 years old, there was nobody on the continent. A young man who didn't even know his brother's name and with his superior talent, reached a level impossible for his age, was recognized by many important figures, and quickly became known as the great genius of the continent. Facing his grown brother, bearing countless expectations from others, was a commoner who had taken first place at the Chrono Fencing Academy, but refused to become an official apprentice. The second genius of the continent, who had organized a mercenary band at the age of 14. A person named Ignith appeared, and she immediately challenged her older brother to a duel. As part of a family that doesn't shy away from a duel, he accepted the challenge. But in the middle of the battle, after 3 attacks, she struck him squarely in the chest. Securing her victory, she was furious, saying he was a disappointment and wanted a completely desolate place. The girl said that the image of her brother, whom she idolized, crumbled before her eyes, and this caused her to embrace her brother. And as she broke down in tears, watching her brother calm down as if nothing had happened, she believed he would overcome that challenge and eventually emerge victorious. But he couldn't get up. And from that point on, he was met with cold stares and fell into unbearable despair. And after receiving the pressure of the indiscreet and ridiculous condemnation, while she watched her brother crumble so young, she understood what made her brother lock himself in his room. And it was the gaze of people, and she promised that her decisions would not be controlled by anyone. But before she realized that she was already being controlled, remembering that woman, and she says that the reason she entered that academy at 12 years old was because Ignith got first place after entering the academy at 13 years old, and she wanted to be recognized as the official knight at 14 because Ignith was designated as the honorary knight at 15. But she ruined it and is tired of chasing after someone, and the protagonist asked if she's serious, and she thinks so, thanks to him. And after seeing that he was never controlled by anyone, that he never cared what others said and followed his path honestly, she made a new promise, and she says that she will follow her own heart and knows that she can reach the position of a master, even if she goes by whatever path she wants. But then the protagonist says that she's amazing. He's going through so much hardship and is looking at the world beyond the academy. And I tell him this, and he still doesn't have a clear goal, but she tells him not to be silly. And the boy doesn't quite understand, and she explains it better, telling him not to relax, to work hard, otherwise she'll leave him behind in an instant. With that, he gets more excited, but thinking about it, he questions whether he's really okay. While he holds that sword, questioning whether he's really okay with how things are now. And while this is happening, Lloyd is looking at the hole the protagonist made in the ground. Then Judith goes to him, playfully telling the boy that that area is planned for construction, so it's off limits, calling him to come out and duel because his body is itching for a fight. But Breath simply says he's leaving, and she doesn't quite understand. And he says that someone who just picked up a sword can wield all that power after a year of training, while he's been training for several years, and he questions how long it will take him to reach that level. Or rather, he questions whether he can even reach that level, since it seems only the chosen ones can do things like that. So he thanks her for everything so far. But then the girl grabs his shoulder and delivers a powerful punch to Brett's face, throwing him to the ground. He asked what the hell that was, but she questions what he's talking about, since he can't even dodge one of her punches after all those blows, asking if his body got richer after his brain turned to stone and he kept hitting the boy. She questions if he's serious when he talks about the chosen ones, asking what he thinks of her, since she can't even defeat a coward like him. She continues hitting Breath and questions all those who are learning swordsmanship, asking if he's saying they're wasting their time. She gets increasingly angry, telling him to be proud of it, telling him to be proud that he won a battle against the greatest swordsman on the continent when he was young, saying that this was enough to carry with him for the rest of his life, especially since he's running away for something so trivial. As she leaves, Breath stays behind, quite sad. A few days later, he goes to Ian, who tells him she achieved what she wanted, asking if she's satisfied. She says she is, but not just because she came in first place. He says it seems so, and she's shining even brighter now than during the midterm evaluation. She says it's all thanks to his teachings. He questions what she did, since it was all her telling the girl she could leave now, and she just thanks him. Then he asks Ahmed to call the next apprentice, and that's when the apprentice enters, asking if he's serious, saying his results are impeccable. And he's not just talking about the test results, whether the fencing is good enough to be a model for others. After all, he overcame his stubbornness, fixed his flaws, and polished his strengths. And personally, he also has high expectations for the boy. But then Breath apologizes, saying he no longer has confidence in himself. And Ian notices those dead eyes, like burnt candles, and he can't hear his words. Ian tells him to do as he pleases while the boy leaves, and he desperately hopes an opportunity to change his feelings for that child will come. Then the protagonist goes to Ian, and he says that the boy's final evaluation was quite memorable, And honestly, it was the most surprising of all its time, as a fencing master, Ian, asks if Irene remembers what they discussed during the interview after the midterm evaluation. The boy remembers, then says he has a proposal for him, and the protagonist says he will listen attentively. Ian says that he has a question for him recently, asking what the boy's reason is for brandishing his sword. Irene begins to think and wonder what his reason is for wielding his sword, simply remembering that man he always sees in his dreams. The boy doesn't know what to say, and Ruavi says that he doesn't need to think so much. And it doesn't need to be a grand reason. It can even be for trivial reasons like money or honor, saying that it's all right as long as it doesn't transgress moral principles. So he should speak without fear. The protagonist remains somewhat withdrawn, and Ian says he understands, saying that Irene didn't pursue fencing of his own free will, and the boy agrees. Then Ruavi asks what he's talking, and Ian says he doesn't know either, and says he thought it was strange, because he was more diligent and serious about fencing than anyone else. However, he couldn't sense any natural emotion for a swordsman of that caliber in the boy, and the apprentice Breathloy was happier than anyone, as if he felt his skills improving. Jadai was so annoyed at being behind Breathloy that she unleashed her anger, as if she couldn't see anything. He says that every apprentice feels sad or happy when training their fencing, but he didn't show either of those feelings. He notices that Irene must be imitating someone, and that's exactly the case, because he thinks of that man and says that's it. Ian says it's as he suspected, saying he's surprised he got there imitating someone, and he just agrees to let it go, saying it's not worth asking who it is. However, if he plans to follow the path of fencing from there, he'll have to think carefully about it from now on, because if he doesn't have any, the reason he wields his sword is that he has no reason to remain there. And this place isn't just a place to swing a sword around, but a place to find his purpose in the world. After hearing that, the boy has an epiphany and thanks Ian, saying he will never forget the fencing master's last piece of advice. Ian questions what the boy means by last, telling him not to say something so sad. The boy realizes he said something wrong, so Ian tells him to come closer, asking if everything is alright. He takes some of his blood, and the boy agrees, putting some blood on the gold plaque. Then he sees that something is written there, and it's his official apprentice Irene Pereira's plaque, stating that he has 1 year, telling the boy to find his path with the sword within it. He says he will definitely reach that 1 year, and in the late afternoon she goes to talk to him and speaks with Irene, telling him to visit when he has time, and she gives him something, and he asks what it is. And she says it's her family's insignia, and he won't be mistreated if he shows it to the gatekeeper, saying she'll give him flowers as a gift if he comes to see her, and he doesn't quite understand, and the girl says she'll give him a phasal flower, and it's the same flower engraved on the bracelet he gave her, so he asks if she has that flower at her house. And she says yes, saying that she planted them on the 7th anniversary, but she's going to plant them again, and they bloom around April or May, so he should visit her around that time next year. And he says he definitely will, but then Judith asks what that shiny thing is that suddenly appeared there, asking Ilha to give her one too, and everyone is surprised. Then she says she doesn't have to give her one if she doesn't want to, saying she's not forcing her, but the girl says it's not like she doesn't want one. So Judith immediately asks her to give her one too. She's surprised, because they say all nobles go crazy for that thing, saying she can understand why, as it must be worth a fortune. Ilha doesn't like the girl's attitude very much, but then Judith turns around and apologizes for earlier, and Ilha doesn't understand anything. She apologizes for mocking her and her family, saying that back then she didn't have anything like a family, so she lets slip some harsh words. But she ends up noticing that this is also an apology, simply apologizing completely. Ilha accepts her apology too, apologizing for ignoring him. However, when the protagonist is enjoying seeing how they are getting along, Judith asks why he's standing there smiling like that, and he says it's because he likes peace. But she says he's talking nonsense. They notice someone approaching, and Bref stops nearby. The protagonist runs to him, and the two girls watch to see how things will unfold. Then Irene says she heard he's leaving the academy, asking if something happened. The boy just looks at Irene, not wanting to talk much about it, saying it's kind of hard to explain. The protagonist says it's okay, because everyone has their own reasons. But then Lodge asks if he's leaving too, and he says yes. Irene says he's leaving, but not completely. He'll be back after finishing his training. She notices that the boy is still trying to improve, unlike him, who just gave up. Irene thanks Bref because, thanks to him, she was able to be sure of this, and he feels alive when he wields his sword. He can't explain it, but a year ago, something changed inside him. He took up fencing because of that change, and ended up at that academy. But the reason he could look to the past, learn more about it, and move on was because he met all his friends thanking Bref directly. He's left speechless, but one of his servants arrives, saying it's been a while and telling him to go inside. Bref simply says he'll go first and meet Irene, staying behind, unhappy with how things are going. He shouts to Bref that they'll grow stronger and meet again. Inside the carriage, the boy is trembling with fear, thinking about everything that could happen and the fear he's currently feeling. While the protagonist is saddened by his departure, Judith goes over there asking if the two of them were dating or something, teasing their interaction. But Irene says she might be imagining things. However, he feels like he'll never see Bref again, and then Irene's servant goes to get him, asking who those people are. He says they are people he trained with at the academy, his friends. The servant is surprised that he calls them friends and asks what's wrong with that. He simply says it's nothing, thanking them for being friends with their young master. The protagonist then says he's leaving, and Judith tells him to come back soon. As he departs, the two fall behind, and the two seem to Bethire thinking the same thing, wondering how this happened, with one asking if she should wait for the other while she's not there, asking why they're so late, and Judith starts saying her stomach hurts a little, and Ilia says she should go, and so Judith agrees, wishing her a good trip home, and the girl says she will. Meanwhile, the redhead tells Ian that he must be sad after seeing his prize-winning students leave, and he says he can't deny it. But then the redhead asks about Irene Pereira, questioning if everything is really alright, because finding one's own path with the sword isn't easy, but Ian asks what he's worried about, questioning if the boy isn't the fourth genius of the continent, and the redhead questions what he's talking about. And Ian says that compared to the other geniuses, he's different, and he's a genius of effort. Meanwhile, Judith is returning to the place, thinking that in the end she's alone again, but then someone runs up to her, and the truth is, Bref is right, and he questions why she's looking at the floor, asking if she's lost something. She questions what he's doing there, and he says he's thought about it a lot, and as a member of Count Lloyd's family, giving up doesn't sit well with him. Reading further, now that Irene is gone, there's no one to deal with her explosive temper, and she questions what the hell he's talking about. He questions if she's not happy he's back, and the girl gets all flustered, cursing him repeatedly, but Irene says that if she stuttered, it's because it's true, and it was Irene who said it. Then she tells him to shut up, asking if he thinks the fencing master would accept someone who left on their own accord, and he says of course, and he'd have to beg on his knees, but he wouldn't want to abandon someone as talented as him. The girl says he's crazy, but still, that to go back inside together. I think that's enough to check on them, right? Okay, he can already. While Irene is returning home, that servant is watching him, saying that his eyes are glued to the window. Thinking it's understandable. Since he couldn't become an official apprentice, he must be heartbroken. But then he notices that thing in his hand, realizing that it's the platinum mark of the Lindsay family, asking where he got it, and he says a friend gave it to him. Then that servant is very surprised, and the protagonist asks if he remembers that white-haired girl who introduced him, saying that she is Lindsay Island, and he is surprised by that. And Irene realizes that he is too surprised, noting that the Lindsay family must be much more impressive than he had thought. So he apologizes to that man, saying that he's going to take a nap. Then he agrees, and so, as the protagonist closes his eyes and begins to think about his path with the sword. And after a while, they finally arrive at the inn where they will spend the night. When the protagonist enters the room, he begins to meditate, and an aura emanates from his body. Meanwhile, the man outside, unable to hear anything, thinks the protagonist has fallen into despair, asking what he should do, believing it's no use and needing to do something to cheer up the young master. So he goes out into the street to look for something that might help, until he notices an orc. The orc says he's heard you can only see them in the northwest of the continent occasionally, but he questions why there's one in the south. He also says it's not just any orc. It has a hexagram pendant on his neck and tattoos on his skin, and has an orc's ear. And he goes to the protagonist to talk about that orc. The boy doesn't understand anything, and the servant says that orc seers are the most skilled of all seers. Rin even confirms this, saying that it's said that just meeting an orc seer brings you good luck. The orc welcomes him, asking which of the two wants their fortune read, and the boy says it's him. The protagonist's servant thinks that orc seers are very famous for saying good things, and the young master should be excited to hear good things about the days to come. Then the orc starts asking the boy several questions, asking if he wants his luck for today, for that year, in his relationship, in his fortune, in his health, and what else he would like to know, saying that he can ask him anything, saying that the best of the best orc seers will answer his questions. But he looks at the boy and becomes a little awkward, apologizing to Ren, but questioning how old he is. The servant is surprised. The orc is asking his age, and the protagonist says he's 16. The orc questions what the boy is saying he has a baby face, but he can't tell him his fortune if he lies. Rin says he's not lying, and the orc says that if that's true, from what he can see, he'll be accepted into any knightly order he wants. Meanwhile, the servant gets very angry, arguing with the orc and calling him a charlatan, asking if he's a real seer, telling the protagonist to leave and stop wasting time there. But then the orc asks the protagonist to wait, saying that when things aren't working, he just needs to look at it to help him. Rin simply takes it, thanks him, and leaves, emanating that same aura. The orc then thinks his body isn't. It's large, but it's a dense body, optimized for practical movements. But what's most surprising is the strong energy surrounding its entire body, and he's surprised that the boy is only 16 years old with that level of energy, and he questions who would believe such nonsense, saying that the boy is a mysterious creature, and he begins to wonder if their paths will cross again. But everyone there thinks he's a charlatan, buying what the servant said, and he realizes that it seems he can no longer do business there. So when they return to the road, The servant apologizes to the protagonist for yesterday, saying that he didn't know that orc was fake. But then Ren tells him not to worry about it, because it's not like he said anything bad. And besides, that note makes the protagonist question what it could mean, because it says that he doesn't need to be alone to be alone. Serene Shame begins to question whether he might have sensed the man in his dreams when he was talking about age, but then the servant starts rambling again, saying that from the beginning he found it strange, since he was asking about his age and for someone returning home after failing his exam. It should be obvious, since he's saying he would be accepted into any order of knights, saying he's a simpleton. But then Ren asks if he didn't tell him, saying he didn't fail, and the servant doesn't even believe what the boy is saying, and Ren says he passed, but not now, leaving him with even more doubts. And Ren says he will be accepted on the condition that the master finishes the task he gave him, and with that the little mustache. He starts freaking out, scaring the coachman outside. But same coachman who was startled speaks to the young master, saying that the Garon family's carriage is approaching, and the servant dislikes the family intensely, so he hides Garon arriving there, noticing that it really is them. And he becomes sad because they have to meet the Garon family soon, the most hostile to the Pereira family on their way, the family that clearly ignores and humiliates the young master. And that face, and he is the second son, Aaron Garon, and he is totally arrogant outside. So the servant tells Ren that Master Aaron Garon and Mr. Jack Stewart have left their carriage, and asks if he would like to stay there if he is uncomfortable. But the protagonist says that it's fine, saying that it would be disrespectful. And the servant doesn't understand how the boy is acting, and already outside, he asks if he greets Aaron Garon and Mr. Jack Stewart, and Aaron doesn't care much for his greeting, because everything he is looking at Ren. He wonders if that wretch has grown up, wondering if he's not also looking robust now. And Aaron says it looks like he's returning from Grimakrono's academy, noticing that he's just Ren after all, and the servant says yes, saying he can ask why they visited his territory. But Aaron says he came to deliver a message from his father. But since he says it's been a while, he asks Ren how he's been, and Ren simply doesn't understand and says he's fine, and he's much taller than the other boy. And Aaron says it seems he taught well at the academy, saying he almost didn't recognize him, asking if he's going to continue practicing fencing, and the protagonist says he probably will. And then Aaron asks if he's going to be the family's fencing master, thinking it's true that it would be complicated to learn elsewhere since he started so late. And then that servant gets upset about it because he's a year younger than the protagonist and is all full of then. Ren says it's true, completely ignoring what he's saying, asking if there's anything he'd like to say. And Aaron says no. So the protagonist simply says that if he doesn't, he'll leave, saying it was a long trip and he wants to rest. And Stewart is surprised because it was a childish provocation, but that reaction makes him question if he's really the idle nobleman. And then Aaron starts to get annoyed, yelling for the protagonist to wait, calling the protagonist only to shake hands before they go. But Ren turns around, totally serious, and asks why. Then he notices that that kid isn't so naive anymore, and he questions if he didn't know, because swordsmen can tell each other's strength just by shaking hands, and the protagonist says it's the first time he's heard that, and Aaron says it seems he still doesn't have much knowledge, and says it's a quote from the famous swordsman Louis Sogard, and there's nothing more important than the strength of a handshake for a swordsman, asking Jack if that's true, and he confirms the boy's lie. Then Aaron asks if he saw it, saying that the best knight in his family also said so, extending his hand to the protagonist, saying that as he is his senior, who started fencing 6 years before him, he must see how much the protagonist's skills have improved. And then Ren stares at that hand, or at Jack, who is observing everything along with the other servant. Then Ren grabs Aaron's hand, who gets all happy, thinking that Ren fell for it, saying that he's going to shake his hand with all his might, wanting to see that ridiculous look of pain on his face. He tries to show him, but while he's squeezing too hard, he sees that Ren is standing still and doesn't even move, and he questions what's happening, since Ren has no expression, noticing that the bastard isn't even gripping tightly, but it's a hell of a lot of pressure. And Ren understands a little later, asking if he had to squeeze hard, and then he gives a squeeze that almost makes Aaron die, and the boy's body freezes up, and he almost shits himself from the pressure of the protagonist, and starts screaming, quickly pulling his hand away from Ren's hand, full of fear. And then Ren apologizes because it's his first time doing something like this, so he couldn't control his strength. And then Aaron wonders what happened, because he let go before that lazy bastard, thinking that this is shameful. And then Ren says he'll go first, but then a cat arrives there, questioning what happened and if it's over. Then Jack is surprised to see a talking cat, but that servant apparently knows what that means. And the cat then he asks what the protagonist is doing, ordering him to be thoroughly crushed, and the servant recognizes it as magic. They then discuss things that shouldn't happen, things that can't be explained logically, absurd things that make you doubt what you're seeing. When people witness such scenes, they usually say it's like magic or something similar. However, Frankly, that's an incorrect phrase. While it's a misunderstanding, since the power called mana is invisible to the naked eye, it's a state that unmistakably follows logic and reason. And if someone goes through a situation that can't be explained at all, what phrase would best fit that situation? And these would be the mystical arts. So the cat tells them to leave quickly. And it is said that when the laws of nature are completely ignored, the only way is for the phenomenon to occur through the mystical arts. So that servant is surprised that the mystic is transformed into a cat, even questioning if the cat itself is the mystic. And the count, who has already heard that nothing good comes from associating with the mystic, thinks that they should leave quickly. So Jack apologizes if they acted rudely towards him, saying that they are leaving now. And if he is offended, then he asks him to please visit Viscount Gyron's territory. And so the cat questions if they will really return, suggesting if they are just going to leave, saying that it's a load of rubbish. And everyone notices that he stood up, and he says that at least a dispute or something like that, saying that he will even lend him a sword, summoning a bag with his magic, putting that fluffy paw inside, and pulling out a sword from there. Then that servant is surprised with what he has seen, and so the cat begins to swing the sword from side to side. But then Jack says that their families have a relationship where they help and support each other, and it seems that the mystic misinterpreted something, and he says it sucks, because he thought something fun was going to happen, and this is a drag. But then Jack apologizes for taking up his precious time, and he must be tired from his long journey, so they leave now, asking Aaron to let them into the carriage, and the boy agrees. While the servant is leaving, he tells Irene to hurry up, but the boy asks if that is a person who is transformed, and the servant says he is not sure either, and it must have some connection with Keevil. Since the young lady is also a mystic, the protagonist believes this to be true, and the servant says he'll find out as soon as they return to the castle. When they finally arrive, they are greeted by the protagonist's entire family. His father welcomes him, saying the boy worked hard and invites him inside. At the dinner table, his father is surprised that something like that happened, and he's astonished that his fencing talent was recognized. He's very proud of his son, and the protagonist simply thanks him, thinking about his father's words of pride. The thought of hearing those words from his father is wonderful. His father then mentions that Marcos told him he encountered a talking cat on his way there, saying that the cat is a mystic named Ruru. He asks if it's a person who turned into a cat, and the protagonist confirms it's a real cat, even possessing the same intelligence as a human. Kiro adds that the cat is incredibly strong, and she can tell just by looking at it, it's probably stronger than any of the mystics in the kingdom's capital. And her mother says that about 10 days ago, Ruru visited them and asked to be Kiro's teacher. They sent someone to the Mystics Association to find out more about her identity, but they still think the most important thing now is how Kiro feels. She asks her brother what he thinks, and he thinks that his intentions are the most important thing, since he really doesn't know anything about mystics. Kiro says he knows he doesn't know anything about them, questioning if he didn't say he saw Ruru, saying he's only asking him to tell him what he thinks. Then the girl's mother scolds her, asking why she's bothering her brother who hasn't come in a long time. Kiro questions what he did, since she was just asking him a question, and the mother says it was a difficult question to answer. The protagonist notices Kiro's infinite stubbornness, and something bad must have happened. While she looks at him, the protagonist thinks he's screwed, wondering why she's so angry, and he can't say. After all, he's been away for a year. But then he thinks he had something to say, telling Kiro that he has a present for her, and the girl gets all giddy. He says he's not sure if she'll like it, but still he brought something for her. When she takes the necklace, she blushes, and they're both surprised that Irene would buy a present after so long without going out. The girl completely breaks down, thanking him softly, speaking so quietly that he can't even hear her, and she shouts back that she thanked him, telling him not to make her repeat herself. The protagonist just apologizes, remembering when Marcos told him that he should buy a present for each of them, and so he thinks that Guy saved him. He says he has a gift for his father and mother too, but then Ruru arrives, noticing that he's Kiro's older brother, and they're all startled by her sudden appearance. She says it's not surprising that they smell alike, but he's very different from Kiro, who starts getting annoyed, asking why she's there trying to steal someone's attention. She apologizes, saying she didn't mean to surprise him, and then her mother calls Kiro over. She realizes that while she was there, she should have tried to persuade her brother. So Kiro asks what she's talking about, and she says that it was supposed to be a thought, but it slipped out. And Kiro-senj tells him right now what that means, and she says no. It's just that he seems easier to deal with than she is. Besides, she questions what she wants to say, and Ruru says that Kiro loves his brother very much. So if she wins her brother, it would be the same as naturally winning her too. At least that's what she was thinking. Kiro gets very upset with the cat, and she questions if she couldn't say that, while the girl freaks out. Then she apologizes, saying she won't do it again, and Kiro completely freaks out, saying he'll never become her apprentice. Then the cat starts saying he was wrong, apologizing to the girl, and the father, seeing the two leave, doesn't know what to do, and says he doesn't know how to handle the situation. The mother says they need to worry about that later, and tells Irene, asking him to tell her more about the fencing academy academy, and the boy starts telling her. After a while, he goes to his room, noticing that they were very happy with just one gift. He thinks they were more moved by the gift than by his conditional acceptance into the academy, and he thinks it must be a common thing for a normal family. He's very happy and feels sorry to see them so happy over such small things. He thinks he won't waste time like he did before, sitting around preparing to start acting, and he thinks he won't procrastinate and will find his way with the sword. But then someone knocks, and he asks if anyone is outside. One of the maids replies yes, asking if she should come in. The protagonist tells her to come in, and inside she asks if he's going to the training field tomorrow. The boy says yes, he'll go at dawn. Then he asks her to prepare all the things he mentioned. But the girl questions if he'll really be alright, because she heard it took him half a month to get back from the academy, and he must still be fatigued from the trip. But Irene tells her that everything is fine, because besides, he's restless from not holding a sword for half a month. The girl can't believe what she's hearing and seeing, so, meanwhile, over there with Aaron, he tells his father that he's going to leave, and he just agrees. But then he sees that the boy is very downcast, talking to Jack, saying that Aaron's expression was very strange, asking if anything happened in the Prairie territory, and here he is, Viscount Phil Gayron. So Jack says that they met young Master Irene on the way back, and Phil questions if that lazy bones returned from the fencing academy, and Jack says yes. He tells Phil everything that happened while he was talking to young Master Aaron, and when he finds out about this, he is surprised, asking how this can make any sense, grabbing that cup and smashing it against the wall behind Jack, having a fit of rage. And he was questioning what the hell he was doing while all this was happening, so Jack apologizes. But he says no, saying that he must have had some reason not to get involved in such a situation, thinking that's it, because that bastard. If he's saying that that child who was made of bone is changed, it's impossible. And Jack says that it was as if he were a completely different person, and he must have grown a lot at the Chrono Fencing Academy. But Phil says that's a load of rubbish, because the Fencing Academy isn't a chamber of mystical arts, and he starts thinking about Harem Pereira, saying that from the beginning he never liked him, and his strong hair roots, the appearance of a beautiful wife, and even a mystical daughter. All of this filled him with envy. Oh, who? I'd say there had to be something like that behind it. The guy's just jealous, that's it. The son also got a bit of that jealousy in his blood, and that's why he's always on top of the protagonist. And Phil continues to be consumed by envy, because even his territory is becoming more prosperous with each passing day. Besides, Jack is now saying that the easiest to embarrass among them is starting to get stronger, saying that the boy should have stayed locked in his room, questioning why he went out. But then one of his sons appears, asking his father to calm down, saying that he just needs to get on the path of growth, okay? Then he tells Ryan that's right, asking if the boy has a plan in mind. Then Ryan, the eldest son of the Gyron family, says of course, asking if they don't have an expedition coming, saying that when the conference of heads of families of the 6 families of the Southern Ray Kingdom is held in the Prairie territory, they can take that lazy nobleman down again. And so Phil thinks that's right, telling Jack that he must withdraw, and so he does, and Phil is all proud, with supposed family pride. But then Jack thinks that this is a crazy old man, because if it comes to this, then Irene will be in trouble, and the person who shines the most competent, and 1,000 times more disgusting than the Viscount is the eldest lord, and he got involved in this mess. My friend, you're going to get beaten up anyway. The madman will raise his sword and come down on your neck. There's nothing you can do. It's forward and sideways, that's it. And so, on yet another day, all the guards, they question why they have to train so early. And another says that the expedition will begin soon, and if they don't prepare properly, monsters will start roaming the streets. One of them says that this is an outdated way of thinking, saying that expeditions have deteriorated, becoming an event for each family to assert their status. Then, the other tells them not to be like that, because even if he complains so much, nothing will change. However, that guy is surprised, noticing that Irene is already training there, and the kid is doing pull-ups with a huge weight tied to his waist. They notice he's back and go over to greet him, saying they heard he arrived yesterday, but they ask why he's training so early in the morning. He says that's right, explaining that the soldiers have to train at dawn, and that it's just individual training. He won't bother them, so they shouldn't worry about him. Then they question whether his presence means he wasn't accepted into the academy, and one of them thinks that's quite likely, but they question whether his physique isn't much better. One of them even asks if that weight was meant to be used like that, questioning the lightness. But they notice there's one nearby, saying they'll try it too. But when they try to pick up that weight, the newcomer thinks it's definitely just a replica. They question how the Lord is lifting that thing, but the other calls them all over, asking why they're making so much noise. They even question if they went there to play, and everyone behaves. And that's the night Oran Zosharong. So they talk to Zosharong, saying he's there, saying they were watching the Lord train, and Zosharong is surprised by what he sees, noting that it's true. But he also notices that the boy is doing pull-ups with the weight tied to his waist, it's that weakling. But he also sees that the boy's posture is very good, questioning what happened in that year. But then Oron gets all nervous, saying that it's nothing, and they may all find it incredible. But for the knights, it's nothing, and they question if it's true. However, the protagonist starts doing calisthenics now, leaving them even more surprised, even questioning if that's possible. And one of them talks to Oron, asking if he can do those things easily too, and he doesn't even answer, saying that it's already 6:10 a.m., asking how long they could stay chatting, telling them to. They line up now, and after a while, when the sun is fully in the sky, the protagonist picks up his sword and prepares to train some more, but he notices Ruru nearby, asking if she came to see her day. But he thinks no, he shouldn't worry about her, telling her to focus on his training, and if he wants to find his own swordsmanship, he can't keep swinging his sword like that guy. So he will train using the fencing techniques he learned at the academy. And so, a week later, the boy is training hard, and all those guards are asking how he can be like that, because he is running faster than them, without sweating and with steady breathing. And at that moment, one of them falls to the ground, saying he's tired of running, and the protagonist returns to him. The guard says Irene's stamina has improved considerably. So the boy asks if he's serious, and he says her training will end soon, asking if he won't join. Irene says she'll train a little more, and while thinking about her friends, believing how incredible they are, they persisted in the hard training at the Chrono Fencing Academy, completely alone, and that if he never had that dream, they would be nobody. He looks to the side and notices Ruru watching the training for a week. He wonders what she's thinking. Then the guy over there says the protagonist should be careful, so Irene asks why. And he says he heard rumors that mystical cap brings bad luck to those around her, as if she were cursed. The protagonist says he's not impressed by the soldiers avoiding Ruru. After all, they're only doing it because of the bad rumors. But then Marcos goes there, talking to the protagonist, asking if he has finished his training. However, Irene himself goes to Ruru, asking if she didn't say that he was persuasive, questioning why she isn't saying anything. He thinks that even if he approaches her, she isn't avoiding him. Then Ruru says that Sirio is fun to tease, but he's kind of boring, as he's as dull as hundreds of pebbles fallen in a valley. The boy is shocked by this comparison, saying that she's very mean, but she says she's going to give him a gift. He questions if she's going to do it out of the blue, and she says she's going to give it to him anyway, saying that she thinks humans call these things bribes. She tells him to take Sirio and say good things about her to Sirio. At that point, Marco says that it's a cat's eye, and the protagonist asks if it's expensive. Marco says that it certainly is, and a cat's eye that size could buy a quarter of the Prayer territory. Then the boy is too surprised, and Ruru likes what he's saying because he's saying things that put her in a good position. But he says he was only stating the value, and she says that what matters is the intention, and if it persuades the child, she will give her something good too. But the protagonist questions why she wants her sister to be her apprentice so much, since she's even considering giving her something like that. And she says it's just a well thought out question, and says it's simply because, and Irene is surprised that she has no reason, and she says she only wants her as her apprentice because she likes her, questioning if she needs another reason, and the boy says no, but still, they think that giving something as a bribe is too much, and Ruru questions what that means, asking if he's saying he doesn't know the value of money, and Marcos tries to say that's not what he was saying, but Ruru says it seems like she is, asking him if he's acting like that stupid girl, and even though she's a cat, she knows the value of a cat's eye. So she says that humans care too much about gems and gold, and there are so many other things more important than that, telling him to take a look at it. A wooden ball, and Marcos says it certainly is. And she says that wooden ball has a scent that she loves very much, but there's no way she can get more of it, because it's a treasure she'll never trade. Not even dozens of cat eyes, and that's not all. There's more, showing them the fox's tail, full of memories from the time when he didn't know mystical arts. And this is a doll she received from a friendly stray cat, asking if they've seen it, saying that these treasures can't be bought with gold or gems. And Marco says that's certainly sensible, and the protagonist says he didn't expect her to think of things like that, noting that it's one of the things that can't be bought with money. And then Ruru says that he won't find treasures like that anywhere else, while she talks all silly, and Irene starts to think she likes this cat. Then Ruru talks to him again, telling Irene to take it and speak well of it to Quirio, but he apologizes, saying he can't accept that. And she's surprised, asking what he's talking about, asking if he was even listening, because that thing is super valuable. And he says that he also heard that there are things more important than money, and she's totally disconcerted because that's not what she planned. And he says that instead of words formed because of a bribe, he will tell her exactly how he feels about it, the gold. Then she starts saying that she doesn't know if she could get it, but she thought she could win him over with it, but she thinks she can't do anything. But even so, that doesn't change the fact that he's an easier opponent than Quirio, and she's going to keep trying to persuade him from now on. And then, the next day, she goes to Irene, saying she has a big problem, asking him to hurry up, and he asks what happened, telling her to tell him what it was while he follows. Then she tells him to stay with her while she eats. Then he asks if that's the big problem, and she says she gets nervous when she doesn't have anyone by her side while she eats, asking what could be more problematic, and the protagonist actually sits next to her to wait for her to eat, and the next day, she comes back saying it really is a big problem. He asks what it is this time, and she takes him to a kitten that's lying there, asking if the boy knows what he's thinking, and the protagonist says he's not sure, asking what it is, and she says that she just asked him, questioning why he's returning the question she asked, and the boy gets all embarrassed. Irene questions if she wasn't telling him to guess, since she knew the answer. She questions how he could know what the other cats were thinking, and he starts laughing at her awkwardly. She asked what's so funny, but the boy says it's nothing, and she continues questioning what it was while he laughs with her, but he ends up noticing something, remembering that Ian said he has a year, telling him to find his own path with the sword until then, and then he gets up. And Ruru finds that strange, and questions where he's going like that out of nowhere, while continuing to call her, and already, during the rain, he thinks he doesn't have time for this. He needs to find his way with the sword as quickly as possible, and says he lost his way after leaving the fencing academy, and now he has no idea what to do. And with that he picks up the sword, and goes back to training, and he questions how he should do it. While Ruru sees him wielding his sword, she manages to see that other man behind him, while Irene wonders how he will find his way with the sword, but he thinks that in the end, he is striking like himself. But then, Ruru asks Irene if he has already learned mystical arts, getting close. He questions what she's saying out of nowhere, but then Ruru uses her magic to open time there, and the sun shines again. She speaks to Irene, asking him to be her apprentice, seeing all that brightness coming from the cat. He senses a heavy atmosphere, and Ruru isn't himself. She questions what happened, asking if he didn't hear her, saying she told him to be her apprentice, that she'll teach him many things, and they'll explore the exciting world of mystic arts together. He notices the heavy atmosphere has lifted as she becomes more cheerful, but he tells her he doesn't want to. She asks why, and he asks what she means by why, explaining that he's a swordsman, not a mystic. She says it's alright, and they should start learning now, and she'll teach him. But he says no, saying it's not like magic, so how can he learn mystic arts? He says it's not something he can learn alone, because he wants to, but she says he doesn't know anything, saying that there's no one more suited to the mystical arts than a swordsman with great willpower, and from what she sees, he has a great possibility of awakening an ability that will help him in his swordsmanship. He asks her what that means, and she asks if he knows the difference between swordsmen, mages, and mystics. He says he doesn't, and she gets all excited, saying she'll only tell him once, and he should listen carefully. She explains that all martial artists, including swordsmen, focus on their bodies, in other words, on their inner selves, and after tireless training and reinforcement, they obtain an unlimited, mysterious power, the aura. On the other hand, mages focus on their surroundings, in other words, on their exterior. They analyze the mother and the mysterious power found in nature, and try to understand the principles, laws, and logic of the world. But then she asks a mystic what they mean, and many say that they are an existence that they make stubborn demands on the world, and they are an existence that asks for the impossible to happen, and they are an unprecedented existence, ignoring the laws and common sense of the world, and transforming their will, which they sincerely want, into reality, and that is a mystic. But she keeps questioning who they are calling stubborn, because as a mystic, she has a lot to complain about, but in reality, most of what they say is true. But he must understand one thing: mystics need a determination strong enough to be able to change the entire world alone, and they need an extraordinary, incomparable heart, which normal people cannot even imagine. And furthermore, the power of a mystic is proportional to the power of their heart, and the vertical cut he just demonstrated. She felt an unbreakable will in him, and he has the desire to cut something, and that is enough. And with even the slightest help, he can awaken his mystical arts, which will definitely be helpful for his swordsmanship. But then he apologizes again, saying he still can't, and she complains about why, insisting a lot, and he says it's not like he doesn't want to learn mystical arts, but he can't do it with the swordsmanship he's shown now, so she tells him to stop dragging it out and speak properly, and he says it's difficult to explain, and that swordsmanship isn't his. Then she realizes that this is a very unexpected response, but then he thinks that maybe if he goes to Roro, she might understand the secret of his dreams, and so he begins to tell her the whole truth. She says it's fascinating, suggesting it might be something like possession, but the boy doesn't know what that means. She says she's heard of several cases where some people have the soul, memories, or personality of a completely different existence within them, and she says it's not the same case as his, but it's similar. She questions what prevents him from learning mystical arts, and the boy thinks for a moment, saying that that even a mystic like Roro shows this kind of reaction after seeing it once. He notices that the man's swordsmanship must be quite impressive, but he tells her he can't yet, and he has no plans to awaken mystical arts for someone else's desire. She tells him not to be like that, and that they should try, because it will be fun, and she promises. But he says he wants to find his own path with the sword, and she questions him about it. He talks about his path, but she asks what his path is. And he still doesn't know what to answer, and she questions which one he was swinging, different from the one she just showed him, asking if that's his path. And the boy doesn't even know what to answer, and thinks that in the end he's gone back to being a homebody. So Roro observes him while he's lost in his thoughts, and she says she thinks it's time for the master to give her pupil some advice. And she questions what she means by pupil, since he already said he won't learn, and she says it seems he misunderstood something, and what he's been doing so far isn't effort. He questions what it is, and she repeats that it's not effort, and to put it more simply, it was just a waste of time. Then some time later, already lying in bed, he continues thinking about it, noticing that his head is a complete mess because of what Roro said. Then Marcos calls him asking if he can come in, and the protagonist lets him. And inside he talks about that mystical cat, asking if Roro is there. He questions why, wondering if something happened, and Marcos says he has two things to tell him. The first is about the upcoming expedition, and the conference for the Union of the Sun expedition will be held by his family in a few days, and the head of the family will speak about it, so he must decide in advance whether or not to participate. Irene says she understands, and Marcos says the second thing is about Roro, mentioning that there are bad rumors about her, and rumors that she was in a guild called Oracle in the eastern part of the continent, and that the guild was completely destroyed after she left. He also discussed that after Jack's second son, Fifi, became her disciple, he lost his life in an unfortunate accident. Even the once wealthy Balvani merchant group experienced a drop in sales after encountering Black Cat, and the protagonist asks if he's right. Marcos confirms that the Oracle's downfall, the fall of the Balvani merchant group, and the Jack Fifi incident are all true. However, Irene asks if he has proof that Roro was involved in these events, and he says that, to be honest, no, and the fact that she was there is all he knows. Irene replies that she must not have done it then, but Marcos tells Irene that he knows the rumors could be false, and the Black Cat's superstition and those unfortunate events may have been linked by chance, forming a completely unfounded rumor. And then he says that the mystical cat couldn't have done anything wrong. However, there's no need to put oneself in danger, potentially, but the protagonist just keeps thinking. And so he says he's sorry if he went too far, saying he's going to leave. Meanwhile, he notices Roro was nearby, asking her not to think badly of Marcos, and he's only worried about her. He says what he said before, that he won't hesitate for anything, and he's going to tell Quirio exactly how he feels about her. He says that from what he's seen, she doesn't have a bad personality to threaten other people, and that she's unique compared to others, and a little different from humans, but has many other good points. At least that's what he thinks. He'll tell Quirio exactly what he just said, despite what the rumors say. Then, downstairs, she asks if something bad happened, why she's with Quirio and him, and he notices she was there as he thought. Then she says she's going to ask something, questioning if what Marcos just said is true. She says yes, so the protagonist asks if she was the one who did all those things, but she leaves from downstairs saying, of course not, and she was just playing around. But at the Oracle, the tower was destroyed because of two disgusting old men fighting, and the children in the merchant group were always fighting, and even at Jackal 5, it was the same thing. And he notices that it's a series of events coincidentally caused by bad luck, or Haru is lying, and whether it's the first or the last, both are dangerous, but still he says it will be alright, and she doesn't quite understand, and he says he means everything will be alright even if they're together. But she keeps asking all pitiful if she isn't a black cat, which carries bad luck. And the protagonist becomes more reassured, saying that everything is fine, saying that he had his bad rumors too, and she questions him about that. And he says that he was like her, and although it was partly her fault. And anyway, he will make his judgment based on what he sees and feels. And if bad luck crossed his path after associating with her, he will think about what he was doing when that moment arrives. And Haru gets all emotional. And he says that the people around her might worry, but he'll try to calm their concerns. Then she simply climbs onto the bed, saying she'll handle it, taking out a ball. And he says it's super expensive and even better than the cat's eye, telling her to take it and tell everyone that she's not a bad cat, saying she's leaving. But he asks her to wait, saying he already said he wouldn't accept any bribes. But he notices she disappeared in an instant. But looking at that thing, he realizes it's something she showed him last time. Then notices it's one of her treasures, but he wonders if it's too big. Man, she's so cute. She's so cute. Oh my god, she's so cute. So cute so far, one of the top characters. Although every character in this work so far has been very good, except for the people in that family who don't like the protagonist family. They're kind of idiots. And so, a week later, Haru speaks with Garon, welcoming him back, until the protagonist notices something and gets a little tense. Garon then speaks with Irene, saying that he's become much more masculine since the last time he saw him, and he simply thanks his father. He speaks to Viscon, asking him to take him inside, and then joins everyone else. While eating, the protagonist still has nothing left in his food, and he remembers Marco saying that he should keep something in mind, that it's good for him to remember that there are no friendly families there. And although they have no conflict with the Bauer and Fried families, that doesn't mean they are friends with them either. He looks at both Baron Fried and Baron Bauer, and Marco says that the families showing some animosity towards the Pereira family are the Lester, Russell, and Garon families. He told the boy to be careful, especially with Viscount Fio and the Garon family, as they have had a bad relationship with them for generations. Then the protagonist father thanks everyone for giving their precious time in the name of the security of the southern trade route and toasts to the prosperity and peace of the southern families. Everyone raises their glass, but the protagonist realizes he really will have to drink and questions whether he has to drink all of it as it's too bitter. But then he notices something. The boy questions why everyone is staring at him, wondering if he's made a mistake. Garon then speaks to Irene, explaining that the way he's holding the glass is a little wrong. He says why wine is sensitive to temperature, and holding it that way will transfer the heat from his hand to the wine. That's why he should hold the narrowest part of the glass, the stem. He apologizes, but Garon laughs, questioning why he's apologizing. He says these things happen, and now he should try to hold it properly this time, adding that he should stretch out his little finger too. The boy doesn't quite understand, and Garon asks if he doesn't know. He explains that during times when spices were scarce, they were held with the thumb and little finger to avoid waste, but holding the glass with all fingers wastes the spices because the moisture absorbs them. The protagonist is confused, and Garon says of course, they're not in those times anymore, but nobles must have. Lester, with his knowledge of table manners, confirms that it's true, stating that the distinction between nobles and commoners lies in the smallest details. The other man agrees, and Garon disagrees, saying his words were almost twisted in a strange way. He tells Harem that Lester didn't mean that, asking Varao Pereira not to misunderstand. However, the protagonist's father says he didn't understand. Garon then says it's a relief, and that he only said those words thinking of Irene. He then looks at his son and asks Ryan if he listened to the symphony he recommended. The boy says yes, mentioning that he especially liked the second piece. Lester says his musical sensibilities are quite profound, asking Irene what kind of music he listens to. The boy replies that he doesn't particularly listen to any music. Lester asks if that's true, saying that he mentioned going to the fencing academy, implying he probably didn't have much time. However, he says it will be beneficial for gaining more culture, adding that it would be embarrassing for both parties if the conversation died too soon. But he's being very coy, saying it's just a joke, telling the boy not to worry about it. Meanwhile, Ryan stares at the boy, wondering what that means, feeling like someone who can't even answer basic noble questions, thinking that all of this is a result of his laziness and ignorance as a lazy noble. And this is the moment when irresponsibility, the fact that Varao Pereira allowed him to be negligent all this time, is completely obvious, and he thinks there's nothing he can do. The protagonist starts trembling, and his father asks if Irene is alright. He apologizes, saying he's not feeling well and asks if he can leave. His father allows it, and the boy runs away, thinking he's escaped again. He says he thought he'd become more confident and could handle this, but he realizes he had no idea how much pain his father had endured. He wonders how much pain his father and mother have endured, thinking he's a terrible son. Then he picks up his sword and starts swinging it around, saying he doesn't know and doesn't even know what he's swinging. But then he remembers talking to Guerrero, asking what she meant by wasted effort, and she says that's exactly it, completely pointless, and overloading his body just by making the movements isn't. It's about effort, putting your whole body and heart into achieving a purpose. That's what effort is all about, and it means that using your heart is just as important as using your body, and a sincere heart that supports all sincere actions is something very important. She asks Irene what he thinks, asking if he can truly say he put his heart into his effort, and he shouts that he doesn't know about that either, and finishes another blow. He thinks he really doesn't know, but then the Lester family children go over, asking if he's really there. One of them says the protagonist's posture is impressive. He thinks it wasn't a lie, that he went to a fencing academy, and says it's boring waiting until the adults stop talking. He asks what he thinks of a duel, but Martin asks why he's silent, questioning if he not only doesn't know how to hold a wine glass, but even a sword. All three continue laughing at Irene, and he says he thinks a year is a short time to learn how to hold a sword, and at least it's a short time for the lazy lord. They all laugh, but seeing that the protagonist turned to them, one of them asks what he wants, and Kaiser says he's impressed. However, the protagonist tells them to go to. He was ready to beat everyone up. While the protagonist is standing facing them, one of them complains about what he's saying, calling him arrogant, saying he'll fight him, and that it's been a while since he held a sword, but that he, who only trained for a year, is no match for him, and he thinks he's going to properly embarrass the protagonist. But then, Irene looks at him with a huge, absurd laugh, and Kaiser says he'll see what he's made of, questioning how much he's improved, saying he'll let him make the first attack. The protagonist really goes all out, taking the sword from his hand, an attack that stops at the boy's neck and almost knocks him out. He's surprised by how fast the protagonist is. Then Irene asks who's next of the three, but Kaiser tells him to wait, that it doesn't count, and the protagonist questions why not. And he says he didn't say he started, calling him a coward, because if he attacks so suddenly, that won't count. So the protagonist says it's okay, so he can come again. And the boy's hand is trembling, staring at his sword. But then Martin tells him he'll do it in his place, and the boy questions what he's talking about, telling him to forget it. But Martin says he knows that it's because he left Hish's guard is down. But he goes ahead, ordering the boy to stay there, very seriously. The boy just listens. Then Martin says he'll only feel better after facing him. One of the twins says that coward attacked him when he wasn't ready, asking if his brother heard. And he says yes, that shameless bastard really did it, making him look at him all smug after a dirty trick. Then they tell Martin that he won't lose, and that he's different. The protagonist asks if they're going to start, and Martin says yes, going after the boy and throwing some punches, but Irene keeps blocking them all. He's getting happy, thinking it's useless to just block. But while he's blocking, the boys even think Martin is doing well. But the boy questions why he isn't tired, since Irene is stopping his attacks with a really bored look on her face, and he doesn't even seem to be trying. The boy makes him retreat with a single swing of his sword, and Martin starts to wonder if he was swaying so impatiently because he was starting to get tired. And then Irene lunged at him with absurd speed, unleashing a totally heavy attack, making the boy stagger backward, and he began to realize what was happening, wondering when his hands got so injured. And so Irene asked if he wasn't going to attack. He thought he couldn't attack anymore and didn't want to continue, asking someone to stop the fight because the protagonist was going to finish him off. But then Ryan appeared, asking why they didn't stop like that because it seemed clear there was a winner, telling Martin to stop before his hands got worse. After all, he shouldn't have any injuries. And Martin agreed. And then Ryan noticed that Irene had really improved, asking if he wasn't going to duel with him, too, if possible, with real swords. So the protagonist just agreed. And Ryan said that he liked his new personality and that it was cool. And the protagonist was actually going to pick up his sword. And Ryan, seeing that, wondered if this was beginner's vigor, because accepting a real sword fight is a bit much. And it seems that after returning from the fencing academy, his vigor has increased. However, he thinks he should leave a small scar on his face or something like that, but he disagrees, since he's still a nobleman, so he should at least spare his face. He says he'll let him make the first attack, as if the veteran who learned fencing before him should at least do that. But the protagonist doesn't react very well, and Ryan questions if he didn't like it, wondering if he should just go all out, thinking he's doing him a favor. But then the protagonist actually accepts his offer, and he's surprised by what Irene is doing, saying it's right, and starts laughing, telling the boy that to think he would one day duel against him, and thinks it's a strange feeling, saying that in the past he was just a cowardly piece of shit. And they all went up to the boy mocking Irene, and tells him to come, saying that he hopes he won't be disappointed. And with that, the protagonist gets furious, gripping his sword tightly, but he calms down. And Ryan finds it funny, but the protagonist concentrates as much as possible, and everyone notices that he closed his eyes, asking if he's crazy, until the protagonist opens his eyes in a completely focused way, and Ryan realizes that it's coming. And when he performs that attack, Ryan sees all of his sly flashes before his eyes, and he begins to run backward until he hits his back against the wall. He wonders what that was, and why he retreated so far, and questions whether he was afraid of that lazy nobleman's attack. He is terrified, but ends up noticing that something did happen during that attack, because his sword detaches from his hand. My friend, the thing is, this manhwa is a bit lighter in genre, because if it were a gory manhwa, he'd only realize his head was falling off because he'd see the world turned upside down. When he sees the sword breaking, he only sees the protagonist completely focused on the other side, and they're all shocked that Irene won. Ryan wonders what happened, how the hell he did it, since their swords didn't even touch, and he asks him how. But then the father of the two wimps comes out, saying they were dueling each other. That's when he sees his father. But when his father looks at the boy, he asks Ryan why his sword is like that, and he says he lost a duel against Aaron. All three are speechless, and even Iron's father is surprised that he defeated Ryan. Ryan wonders what he should do, until he decides he should be as confident as possible, so he tells Mr. Stewart to take it, ordering. He acts as if it's nothing serious, and he says that Iron's sword was very powerful, and the attack came from about 5 meters away, but his sword was split in two, and so he was even more surprised. And the boy sees that he is in a very bad situation. Then his father says that he understands, saying that Iron's swordsmanship must have been excellent. In fact, he trained at the Chronic Fencing Academy for a year, so the boy shouldn't be an opponent for him, and the other baron thinks it's a blessing for his southern union, and he has no doubt that Iron's surprising growth will be of great help in the subjugation, and they all agree, and Iron's father is happy. Then he says that since the union ended late, they will leave, as they head towards the carriage. change. The father talks to Ryan, supposing that he lost a duel on purpose to make him happy, and it seems that his relationship with the Pereiras, which was on the verge of breaking, has been mended, but he says that in next time, he won't accept any changes to the plans, so he should keep that in mind, and Ryan remains quiet, accepting the lie he tells himself, trembling with hatred. But then Ryan talks to Stuart, telling him to prepare 3 or 5 apprentices when they return to the location. Meanwhile, the protagonist's father says that he doesn't have to participate, and although the subjugation is an important event, becoming an official apprentice of the Chronic Fencing Academy is more important. The boy is questioned about whether it wouldn't be more important to spend his time sharpening his sword instead of wasting it on this event. Jironi then says he will participate in the subjugation, further surprising his father. The boy says he wants to participate no matter what, knowing his father is worried. He will overcome his shortcomings and do his absolute best during these 3 weeks, showing him he can alleviate all his worries. He also says that if his father isn't satisfied afterward, he will give up. His father then thinks. And while the boy leaves, Preza continues training, and so his mother and sister watch over the boy, while she is very worried. Then she asks her mother if he will be alright, and she tells Jironi that of course, saying that her brother is doing his best, and that he only needed to believe in the boy's efforts. She questions if Jironi can believe in her brother too, and with that, she agrees. Meanwhile, he is swinging his sword, as it's the only thing he can do. He thinks that he will no longer unload his burdens on his family, telling himself that he will not allow them to be mocked because of him, and because of him. All because of him. He continues swinging his sword fiercely, and he says that the sight of his family going through sadness and suppressing their anger is something that fills him with hatred, and he promises that he will do everything so that they never have to see that again. Then he begins to get tired, questioning how it was, questioning Aurora about his current appearance and what he is doing, asking if he still looks like himself. It's a wasted effort, and she says no, saying that what he's doing now is definitely effort. He then asks her if he can learn mystic arts, and she confirms his question, saying that he can. He asks her to teach him, saying he'll do anything she tells him to do. But then she tells him not to be impatient, saying she'll teach him, but not now, saying he should organize his feelings for today. She says she doesn't know what happened, but he should rest for now, and they'll start tomorrow. He simply accepts this, and then he talks to Marcos in the morning, saying he'll leave everything to him. Marcos tells the boy not to overwork himself. He talks to Roro, saying that no one is coming into the training room that day, and he asked his father to restrict entry. She says that's good, but he asks Roro where she got those glasses, saying they're cute, but still a bit strange. She says the outfit is important. Trivial things like that can alter your. She talks about his mindset, and he says he understands. She explains that, as she said before, the heart is crucial in the mystical arts. He needs his heart to make his desire a reality, and in his case, it's protecting his family. He agrees with this, so she asks what he thinks he should do to make that desire even stronger. The boy says he's not sure, and she says the most common path is easy, superstition. He doesn't understand anything, and she says it's like humor that doesn't have plausible proof. However, that in itself is a belief, and nothing is more important than that in the mystical arts. Then she says that no matter how unfounded a story is, the power of the mystical arts depends on how strongly you believe in it. People from ancient times revered large stones or the sun as goddesses, and it is said that they tried to fulfill their desires through religious ceremonies, and they used religious beliefs, which is considered the strongest among beliefs, and it is effective to sacrifice someone as a price. However, it is better to avoid things like that, and instead of awakening mystical arts, it is more likely that he will be swept away by the whispers of demons. So she says that anyway, the method that best suits him is swordsmanship training filled with a strong desire, and she questions what he is doing, telling him to hurry up and get his sword. I think I'll buy some glasses and a little tie for my cat. I don't know. I think it will look good. And so, the protagonist continues training. However, now under Ruru's supervision, he stops to concentrate and remembers when she told him to continue training in Jagrema. He's surprised that she wants him to train as he has been training until now. And she says it's completely different, I promise. Or rather, she wonders which word would have more impact and says they'll call it a contract. She tells him to swing his sword sincerely 1,000 times a day, putting his heart into the sword with the thought of how he can move forward, and to do it stronger as the days go by. It's similar to the superstition she mentioned before, and just because he trains every day doesn't mean he'll reach the point he wants. However, by repeating actions related to his desire, his beliefs and the power of his heart will strengthen, and it will become stronger each day that he fulfills the contract. And she says it's different from before, telling him to put his whole heart into it, and he thinks so, and just swinging the sword doesn't make it different from before, and he starts to feel that. It's difficult, questioning whether he just has to swing harder with all his strength, or if he should put his love for his family into the movements, and this while remembering his stupid past and reflecting on it. Besides that, he has to desire incredible swordsmanship skills that wouldn't be ignored by anyone, and Ruru, seeing that, thinks that it's enough for now that he started thinking about it, and as long as he works hard, he will definitely be able to awaken. And she thinks about that phrase that mystical arts awaken with effort, and it may be completely unfounded, but for the current Irene, such an awakening suits him. And so the boy continues focused and obsessed, and goes to day 2, to day 4, and continues forward swinging the sword until he reaches day 10, and he throws the sword to the ground, thinking that 10 days have already passed, questioning whether he is really doing the right thing, and he questions whether he is wasting his time. But then Ruru goes to Irene, and she asks him if he knows how to cool a burning heart and then crush that heart, hard as stone, into grains of sand, and says that there is doubt, there is self-doubt, and despite this, it is natural. His heart cannot always remain the same, and when the burning passion you once had disappears and your body becomes heavy, it begins to have useless thoughts, and at those times his thoughts tend to flow negatively. That is why he does not do it alone, but does it together, and when he does not believe in himself, he must believe in others who believe in him, and when that person begins to suffer, he must reciprocate the belief they gave him, and when he's with others, his steps will be much bolder. But he says that probably no one believes in him like that, wiping it from his face. But she questions why he thinks that way, and he says that he was a coward who was busy doing nothing and running away from everything, and there is no one who would like him or believe him. But Ruru tells him that she does believe in him, and he's surprised. And she questions if he didn't tell her before that he's like hundreds of pebbles in a valley, and says she was wrong, and she's still a pebble, but a super soft, robust, and beautiful pebble, and she doesn't think many people would hate such a beautiful pebble. And for reference, here he goes to a sapphire, but she says that, although she's a cat and not a person, from what a cat like her can see, many people around her like him, so he shouldn't rush to conclusions on his own, and says that the lesson for that day is over, telling him to think about it in his room. Then she leaves, and he goes back to lie down looking at the chandelier and thinking, questioning who believes in him, talking about his mother, his father, and that he waited 10 years for him to recover, and if his family didn't believe in him, he probably wouldn't even have thought about taking up the sword of his own free will. He also thinks about his friends, the academy doctor, and the instructors, and Ruru, thinking that everyone believed in his inadequate will. Wonders if he could become someone who receives so much faith from others. His body begins to emanate that aura once more, and he declares that he wants to be, no matter what. Then something happens, and Kiryu, from below, senses the energy fluctuation, thinking it's a powerful energy of mystical arts. He runs to his brother, and Ruru, seeing Kiryu arrive, is surprised. She asks what it is, and why her brother is there. She explains that Irene awakened the mystical arts, and Kiryu questions how he could have awakened them, saying she's never heard of such an awakening. Ruru is embarrassed to explain, and Kiryu tells her to go tell him what the hell is going on. She explains that Irene went into his own heart to fulfill his wish. The girl doesn't understand, and Kiryu agrees, saying it's a space no one can enter or interfere with. It's a space just for him. Even so, that's the most ideal way to fulfill his desire, and at that, the girl begins to tremble with hatred, and Ruru says that Irene will continue training there until he obtains a result that satisfies him. Then she asks when he will leave, and when he can leave, and Ruru says that he will be able to leave as soon as he obtains a result that satisfies him. But nobody knows when that will happen, and the girl is completely devastated. Ruru says it could be tomorrow, in a month, a year, or it might not even happen, and she wonders if she did it again, curse someone again, begging Irene to let him return safely. Meanwhile, the protagonist is in a dream and wonders what this wall is, but he notices that it's the same dream with that man with the sword, defending his blows right in front of him, and he notices that it's the dream of the man swinging his sword, and he's swinging it as always. Just like always, never changing, but he notices something, because that man turns around and looks Irene deep into her eyes, and he can see that man looking at him, and the protagonist is shocked, questioning why on earth he's looking at him. Then that man with an absurd aura looks at the protagonist in an increasingly firm way, and he begins to emanate that aura, and the protagonist doesn't understand anything, because the aura is going directly to the boy, and that aura grabs his arms, and the boy is terrified. Then that being simply pulls the protagonist towards him and merges with him. After a while, he wakes up and wonders if it's because he had a bad dream, saying his bed feels a little hard, but he notices it's not even his bed. He questions why he's on the floor, and those aren't even his clothes. He realizes he's still dreaming, and when he looks to the side, he notices the man has disappeared. He questions what's happening, as this has never happened before. He wonders if this could be the place, and he thinks this is a situation that can't be explained with words. He remembers the mystic arts, wondering if he has awakened them. He thinks that if this is a space manifested by his desire, then this place is a training ground. So he picks up his sword and feels very happy. He notices it's a space where he won't be bothered by anyone, a space just for him. He thinks he's right, swinging his sword, believing that in that place he will definitely find his path of the sword. Swinging that great sword ever stronger, he swings it until night falls, and he thinks it's only beginning, but it's already dark, saying it would be good if it were always light, but he can't do anything, and he'll stop there for today and continue tomorrow. But he notices that the sun is once again in the sky, and so he is overjoyed, realizing that this is what the mystic arts are, saying it would be good if it were spring, and with that, the flowers truly begin to bloom, and he says he'll create a breeze so it doesn't get too hot, and he shapes the whole place. And he goes to the house that was nearby, and inside the house, he says that since he just finished training, the place should put him in comfortable clothes. And soon after he sat down, the table was set, and he thinks that this place is the best, and this is the most ideal environment to focus on the sword, thinking that the power of the mystic arts is truly incredible. And so 5 days pass since he entered the other world, and he thinks that no matter how many sometimes he sleeps, he always wakes up there, wondering if he can't leave that place until he reaches his goal. And also about that man he met before entering that place, and he questions what kind of relationship they have for him to appear right when he was awakening the mystic arts. And the boy thinks that he shouldn't have those kinds of useless thoughts. He should just focus on training to spin a scale on the sword again, putting his heart into his movements, and he already swung it 2,000 times yesterday, and will swing it 3,000 times now, going to 3,022, 4,509, 5,471, 5,645, and going today to 111, since he entered that world. And he thinks he can't swing it more than 6,000 times, wondering what he's doing wrong, but he thinks everything is fine, telling himself not to doubt himself, wanting to continue swinging. And with that, he goes up to 6,695, and when he looks back, he thinks he relaxed too much because he got used to that environment, and so the environment keeps changing, and he arrives at day 353 since he entered that other world, and he notices that he only swayed 5,695 times and ended up decreasing. And he says that, thinking about it, he hasn't rested once in the last year. He was overworking himself, and he says he's going to pull himself together and continue the next day. Then, on day 417 in that world, he's swinging until his hand starts to hurt, and he notices that his right hand is a little numb. Since this could affect his training tomorrow if it continues, he should stop there that day. So, it's been 624 days since he entered the other world, and 96 days since he last held a sword. Once again, he's sprawled on the bed, completely apathetic. He says that, to tell the truth, it was obvious this would happen, since he's lived more than half his life as a lazybones. He remembers when he was training, and says that his swordsmanship wasn't by choice either, but because of that man he imitated, the man of his dreams. So he looks at himself now, saying that he went to that place to find his own path with the sword in his own power. But after that man disappeared, everything seems to have collapsed, and the training he so stubbornly did wasn't anything to do with swinging an insignificant sword. He gave his best for a year, and that was all he achieved. But as he lies curled up to sleep, he creates a sheet and says that he doesn't even know how long it's been since he went to that place, and if time there is flowing the same way as in the real world, then he's wasting a lot of time now, and so he thinks it doesn't matter anymore because he can just live comfortably in that place since there's no one else there. But someone calls Irene, and he's surprised, questioning who it is until she tells him to hurry up and get up, saying that he needs to start his early morning training, and he's surprised to see Ilha there, asking how she's there. But he ends up getting caught on something and falls face down on the ground and is surprised. And the girl laughs at him, asking if he's really happy to see her, and also asks if he's not thinking of running using that. And then he actually goes for a run with her, saying that there wasn't a trail there, questioning when it appeared, and she talks to Irene, saying that it seems he's slowing down, telling him to keep up the pace, and so the boy tries to continue. And he says it's been a long time since he last ran until sunrise, and the girl tells him to sit down quickly, because after they eat, they'll go straight to fencing training, and so he just agrees while eating, looking at her, and she asks what's wrong, and if he has anything to say, and he questions how he's there, and she tells him not to ask such useless questions, and to hurry up and eat, because they'll be late for training, and he just shoves the food down his throat, obeying her order. But when they go to train, she asks if he's been messing around these days, saying his posture is terrible, and she says her heart is completely empty. She tells him he needs to fill it in to make proper movements, saying Ruru taught him that, and he questions how she knows Ruru, and she says she already told him to stop asking useless questions, telling him to just keep swinging his sword, telling him to do it 1,000 more times, and the boy just agrees to keep doing it, and until nightfall. He gets very tired, and she says it was a good job, saying that this is all for the day, saying he'd see her next time, while disappearing into the middle of the yard. He says he was right, and she wasn't real, and so, exhausted by nightfall, he says he doesn't even have to try to sleep now, but questions how he appeared in the world of mystical arts, wondering if he unconsciously summoned her, but still he thinks it wasn't so bad. However, the next day things change a bit, and Judith arrives, questioning what he's doing, telling him to wake up, saying the sun is already up there, questioning for how much longer, and he goes to sleep asking if the boy wants to die, and he's surprised to see her there, and she drags him outside, asking if he saw, saying she said this guy would be paid, and now Breath and Ella also appear, and he questions Irene about what happened, saying that it's not his type to sleep too much, saying that this is new. Then Judith tells him to get a sword, because they're going to duel, and Breath says he hasn't even warmed it up yet, trying to think before speaking, but the girl starts arguing with him, and Ella takes the protagonist away, telling him to go with her, saying they'll let them train there. He starts swinging his sword again, and notices his posture is bad again, wondering if it's because he rested too much. However, Ella talks to Irene, saying everything is fine, he's swaying a little, but he's definitely improving, and she says he can do it. He feels a little awkward, but when he looks to the side, he sees that the two of them are also expecting something from him. He asks them not to look at him like that, and he thinks that for him, incapable of doing anything without help, for someone weak and lazy like him, all the help he's giving him makes him wonder why they believe in him so much. Then, on another day, he continues running, thinking he's tired, noticing that it's difficult to breathe, and his feet are heavier too. He thinks he's at his limit now, but questions why, because he feels he can run a little more. So he continues while Judith pauses him with everything, saying he won't lose. And after this crazy running training, he starts a battle with Breath, who fights him with everything he has. And he says he's going at him again with another thrust, and the protagonist barely stops his attack, defending himself from each of Breath's attacks. And he says that the boy is doing very well, and today he is more stable than before. But the protagonist goes at him with another attack, almost hitting Breath's face, who jumps back and dodges the attack. But while he is fleeing, the protagonist appears right behind the boy and tries to hit him, but Breath turns quickly, defending the attack, but is thrown far away, and the two clash swords once more, and Judith says that Irene needs a little more, saying that he almost caught him, and then Ilya thinks that it's the first time Breath has maintained a continuous distance, and the boy says that Irene is truly impressive, and Irene says that this is thanks to him, and thinks that Juro was right, and he was wrong. There's no need to suffer alone. So he continues training more and more, and then he remembers what the orc told him, that if he does this with the people you trust, and the people Thade loves it, he can overcome it. And he remembers that role, and remembers that there's no need to be alone. And so Judith asks if he's finished, and the boy says yes, saying it's been 10,000 times, and he thinks he'll be standing alone now. And at that moment, Judith notices that her work is finished there, and Breath says that they don't know when he'll call her again. But then she tells him not to be nervous, and to work hard, and not to have doubts and notes again. And with that, the boy finally understands the message, and he tells her to do his best, while he thanks the friends who came to give him strength. Then he thinks that now it's time for him to try to start from scratch. So he swings his sword once more. And in the morning, he arrives on day 1237. Since he entered that world, he runs off swinging his sword. He goes to day 1292. Since he entered that world, following that same routine, he arrives on day 1375. Since he entered that world, once again, following the routine and swinging his sword, going to the day 1492. 1566, advancing further and further, going to the day 1613 and moving on. While diligently training, he goes to the day 1687, since he entered that world, going to the day 1755, still swinging his sword, even with the snow. And so, once again, the sun shines, and everything thaws, until he finally manages to achieve what he wanted. His body is completely gleaming. He reaches a point where the boy has evolved too much, and the creature is shining like a Christmas tree. Then he finally picks up the sword, breathes, concentrates, and thinks that this reminds him of when he was in a place of swords, and he feels the same way, wondering how much he has grown, but still a smile comes to his face, wondering if he should call them after so long, saying that there is something that needs them to, and then they all appear. And as they look at him, they are surprised, and Judith asks if he called her to talk about her height, but the protagonist says no. So she asks what it was about, because if it's something stupid, she'll leave. But then, the protagonist calls them to go, and the girl immediately accepts the challenge to battle. However, the protagonist says no, stating that they must all go at the same time. With that, he swings his sword, raising a huge cloud of dust, and then orders them all to attack him, with a confident look on his face. My friend, he must be incredibly strong. I'm going to get goosebumps in the next chapter. I can already see it. Then, Judith asks if they heard that, and Ilya says yes, noticing that he's changed. changed. Judith asks when he became so audacious, but Brief says he doesn't think so. He wants to hear it from her. So the protagonist thinks it probably won't be easy, but still he feels he won't lose. And when everyone prepares to attack him, he closes his eyes and listens to the footsteps. Knowing what's going to happen, he sees every move Judith makes as she lunges at him, and so he goes directly to the girl. Preparing to attack her, he strikes, forcing her to defend herself. A Brief arrives from behind, almost striking her. The protagonist lunges at the boy's neck, but he dodges slightly backward. Ilya then tries to hit him from behind, but he quickly moves aside, ducking and dodging her attack. He manages to defend against all three attacks and attack simultaneously. Ilya starts to be pushed back, but Judith jumps over him, attacking from above. The protagonist moves aside before she can hit him, but she doesn't stop her attack and doesn't stop on top of him again. She defends against his attack once more and says it seems he wasn't just bluffing. The protagonist says he understands and begins a counterattack. He goes after the girl while Brief and Ilya try to help him. Judith takes immense pressure from the protagonist's attacks, but Brief steps in front to try and stop the boy and defend her. She ends up joining him in an attempt to finish off Irene with a combined attack, but the boy manages to stop both attacks simultaneously while paying attention to Ilya, who attempts a pincer attack, leaving him helpless. When he looks back, he sees her performing the family's swordsmanship technique, making him a little nervous. However, his side slash manages to overcome all those techniques, and she realizes that the situation is absurd. Judith tries to attack from above again, but the protagonist manages to raise his sword and use Judith's own attack against her. The girl asks how he's using his swordsmanship, and the protagonist becomes increasingly pleased with how things are unfolding. Ilya recognizes that the defensive technique he used to dodge her attack belonged to Brief, and he confirms it. Brief asks how on earth he did it, and Ilya says it's all he knows how to do. Remembering everything they've taught him so far, Ilya has learned every lesson, and Ilya says that all he's ever known is to put all his effort into it. He's putting effort into something, and Ilya still hasn't fully grasped it, because he remembers that the fencing academy isn't enough, and he wants to acquire his own fencing skills. But he's not saying he'll give up on finding his own. He wants to create his own fencing, and his desire for the sword will be even greater, so he asks them to teach him their fencing techniques. But then, Judith starts calling him a swindler, a shameless thief, saying that those who have everything are the most selfish. But Prota, seeing this, speaks to Judith, saying that she should awaken the mystical arts too, and she starts cursing him, asking if he's really saying that. He wants to know why she's throwing his sword away, and says that he got there through his own efforts, but she tells him to shut up. Running after the boy, he notices that she's going to hit him if he stops, and after a while, he continues training with everyone, learning each of his fencing techniques and further improving with the memory of his friends, until he reaches the point where he manages to simply disarm Judith, leaving the girl on the ground. Then she thinks she shouldn't have taught him, saying that he won, telling him that she won't make it easy when they meet outside, and telling him to be prepared. And he says that he's right, saying that her thinks he's coming soon. And so he realizes he's succeeded, noticing that he's truly become stronger, and he thinks he's ready to leave now, hoping tomorrow will come quickly. But while he sleeps, something happens, and from inside that cabin comes a totally insane vibration, and that vibration gives life to a door. He wonders if this is the way out, noticing that there's no handle or latch. And when he looks to the side, he notices that the sword of the man of his dreams is stuck there on the ground, in front of the door. He thinks it means it's the key, and wonders if it's because he's taller now. Since he's the perfect size for him, he realizes how strange it is, because he went there to get rid of that man's sword, but to leave he has to use it. He thinks he would fall into despair and denial if he were his old self, but now he knows it's true that he changed after meeting that man of his dreams. And because of him, for the first time, he got out of bed and brandished a sword, and for the first time, he ran until he fainted. But everything he did, the adjustments and the balances, everything he did on that path to become like that man, wasn't his will. It was he who wielded the sword, and his will. With that, he cuts that door, and he thinks that this is his swordsmanship, and finally manages to wake up in his room, and thinks that he has finally returned, and notices that his room hasn't changed at all, and not much time has passed, and thank God he has to see his parents. But then, someone arrives meowing, and he thinks it's Roro, but notices it's not her. So Marcos starts talking to that cat, calling it cursed, asking how it got back inside after he closed all the doors. But then the protagonist calls Marcos, who is startled to see him there. Then he says that the protagonist has finally returned, and he asks Marcos what happened. And he says it's a great relief because he thought he would never get out of there. But the protagonist, he questions what he's talking about, not believing it. So he asks Marcos how long he slept, because judging by his reaction, it seems to have been quite a long time. Marcos tells him it's been 5 years, and the boy is surprised, because time passed just as it did in the other world. He questions his promise to him, the fencing master, and the subjugation with the family's honor at stake. He asks where his parents and loved ones are, if his family is alright. Then, everyone gathers with him once more after he wakes up, and the protagonist tells his father and mother that he's sorry, saying he was gone for a long time. He tells Irene not to worry, because he's very grateful that he returned safe and sound, thanking her son. Then the protagonist asks about Kiryu, and his mother says that she's in the principality, Caesar, and she's become the disciple of the marvelous mystic. The place is called Kitten Corner, and he's happy that Kiryu is also okay, which is good. He's very grateful, but still, he caused trouble for his parents again, saying that at least he'll do better from now on, and he tells his father and mother that they said they're fine, but they must have had many worries, and it must have been difficult. Day-to-day life when their son was stuck alone in a strange place, however. It's not like he didn't do anything during his last 5 years, and he trained harder than anyone and achieved the results he wanted. But then his father questions whether by training he means fencing training, and the protagonist says yes, saying that there's nothing else they need to worry about, that nothing will cause him problems, and from now on, as the eldest son of the Prayer family, he will show them an essence befitting that title. His father is somewhat startled, and the protagonist says that since he's opened the door, he will participate in the next subjugation next month. Then someone arrives asking if he said he's going to participate in the subjugation, questioning whose permission he's using to do so. Kiryu appears much older, and he notices she's grown. She asks why he's smiling, questioning how he can smile in a situation like this, and he says it's just that he was so happy to see her after so long. Then his mother asks Kiryu why she's there, since she should be in the principality, and she says she's going to participate in the. Kiryu is about to take her brother's place in the subjugation, but then her father asks what Kiryu is talking about. She tells her father that he's not being reckless, saying that it doesn't have to be him participating in the subjugation, and that he should be stopping that boy, since he was trapped in that terrible barrier for 5 years, and just when he gets out, he wants to send him to such a dangerous place. But the protagonist tells Kiryu that if she's worried about him, he's really fine, and he's gotten stronger training in the barrier. But the girl refuses to believe it, and says that the subjugation is an event that increases the family's honor, questioning if it wouldn't be right for her to go. She says that if he's so confident, they'll duel, demanding he prove to her that he's worthy. Her mother is scared of Kiryu, but the protagonist says he's right, and if that's what she wants, then they can go ahead. But the two call Irene, but the protagonist tells her to follow him, saying he'll show her the power he gained in that place. And already outside, all the guards are surprised, as they never thought they would see the young master's face again, and to tell the truth, he thought they were covering up his death, using mystic arts as an excuse. But to think that he returned is too much, but he questions why a duel out of nowhere. And at that, Kiryu questions what he is doing, telling him to hurry up and get ready. And the protagonist says he is ready, holding an invisible sword, and she tells him not to make her repeat herself, saying that he doesn't even have a sword. But then her eyes widen in total surprise, because a sword is transforming right in the middle of nowhere, appearing in his hand, being created with his mystic arts, and he says that now he is ready.
That sword that appeared out of nowhere, and everyone is surprised by it. They realize that it's mystical arts, and Iron has truly awakened them. His parents are very shocked, and everyone thinks he's incredible. The protagonist is thinking to himself that he has nothing but the ability to manifest a sword, but his sister gets very upset, questioning why he's always like this, pulling out his own swords and bringing them with his mystical arts, focusing them above his head. Then she says they're going to start throwing their weapons at the protagonist, but Iron wonders if they can't resolve this without a fight. All the swords rush towards the boy, and he barely defends himself. He starts to feel like his arms are going to break just from pushing them away, thinking that power is incredible. Then one of the swords comes so close that he almost doesn't. He manages to stop, but another sword is already coming at him, and his father shouts that there's a sword behind him. When the protagonist turns around quickly, he barely dodges, doing everything he can to get the sword away. Kieran then prepares an even stronger attack, throwing the curved sword at the protagonist, but Erin manages to defend against all of them and remains standing in the same place, leaving the girl apprehensive. Then she grabs her swords again and throws them all at the protagonist, but he stands still, waiting for all three. Then a huge cloud of smoke rises, and the others, watching from afar, wonder if they shouldn't stop them. One of them asks how on earth they could stop something like that, but the protagonist's subordinate questions why the young lord isn't attacking the protagonist. Kieran becomes increasingly frustrated, wondering if it's all over. The protagonist begins to realize this, and then he looks up. The three swords return to their normal size, falling to the ground, and she begins to cry. At that moment, the protagonist's butler becomes a little calmer, and the girl becomes emotional. Meanwhile, his mother also gets emotional, and she asks her brother if he knows how worried she was. But the protagonist walks over to her, dismantling his sword, stopping beside her, and saying that she doesn't have to worry so much about him. And the girl continues crying, and the protagonist says that he's doing this time because he's truly confident, apologizing apologizing, asking if he didn't take too long. And the girl breaks down crying, clinging to her brother, and he says that she worked hard. All this time, then she speaks to him again, saying that he should still be careful, because this year's subjugation is far more dangerous than the others, and the protagonist asks about it. And she says that a demonoid has appeared, and the protagonist is shocked to hear this. And she says that a month ago its tracks were discovered in the south, in Jiren territory. And the protagonist says that beings who attain immense power through a contract with a demon are demonoids, and one could say that demonoids are comparable to mystics. And the girl says that a corrupted and twisted power originating from a negative heart means that the danger they pose cannot even be compared to normal monsters. Then she thinks for a moment, saying that it's not possible, saying that she'll participate in the subjugation as well, but the protagonist talks to Killian, and she says that just because he's going doesn't mean she can't, saying that he saw her earlier, and she's super strong, and the protagonist says that's true, but then another girl arrives saying that this can't happen, telling Killian that a very important event will happen in 2 weeks, asking what she's doing there, and so she's surprised to see her teacher, questioning how she got there, and she says that her only brother finally escaped the barrier after 5 years, so of course she had to see him, and in that, she's super surprised that it's Iron Pereira, saying it's a pleasure to meet him, saying she's heard a lot about him, and she's the most beautiful mystic in Caesar, skin a kitten, and the protagonist greets her somewhat lost, saying that he heard she's around 50 years old, questioning if she's using mystical arts to look younger, and she says that's right, and the boy is shocked, and she says that's what he was thinking about, and then he questions if she can read his mind with the mystic arts, but she says no, but she can tell what she's thinking, saying that he's thinking she's very fair, wondering if someone so handsome is really his little sister's master, and questioning if that wasn't what he was thinking. Then the girl tells him not to listen to her, saying that she's a total mess besides the mystic arts, but she talks to the girl, saying that of course, she's the best at mystic arts at least, saying that she's very shy, because to think that he would praise his master in such a random way is too much, but she questions when she said something like that. But Kitten says that for his information that girl has talked a lot about him in the last 5 years, and then she starts screaming desperately, and Skinner then asks what she had said again, completely controlling the girl with this dirty trick, and she says that if she wants to keep her mouth shut, why doesn't she come back? She goes to her room and gets ready, and the protagonist thinks this is incredible, as he has never seen anyone manage Killian so perfectly. When she leaves, Skinner speaks to the protagonist, apologizing and saying that she didn't make the best first impression, explaining that she needs a will stronger than Killian's to be her master, asking him to understand. The protagonist says he understands what she means, and she says that in many ways he is different from Killian. The protagonist asks if that's true, and she says that to be honest, she came there to deal with that, giving him a necklace with a stone at the end. He explains that it's an artifact that detects a certain level of demonic energy and dangerous elements, and can even detoxify most poisons. He says he can't accept something so valuable, but she begs him to please accept, saying that she and Killian have been working on this together for 5 long years, and Killian, while waiting for him to wake up, put all her power into making this necklace every day. And this is the first time she's seen her so excited since becoming her disciple, asking him to make good use of it. The protagonist simply thanks her, saying he will, and she says she's glad he's such a good brother, saying he's much more than she expected. The protagonist leaves her there, thinking he's happy because his parents are well, and Killian has found a great mentor, but still, he stops in front of a dresser, looking at himself, looking at that crystal, wondering where Ruru is, and in that, at the temporary base in Jiren's territory, the protagonist is sitting early in the morning, thinking, and remembers when he hooked up with Killian, and was surprised that no one knew where Ruru was. She says it's serious, questioning why he would lie to her, saying that he was in the duchy for a few months, and then disappeared, saying he hasn't seen her since, and that's all. The protagonist doesn't know what to do, but talks to her, saying he knows she doesn't like Ruru very much, but says it's not her fault, and it's nobody's fault, since it's what he wanted. Then she asks what the protagonist is asking her to do, and he says it's just that when he sees her again, she shouldn't hate him too much. Killian just says he'll try. Meanwhile, in the present, the protagonist continues thinking about Ruru. Some guys at the camp are surprised that the protagonist is going to participate, and they don't like it at all. One of them says he heard that he was trapped in a mystical barrier, but they ask if that wasn't a lie, since it was obviously an excuse for him to stay in bed. They think maybe he's right, and this all happens while another nobleman is polishing his sword nearby, and the one with green hair questions what on earth he's thinking participating in the subjugation, since they heard he has no experience with monster subjugation. The other nobleman says that if he still has his former skills, he'll succeed, and the green-haired one simply says he hopes he doesn't get in his way. Meanwhile, the other nobleman thinks about Iron, saying he doesn't know where or what he's been doing all this time, but he's happy to see him again. Then, the protagonist's father approaches him, talking to the boy. The boy remembers the humiliation of that day, not with good intentions, and says he'll pay for it, no matter what. The two continue talking, and the black-haired nobleman says he's surprised his friend is participating, but thought he'd be taken advantage of by the demon and back out. However, he questions who he is, saying that because of that demon, they dispatched the Order of the Knights of Twilight, mages and priests from the kingdom's capital, and furthermore, he heard that the vice-captain of the Order of the Knights of Twilight is there, Sir Hugh Barnett, and he is responsible for that subgame, and they have nothing to lose and much honor to gain from this subgame, and there's no way they can't participate. But then, the other tells Kevin to just shut his mouth, and the boy asks what's wrong and why he's acting like that. And then the Sir himself is there, and he's surprised, with the vice-captain right on his heels, and everyone is surprised, questioning what's happening, and the vice-captain apologizes for ruining the atmosphere. But all the nobles who have gathered there, it's better that they don't participate in that subgame, and everyone there is too shocked, and some are frustrated, and he says that he will continue the subjugation of that demon, with only the people he brought with him. And one of them questions what the vice-captain is saying, asking how he can decide something so important on his own, saying that he can't believe it, nor can he accept it. But the vice-captain puts it on the table and orders it measured, saying that the demonoid is on another level compared to common monsters, and even children know this. However, they, the nobles of the South, who know everything, seem not being aware of this, and all the world feels its weight heavy with that aura, unable to even move. He speaks of the forces under his command, who have armed themselves with unwavering devotion and ardent loyalty to their nation, and therefore are more than prepared to destroy the wicked demon. However, he says that having to be in the company of all those who only care about their individual honors, instead of the well-being of the continent and the peace of the kingdom, is too much, and he says it's something he refuses to do. Throughout his speech, his aura is so intense that he begins to transform into a kind of lion, turning to everyone and asking if anyone has anything to say. They can't even stand, exhausted by his words alone, but the protagonist is the only one who remains calm. He notices something, realizing that the boy who was acting maliciously has knelt near the vice commander, and the vice commander has asked who he is, in order to block his path, taking the only step forward, and making the boy tremble, and he questions what the hell this unbelievable pressure is, and he says that he is the eldest son of the Garin family, Ryan Garin. Then Huey asks what he wants, and Ryan says that he will not make any excuses, saying that he is very sorry. He was feeling too relaxed with the demon as his opponent, but he will not do it again. He will mirror the vice-captain and the Order of Knights of Twilight that he commands, and compose himself as best he can so that there is no remaining trace of carelessness, asking him to give him another chance. And at that, Huey apologizes, saying that it seems that his joke was a little excessive, starting to laugh and breaking that awkward atmosphere, saying that there is no way he could do something so crazy as not allowing his participation, because just by seeing the head of each family participating in the subjugation of the demon, the people of each territory can live their lives in peace, although he is serious in saying that they should not lower their guard against the demon, because he hopes they will be in their best condition the next day when they go into battle at night. And he continues thinking about Ryan, saying that he is a good soldier, and it's a problem that he's the only one. But then someone tells the vice-captain that they have a visitor, and so he sees Lord Miller, saying that it's been a while, questioning what brings him there. Then Tom Miller speaks to him, saying that he will accept the courtesy of being called inside the tent, and inside he is surprised that something like that happened on the 19th about his disciple, and he learned that he is quite talented. He says that he is more or less acceptable, asking if he isn't being too hard on him, asking if he isn't one of the apprentices of the 27th generation of the Chrono Fencing Academy, which he considered the golden generation. Then he says that he is just one of the apprentices who failed, who didn't manage to become official apprentices, although he now doesn't believe he'll fall behind the official trainees. Tom says he has a long way to go before he can even touch a genius like Ilya Linz, and at that point, Hill asks if he's talking about the genius from the Adon Kingdom, questioning if it's the one who refused to become an official apprentice, even after coming in first place in the Academy's final evaluation. So he says yes, saying that after leaving the Academy at 14, she became an honorary knight of the Order of Knights of the Moonlight, the greatest order of the Adon Kingdom. Tom then mentions that an unbelievable genius on Ignite's level has appeared on the continent. Tom expresses envy, questioning why his kingdom of Hallie doesn't have someone like that. However, Tom questions what they're talking about, explaining that his disciple heard an incredible monster, rivaling Ilya Lin's, appeared in the kingdom of Hallie. Hill, however, says he's too old to fall for such things, questioning what Tom thinks he is. Tom calls him a complete idiot, asking if he truly doesn't know, mentioning an apprentice who rivaled her in the final evaluation. Hill heard he came in second by a hair's breadth, and his disciple, who witnessed her power firsthand, said it was truly shocking. Tom slams his fist on the table, opening it just like the protagonist did during the evaluation. Hill is surprised and says this is the first time he's heard of such a thing, asking if the apprentice is still at the academy. Tom replies that he's not, saying he heard he also left the academy for some reason, and since Tom is from the region, in the south of the Hallie Kingdom, he must be participating in the subjugation, asking if he hasn't encountered him, as he should have recognized him at a glance. Hill then asks his name, and he's surprised, remembering it was Iron Pereira. Meanwhile, the protagonist is preparing for combat. And I'll say more, the protagonist was fierce back then, when he hadn't yet been trapped in the dream and trained as if he were the dream character. Now I want to hear how fierce he is now. So sometime later, they begin marching to the subjugation site, and Hill then says they're going to rest a bit, telling them to eat something as well, and everyone agrees. Then the protagonist orders his men to sit down at a distance to rest, then tells them to look at everyone, because the boys are fighting while they stand still. They say it's better than doing nothing, but ask if they aren't showing off too much. One of them says they are more skilled than he expected, especially Ryan Geron, and the other says he's right, because he's much better than the others. Then his father says Ryan is doing well, telling him to keep drawing attention like that, because the difference between his family and the Pereira family has grown much larger in recent years, and it's beyond his capabilities to bring them down by force at this point. However, if they monopolize all the active positions in this subjugation, they can revitalize his family's status. But then he thinks that Ryan's role is crucial for that, and he needs to get the attention of the vice captain of some. Looking to the side, he's surprised that the vice captain is heading towards Ryan, and he's worried he might give some personal advice or something, thinking that Ryan must have left a strong impression yesterday. Ryan himself thinks he's coming over, promising to show off some more impressive fencing skills, but Hill walks right past him, leaving the boy quite surprised. He starts fooling himself, thinking he's overthinking it, saying everything's fine because there's still plenty of time. But looking to the side, he's even more surprised, asking why the vice captain is going to that wretched Irene. Getting closer, he looks down at the boy, and the protagonist stands up, looking Hill straight in the eyes. Hill remains silent, just observing. Then he remembers what one of his subordinates told him, confirming that the protagonist is quite famous in the southern region of the Hallie Kingdom, known as the lazy nobleman of the Pereira family, and that the reason for his whereabouts is unknown. It was because he was trapped somewhere because of the mystical arts, which Hill knows that he's extremely surprised, questioning what's happening, since he refused to join the Chrono Fencing Academy and returned home. He's also questioning what this is about the mystic arts, wondering if it's related to his younger sister, Kiru, saying he can't understand anything about him. Then he asks if the protagonist is Irene Pereira, and the boy replies yes. He then tells him to call him commander, since he's currently leading the subjudgment, and the protagonist agrees. Hill then says he'll be direct with him, stating that all the young people, excluding him, are training their fencing in their free time, and they're working hard. But he asks why the boy is relaxing alone like this, wanting to know if he has a reason for it. However, the protagonist observes him closely and replies to Hill, apologizing if he seems hypocritical, but says that for him, training fencing in his current state can't be called effort. Hill is surprised, questioning why, and the protagonist says it's because this goes against his heart, and so Hill doesn't even know how to respond, and Kevin starts to get annoyed with the boy's words, saying he's a huge show-off, and he loves that he's quiet, and Hill says the boy's answer is quite funny, asking if he could explain in more detail, and the protagonist says that the reason he's participating in the subjugation is to kill the demon, and also to take an active role, and increase his family's honor in the process, and Hill thinks that's a very honest answer, not finding anything wrong with it, and the protagonist says that at the moment he's thinking deeply about what he has to do to have an active role in this subjugation, and therefore, as someone who has no experience in subjugations, he decided that there's something he needs to focus on, besides training, says Esgrima, and the effort is complete when he puts his whole heart into his actions, and training, says Esgrima, as long as he doesn't put his whole heart into it, it wouldn't be considered effort, and that's what he meant. So Hill is surprised by the boy, but the subordinate calls him, saying it's time, so Hill turns around, telling them to get ready, because they're going to advance as soon as they get back into formation. Then he goes back to talking to Irene, telling them to stay by his side, because he needs to talk to the boy more. As they start marching again, Ryan gets frustrated and walks around, but his father tells him not to be impatient, telling him to wait for the right moment, because an opportunity will come, or they can create one themselves. He asks the boy what he thinks, and he says he also thinks the sooner the better. Meanwhile, Ryan asks if the boy is unarmed right now, saying that's interesting. The protagonist says yes, saying that if he's skeptical, he'll show him his sword. But Hill says no, asking him to spare the unnecessary formalities, and the protagonist thanks him for understanding. Then Hill is surprised, wondering if he has awakened the mystic arts, as he surprises him at every turn, and says they will continue their conversation later, reminding him that he said he has something more, that he needs to focus on beyond training and swordsmanship, questioning what it is. The protagonist says he was thinking of 3 things. First, he has never killed before, and he will prepare himself for the shock and confusion that may come after the first death. Secondly, he heard that nothing is more dangerous than given the unpredictable actions of a soldier. He will try his best not to become a nuisance to the subjugation team, suppressing his enthusiasm and following the orders of his superiors. Thirdly, regarding the demonic energy emanating from the demonoids and their subordinates, the demonic beasts, he will do his best to let the others know the appearance of their enemies, heightening their senses as much as possible, saying that's all. Then Hill starts laughing, saying that the boy is thinking of something much more realistic than he expected. The protagonist awkwardly thanks him, but Hill tells him not to overexert himself from the beginning, especially regarding the last point, as he can leave those things to the veterans. The protagonist says he will keep that in mind, and Hill says he brought priests along to quickly detect the demonic energy, and he can worry about other things. But then the protagonist feels something stop suddenly, and Hill asks where he's looking. The protagonist sees a huge ogre standing above them all, senses it, and says there's an enemy. Behind them, Hill orders them to prepare for combat, instructing the knights to form a line, stating that the 6 families should move to the rear to protect the mages and priests. A large number of creatures appeared at 9 o'clock, and Hill orders them to confront them immediately, instructing the mages and priests to stay at a safe distance behind. Everyone agrees, and Hill says he will leave the creatures to the knights, as he is the only one who can kill that giant. However, the protagonist summons his greatsword, surprising Hill completely, and charging towards the creature with a single attack. He manages to cut the monster in half. Hill is shocked by what the protagonist did, and Iron ends his biggest problem with a single swing of his sword. Quick cut, Tramontina. And the soldiers, seeing that, are paralyzed, and Ryan himself is speechless, as is Hill, because they can't believe what the boy was able to do, splitting that enormous thing in 2. The protagonist falls, striking a pose, and his father can't believe what Iron was able to do. The monster screams, not even knowing what happened to it, but then it starts healing again, putting its pieces back together, and tries to attack the protagonist, even though part of its body is still broken. It attacks right behind him where the protagonist is, and his father is surprised that he could have hit Iron. The monster doesn't know what it's doing, but the protagonist jumps up the creature's arm and starts chopping parts of its body, first tearing off its hand. The monster screams again, and the protagonist falls along with its hand, and the other hand goes towards him trying to punch him, but the protagonist turns quickly and delivers another cut, splitting another part of the monster's body. And then the ogre turns to him once more, and amidst the smoke, it's possible to see those 2 red eyes, and the eyes emerge from the smoke, and the monster begins to scream at him. And Hill tells the boy to get away, but that breath from the monster goes towards the protagonist, who quickly prepares to attack again, passing through that breath and releasing his attack, this time a gust of wind, towards that thing, and the blast takes everything away. What lies ahead, and none of the people watching what's happening can believe it, and the 2 idiots from the Gyron family also don't know what they're doing, and after that huge catastrophic attack towards the ogre, only a part of the forest remains intact. So seeing that, Ryan falls to the ground thinking that this is unbelievable, because the protagonist swept everything in front of him. Oh look, Saitama. Then Hill doesn't believe it, and sees that it was really true. He really appeared, coming from the Halley Kingdom, the monster, and the protagonist after killing that thing, hiding his sword and dismantling it. Meanwhile, all the knights were facing the smaller creatures, and Hill returns to focus on the battle, saying that it's not over yet, asking everyone to annihilate the remaining enemies. Then they charge forward and finally manage to finish everything. And one of the knights goes to talk to Hill, saying that everyone is safe, without injuries or losses, and Hill says that then they will resume the advance soon, telling them to get things ready. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, the protagonist wonders why he did something like that because when he saw the giant, he couldn't contain his anger, and this is the first time his emotions have been so violent. He thinks it's really strange because at that moment, he felt like he wasn't himself. Then Hill goes to the boy, stopping in front of him with a not-so-friendly face, and speaks to Irene, asking if he realizes what he just did. The protagonist says he's sorry, saying he acted recklessly, without following orders. He says that even after talking to the commander of the subjugation about how he should have acted beforehand, he couldn't control his emotions and acted alone, apologizing. But Hill starts laughing, telling Irene that she can't even joke with him, ordering the boy to lift his head because they are in the middle of a subjugation, and they have an objective, which is to eliminate the demonic beasts that threaten the kingdom. He says the boy did a good job because thanks to him the giant was killed quickly, and the subjugation force didn't suffer much damage, and he will listen to the details later. But for now, he congratulates the protagonist, saying that he excelled in his first performance, and says that he is looking forward to his next performances from now on, and the protagonist just thanks him. But his father runs to him, asking if he is hurt anywhere, but the protagonist says that he is fine, even though he is a little drunk, but his father hugs the boy, then says that he is proud of him, and the protagonist doesn't even believe it, and just hugs his father too, feeling a little calmer, and thanking him. Meanwhile, Jack is watching Ryan, who talks to him, asking if that one is ready, and he says it is. Then Ryan orders him to do it now, seething with anger, and at that moment, Hill asks the protagonist about that necklace, asking if that artifact can detect demonic energy, and he says that's exactly right. It's an artifact that his younger sister, a mystic, and his master made together, and she said it would help in his subjugation. Then Hill says that he knows mystics are incredible, but thinking that this can detect demonic energy faster than the divine artifacts of the priests makes him question if that's really possible. But then, the artifact glows, and the protagonist says that enemies are coming from the left. Hill orders them to prepare for combat, instructing the Lancers to stand ready on the left flank, and everyone agrees, and when they look, more monsters appear, and so he thinks it's twice, and that's not a coincidence. He tells all the groups to prepare, ordering them to finish off the demonic beasts. After the battle, once again, everyone is unharmed. Hill speaks to the protagonist, saying that from now on, when he makes judgments, he will prioritize his words over the divine artifacts of the priests, saying that the moment he detects demonic energy, he must tell him. The boy agrees, and so the two leave ahead. Both Jack and Ryan are filled with hatred, as Ryan is dying of envy. The subjugation continues, and Hill says they will stop there today, ordering them to prepare the camp and the food. They begin to cook, and everyone goes to set the table. Then one of the knights asks how old the protagonist is, questioning if he is 25. One of them says he is 21, and he is surprised that the boy has these abilities at 21 years old, asking his friend if he genuinely believes the boy is already an expert, so much so that he says it's clear the boy is an expert, since he saw the boy fighting a demonic beast. Besides being an expert, he questions what he would call someone who can kill something like that, and the boy agrees, as he seemed much stronger than most medium-sized monsters. He questions where this guy has been hiding all this time, and the protagonist continues eating. But then, when he brings the food close to his mouth, the crystal begins to react, turning black. He remembers Kiro saying that if the artifact turns black, it means poison has been detected and has a detoxifying effect, so he just needs to wait for the color to return to normal. He becomes a little more alert, noticing that someone is trying to kill him. He says he expected this to some extent, since it's a normal occurrence to compete against the other families, but to think they would try to do it so blatantly is too much. He thinks it's probably one of those three families, and he immediately thinks the Garen family is the most likely, and he says he won't tell. He tells his father, because he doesn't want to worry him unnecessarily, and he'll keep quiet about it until he can handle it himself. So, he takes the crystal near his food, and the crystal absorbs all the poison, returning it to its normal color. But then, he notices something, realizing there's a note there, something under the pot. The note warns him that there's poison in the food, and he thinks the handwriting is irregular. He wonders if it's on purpose to avoid being discovered if someone finds it, or if he was in a hurry. He says he didn't think someone would help him, and he wonders who it could be. While he's eating, Jack watches from afar, because he doesn't want to participate in all of this, and he wonders if this is the right thing to do. So Huey goes to Aram asking if he has finished eating, and the protagonist says yes, and then Huey challenges him to a duel, and the protagonist is surprised, and he says that he has revealed what he needs to see the full extent of his power, and this is for the sake of subduing the demonoid later, and so the boy understands, and the two stand face to face, and everyone is surprised, with some calling to others and telling them to stop what they were doing and to watch the duel. because the vice captain is going to duel, and it seems they didn't sleep last night, and they're surprised that his opponent is Aram Pereira. And so Anhui tells the boy to get his sword, and the protagonist summons it instantly, surprising everyone as a sword appeared out of nowhere, completely absurd. Huey then tells the protagonist that this duel is to test their abilities. A single attack with their full strength is all they need to decide. The protagonist agrees, and Huey grows increasingly excited, not even hesitating. He wonders if his composure stems from familiarity with this, but he thinks it's something even more precise, finding it admirable and far exceeding his expectations. Huey begins his bestial transformation to await the protagonist's attack, and everyone watching is incredulous. He notices the boy's spirit seems unbreakable, seeing the protagonist shine before him as he wields his sword. He says it's as hard as steel, but then he notices something strange. His spirit is growing larger. The protagonist's willpower appears above him and almost crushes him. The vice captain thinks that if he doesn't take this seriously, he'll be devoured, invoking his bestial side even more intensely. And everyone there is surprised, because the vice captain is getting serious, and one of them arrives late, all excited, but the others can't even move, and he drops his food, which falls between the two, disrupting their concentration. Then Huey looks at him, losing his concentration, and the boy says he'll clean everything up. But then Huey tells Irene that they're going to stop there, and everyone wonders why, and he says he's seen enough. From now on, Irene Pereira has permission to act independently, without his orders, and the protagonist is scared, and he says that if he's that skilled, then it's better for him to act freely, because he has to admit he's not far from the experienced rank, and he calls everyone to rest. Meanwhile, the protagonist is in the tent, lying next to his father, but continues thinking, because when he was subduing the giant demonic beast, just like when he was dueling with the commander, it was a little different, because the feeling was similar, the feeling of having control of his body, being carried away, dominated by intense emotion, just like Jean, who had that dream for the first time, is questioning if it's because of the man from his dream, as he had thought, because he thought he had escaped him, but he questions why this man appeared to him again. But then he notices that something is different, because that man is furious, and the protagonist finds that strange, because he never showed any emotion. But then he wakes up in the camp, and so he thinks about it, because when his dream changed, something inside him changed too, and he wonders if the change might have already taken place. And when he leaves his tent, Ryan doesn't like it, talking to Jack, asking if he didn't say he put it in his soup, and Jack says yes, even confirming that he was eating it. But then he questions why the boy is acting normally, and he says he doesn't know, saying that the poison should have an immediate effect. But then Ryan tells him to double the dose today, and he finds that strange, saying that it's too dangerous, because an excessive dosage won't just make him sick. But then Ryan loses his patience, questioning whether he's worrying about Irene enough that I in front of him, completely out of it. Jack apologizes, saying it slipped out, but he admits he's acting like the others, saying he knows how stressed he is because of that boy, asking if his father hasn't beaten him enough, telling Jack to pull himself together, telling him to think carefully about who put him in his current position. And Jack gets a little frustrated, saying he'll keep that in mind, and, after a while, he'll calls them, saying they'll start marching immediately after eating. So the protagonist once again removes the poison from his food using the crystal, and he notices that they are persistent, asking if they're going to put it in every meal. But still he's glad that at least one person is on his side, and Jack sent him another letter, saying there's poison in today's soup too, telling him to be careful. And so they resume walking, and Hill, looking to the side, notices that the protagonist's face is very serious, asking if everything is alright, and so they continue until the protagonist realizes something, saying he feels the energy. A demonic being, saying it's on the left, says he'll take care of them, lunging at the monsters and killing them with a single sword strike. But then an even larger one comes at the protagonist, and he stops the punch with his sword, placing it in front of him. The monster tries to fight back, but the protagonist manages to deflect the attack, splitting it in two. Then one of them comes at him, but Hill steps in and kills them before the protagonist needs to act. He tells the protagonist to leave the boys back to him, as he'll take care of it. After the extermination, all the knights approach the protagonist, saying his performance today was incredible. The protagonist thanks them and watches them walk away until he looks at his hand and sees that his senses are becoming increasingly sharp, as he can now feel demonic energy even before the artifact. He wonders if it's because of that man as well, asking how he's related to it. But then Ryan starts freaking out again, saying he's even more talkative today, questioning what happened to Jack, and he says he saw his artifact, that he feels the demonic energy shining, and it seems the artifact also has a detoxification function. So Ryan freaks out, questioning if it's the protagonist's brother again, again, wondering why nothing is going right. Who would have thought nothing would be going right for such an envious owner, right? Who would have thought? Then he wonders what he can do with that bastard, until he thinks of something, saying that if it's come to this, he has to kill the demon, holding his sword with determination. After they continue walking, Hill arrives at the cave entrance, saying it's an artificial cave and the demon's base, that he tells Eren to go with him ahead, and the protagonist agrees. Then Ryan speaks to the commander, saying he will also provide support in the vanguard, and the commander agrees, telling the boy to remember not to let his guard down. Ryan agrees immediately, and inside, they all observe the place and walk further in. Then a sound comes, music coming from the back of the cave, and they notice it's the sound of a violin. They find it pleasant, saying they also hear a piano. And the whole place changes, turning into a beautifully ornate palace. And so they begin to feel good, saying that it's incredible. But the protagonist ends up noticing something, seeing that they are totally bewitched, and he notices that they are acting strangely, asking if they are seeing an illusion, and he shouts that it's a trap, ordering them all to come to their senses. But the vice captain takes action, embodying his beastly side, and Regino calls them all to him, ordering them to shake. Those who haven't woken up forcefully, ordering them not to fall into the demon's temptations, and they all complain about what place this is, without even knowing what is happening. And in the background, the demon appears, saying that he has guests, welcoming them. And so, Hill notices that this demon is stronger than he expected, and she asks if they wouldn't like to listen to another song, tilting her head back, looking at them from behind. I have to say, it's a little scary, but at the end of the party, napkins become cake. If she doesn't show up with her gigantic teeth pointed at you, that's a plus. So while everyone is staring at that demon, she gets up and walks towards them, all graceful, alongside those skulls that are playing with her. Hill and Ryan get quite apprehensive, and they even complain about whether she's really a demon. Hill says that the only thing that differentiates her from humans are her red eyes, and he's impressed to think that even after taking the power of a demon, her appearance has remained the same, and he's never seen a demon like her. The girl keeps insinuating herself to them until Ryan thinks he can, saying he'll show everyone that he's superior to Irene. But then the demon says she'd like to play a song for them, asking what they think. And then, Ryan's father tells her to shut up, speaking to her, but Hill orders Garen's Viper to get into formation. However, she asks them to listen to it, saying that her performance is remarkable, and that the earlier melody was nothing more than an appetizer, and she will show her true skill. With a soft bed that envelopes her tired body, it's sweet and deep, and she's sure it will be like an incredible dream. But then Hill yells at everyone, telling them to control themselves, because once again, they were almost falling for her trick, and they leave again. Then he tells them not to look into the demon's eyes, because she's hypnotizing them. But then, Ryan steps forward, and Hill tells him to stop, but he thinks he can do something, thinking he has to stand out, because he has to be the one to kill the demon, thinking he can cut her right in half. But then she just looks at him and attacks with her hair, and he's surprised, and then the hair comes up. He barely manages to deflect it with a sword strike, and the hair lands right on top of him, so he realizes he couldn't cut it. She questions what the boy is doing, asking if he really thought he could cut it with just that, and the hair forms into a hand that reaches towards the boy. But then Jack steps in to protect him, and Jack tells the boy to step back, saying it's dangerous there. But he says he has to kill the demon. However, the hair wraps around Jack and drags him upwards, bringing him to her, and Ryan starts screaming. And so, with him face to face with the demon, she says it's a pleasure to meet him, but tells him not to worry, as she won't kill Jack, especially since she's a pacifist. However, the look on her face doesn't quite reflect that. Hill asks what the hell she's planning, and she says she's going to make a deal, talking about the life of that handsome and exceptional knight and her own, saying she wants to trade. They ask what they think, and she says it's not a big deal. As long as he clears a path for her, she'll leave this place, and leave the knight somewhere safe. The two are a little apprehensive, but Hill tells the Viscount not to trust her. The Viscount doesn't know what to do until he shouts at her, saying that the Gyrans don't negotiate with filthy demons. She questions herself, saying it's a shame, adding that Jack is truly unlucky, preparing to press him even harder. Then she says he was sacrificed by his family while saving that idiotic young master of hers. Ryan becomes desperate, so she questions whether she should change the terms, unleashing her power on Ryan, beginning to trap him in her dominance. He thinks he can't move, while his father orders Ryan back immediately. Hill tells all troops to prepare for battle, but then she throws her hair over Ryan as well, grabbing the boy and leaving him no chance to escape. His father yells at him, saying she didn't do that. Now she has both of them under her control, and Hill orders all units to attack. The Viscount asks them to wait, as he can't let them fail. Hill asks what he's doing, ordering him to get out of the way. But the Viscount ends up shouting, ordering them to protect the first young lord, ordering them to block the order of the Knights of Twilight. All his men stand in front, but Hill speaks to the Viscount, asking if he thinks he can handle this nonsense. The Viscount tells him to shut up, saying he has to save his own son, because he won't back down there. Then he speaks to the Demonoid, asking if the agreement still stands, and she says of course, swearing by the name of the one she serves, Mr. Lastro. Then the Viscount speaks to Baron Russell and Baron Lester, asking them to lend their forces. They know very well what will happen if they don't. But then Hill speaks to the Order of the Knights of Twilight, saying that with his authority as commander of the subjugation, he orders them all not to care about anyone who stands in the way of the Demonoid's subjugation, regardless of their status. But then the Viscount shouts desperately to Hill, and the Demonoid likes that, finding the view very good, asking if they don't think so too, speaking to Jack, because to think that there is such a big difference in their reactions is too much, and her heart would be broken if it were her. So she says that now she wonders how this will end, wondering what kind of ridiculous thing will happen next. Assuming he's also curious, and now they'll watch it together. But then she notices something, noticing the protagonist standing out from everyone else, seeing him shine in the middle of everyone. So she questions what's gotten into that boy while the protagonist holds his sword and lunges for battle, and she questions how long he's been like this, finding it strange that his eyes were closed, and a situation she doesn't like that action at all. And while she finds that strange, the protagonist finally opens her eyes and a flash appears, and she can't even see what that flash was, being run over and cut in half. Then she starts screaming at the protagonist's attack, which comes from afar directly at her. My friend, one hit, one kill. You could call him the sniper of the battlefield. The guy's a sniper using a sword. And when she's hit, she starts screaming because she wasn't expecting it and is thrown far away, and Hill doesn't even see what happened. The protagonist just remains focused. So, even though she's cut in half, she's still alive, looking at what happened and noticing that her recovery speed is very slow. Thinking that for an injury like that, the boy has to be very strong, she slowly starts to reattach herself. After reattaching herself, the protagonist lunges forward, and she continues to hold her hostages. She says she needs to use them as a shield to buy enough time to recover, but the protagonist realizes the action she wants to take and cuts off one of her arms along with part of her hair, freeing her. One of the hostages is released, leaving her even more vulnerable, and she starts screaming, seeing that her arm has been detached from her body. She realizes he's too strong, as he doesn't care about the hostages, and notices he's only focused on her. The protagonist continues looking back even after passing her, making eye contact, and she becomes increasingly frightened because he doesn't care about anything. He turns around again, grabbing his sword and focusing on her once more. She thinks she has to block him somehow, throwing the hostages away so she can face him head on. She tries to put her hand in the way, getting tangled in her hair, but the protagonist attacks anyway. She thinks it worked, saying that now all she needs to do is recover slowly. But then she realizes something, noticing that she can't gather any demonic energy. She wonders if the protagonist did something, but he continues to look at her with a pitying expression, and she thinks he couldn't possibly have that kind of power, completely terrified. But the protagonist, he raises his sword again and attacks her on the ground, striking the cocoon and hitting her. She begins to panic, and the protagonist prepares to do it again, attacking once more with a full-force downward strike. Inside, she is desperate, spitting blood, thinking it's impossible because her guard is harder than a rock. However, the protagonist continues attacking again and again, and she realizes she miscalculated, thinking she can't defeat this guy because one wrong move and she'll die. So the protagonist continues attacking relentlessly, time after time, and begins to glow. Heel, seeing this, is terrified along with everyone else, and after the dust settles, she runs away trying to escape. But then Heel transforms into a beast and goes after her again. However, upon attacking her, he realizes it's only her lower half, questioning where the other half is. She's crawling away like a cockroach, thinking she has to escape, but when she looks back, she sees her worst nightmare. The protagonist reappears to catch her, emerging from the smoke, his eyes blazing with hatred. Then he opens the smoke, raising his sword, and after raising the sword, he sees that the beast is stiff behind it, and when he looks back, he attacks it that he comes, and he tears his way all the way to her, and she wonders how this could have happened, for it's a disgrace to think that she was defeated by a mere human, and he cuts her in half, completely destroying the Demonoid, opening a crater in the place. And all the knights notice that the Demonoid is dead, and the young master has completely subdued her, and Irene's father can't believe it, because the boy is too incredible, and Heel says he has no words. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Jack is barely alive, and when he looks ahead, he still sees Irene completely focused. Wow, honestly, the protagonist's evolution is completely absurd. Man, I'm telling you, this is really good. For a manhwa that's at 39 chapters, I can't even believe it. Meanwhile, back at the temporary camp, they're taking some things, and one of the knights says he can't believe the subjugation ended without anyone getting hurt. The other says it was even against the demonoid that he could use mind control, and they're surprised that the boy defeated that monster alone. After all, it's nothing like the old rumors about it. They still can't forget the moment when the young lord split the demonoid in two, because a big shot really did appear in the Halley Kingdom. Furthermore, he says he thinks they'll return as soon as the vice captain resolves that matter, and one of them says it needs to be resolved no matter what, because it was something that should never have happened. Nilsson Visconde says he's sorry, saying that at the moment it wasn't him, but Hill doesn't like that at all, saying it's nonsense, asking if he thinks so. The Viscount believes that this kind of excuse will work, but questions whether he also saw it, saying that he was under the mind control of that demonoid, and despite valuing his son greatly, he wouldn't do something as stupid as jeopardizing the peace of the continent for him. In truth, if it weren't for that infernal demonoid's brainwashing, he wouldn't have done it. But Hill thinks he's a deplorable wretch, since everyone there knew he was fully conscious, but he doesn't have concrete evidence to prove the crime. The Viscount just laughs at the situation. Meanwhile, the protagonist is in his room, noticing that before the fight, it wasn't for the good of his family. That fight was simply his desire to kill the demonoid. He wonders if it's really because of that man, and questions who the hell he is to keep confusing him like this. Then, someone arrives, telling the protagonist he has a visitor, and it turns out to be Jack entering the boy's room. He greets Irene, who asks why he's there, and he says he made this visit because he has something to tell him about subjugation, but first he would like to thank him, and the protagonist thinks he finds it strange. So Jack says that when he was taken hostage by the demonoid, nobody cared about his life, and neither Vice Captain Hill, his subordinates, nor his master Theogarn cared, but the protagonist thinks otherwise, because at that moment, he couldn't care less about the two hostages, and it was only to kill the demonoid. Jack says that if it weren't for him, he would surely be dead, thanking the protagonist from the bottom of his heart, but the protagonist denies that gratitude. However, Jack says that there is one more thing he has to tell him, saying that he himself put the poison in his food. And the protagonist is surprised, and Jack asks if they can sit down to talk, because he's going to tell him in detail everything he knows, and says that even whatever his sovereign commanded, he did something he should never have done, something a human, much less a gentleman, should never do. And although his words may not be enough, he truly feels sorry, saying he will accept any punishment given. The protagonist then says that despite having his suspicions, it was true in the end, and he was quite apprehensive about it all. He says he's not in the mood to talk, and asks Jack to leave. He tries to say something more, but Irem says he won't let it go, as his head is a mess now, telling him to go. Jack then says he will pay for his sins at all costs, but the protagonist remains calm. Then someone tells the protagonist that nothing will change even if he thinks about it all the time, and he is completely stunned, because it's Roro who appears. She questions what he's doing, and the protagonist asks where he's been until now, as he's been looking for her. He says it's worth it, he can't do that, saying he doesn't have the right to see her. But the protagonist calls Roro, and she says that if she had taught him better, he would have manifested a different ability, and he wouldn't have been separated from his family for 5 years. However, the protagonist thinks to himself that she must be feeling guilty because she's trapped in the world of mystical arts, and she says that Q wouldn't have become so depressed, and it's all her fault, apologizing to the protagonist. But he says she did nothing wrong, and when he tries to touch her, she runs away, telling him not to touch her because she's an unlucky cat, an unlucky black cat running off. But the protagonist questions what she's talking about, saying that it's just superstition and doesn't apply to her. But she says that even superstitions have power, and even a completely unfounded story can become reality if enough people believe in it, and even a powerless entity can become incredible if people transform it into a hero. And she says that mystical arts formed by the wills of multiple people can change the principles of the world. And she says that he will fall into disgrace if he's with her, and that he really won't appear in front of her again. But the protagonist runs to her before she enters that portal, and squeals the girl until she starts to get nervous, questioning what he's doing, begging him not to let her go, saying that he'll catch her bad luck if he doesn't let her go now. But the protagonist says that black cats have become a symbol of good luck from today onwards, and she questions what he's talking about, asking if he didn't tell her that black cats are a symbol of bad luck. But the protagonist says that's no longer true, and since they will be together from now on, she will be his luck, and says that her belief will be stronger than everyone else's belief, and he will believe that she is a cat that brings good luck. And then she starts to cry, saying that she felt breathless and hugging him. Then she realizes that something like this is possible, saying that as she thought, the mystical arts are fascinating, but the protagonist says that he didn't expect his friends from the fencing academy to appear as well, and she is surprised that he can manifest a sword with mystical arts, saying that she knew he had a great affinity with them, and the protagonist questions if she knew this, and she says that of course, since she has been by his side since he left the world of mystical arts, and the protagonist doesn't even believe it, and she says that she disguised herself with that white cat, and it was also she who sent those messages, saying that there was poison in the food, and he questions why she didn't say anything. And she talks to Aileen, saying that she has something the protagonist asks her, because when she saw his face while he was fighting the demon, he looked like a different person, and seemed to be on edge all the time. She asks if something happened, and the protagonist tells her everything. She notices that something like that happened, saying that the man in her dreams seems to have a great hatred for demons. The protagonist becomes increasingly interested in what she's saying, and she says no, suggesting that perhaps his origins might point to a fight against demons, and that he might be someone from about 150 years ago, and he was there fighting. The protagonist is surprised that she thinks he's from 150 years ago, and she says yes, saying that it's really not important, asking why he cares about what that person is thinking. She says that the most important thing is that because of that man's desire, her heart is becoming completely messed up, and the protagonist agrees with her. She says it's okay, saying that he might let himself be affected sometimes, and might lower his sword because of his fatigue, but in the end, he will always rise again stronger than ever, and if it gets too difficult, she will help him get up, telling him to look at her, because she has been working out for the last 5 years, and has become super strong. Seriously, man, what a cute little kitten, and the protagonist questions what Ruru is doing. She asks if he sees those muscles, asking what he thinks. And the protagonist says that he is very happy that she is with him. His worries would only increase if he were alone, and it is really a great help to be with someone he can trust. And thinking about it, he still has some unresolved issues, like his promise to the master, to Illy, and also his friends whom he hasn't seen for 5 years, and he wonders if they are all okay. Meanwhile, HEW is lost, pacing back and forth, irritated, noticing that the other families are agreeing with the Viscount and Garen's claims, and that his illegal acts against an order of knights of the kingdom will end up being covered up this way. For the well-being of the kingdom and the peace of the continent, he cannot generously let this pass. Then they speak with the vice-captain, who has a visitor, but someone from the Garen family arrives, telling HEW they have something to tell him. He is surprised, and the next morning, Garen is freaking out in his room, questioning what the hell is wrong with the tea, asking how that woman could give him tea that tastes like garbage. She apologizes, but he tells her to get lost, saying he doesn't even want to see her face, ordering her to disappear from his sight. She continues to apologize, but he just tells her to shut up and leave, still furious, saying he managed to get away with what happened during the subjugation. He questions what happened now, since this was his family's last chance to improve, and everything went wrong because of Iron. Then there's a knock at the door, and he says he already told them he didn't want to see anyone, telling the person to get out of there. But then Hugh questions why he's so angry, happy with the situation, saying he came there to finish their argument. Garen doesn't believe him, saying he doesn't think they have anything more to talk about, but HEW says he doesn't have much time, so he gets straight to the point. And he heard that something very shameful had happened during the subjugation. He heard that the Garen family had poisoned young Lord Pereira's food. The old man froze in fear, questioning what on earth HEW was talking about, asking if he was trying to corner him again without any proof, saying that this was extremely unpleasant, and ordering him to leave his territory immediately. But then HEW asked what he would do if he had proof, and someone entered the hall. Garen questioned what he was talking about, ordering him to stop talking nonsense and leave, otherwise he would do something. But when the Viscount saw who the person was, he was at a loss for words. HEW said that he was a witness to the incident, and Mr. Jack had told them everything, and since he confessed, an appropriate punishment would be given to him. But then the Viscount said that this was impossible, saying that he was lying, and that the wretch was Jack Stewart, and he did it all alone. But then Hugh lost his patience, ordering him to tell the truth. Now, the Viscount trembles all over, and Jack says that he is truly despicable to the end, and at that point Garen starts cursing the boy, asking how he could do this to him. However, Hugh speaks to the Viscount, saying that he will make an official request to the kingdom to send an investigation team, and if Jack is lying, then he will simply have to cooperate with the investigation. However, if everything is true, he will have to pay for his crimes. He leaves, leaving Jack behind, saying that he will do this if he doesn't want to lose everything he has built. He throws him out there. He thinks that it's finally resolved, and the next thing to do is go to Viscount Pereira for a while, telling everyone there to make sure their preparations are ready when he returns. Then the knight understands, and he says that he has to bring Iron Pereira to the Order of the Knights of Twilight, and he can't lose him for anything. But then when he arrives there, he is surprised that the boy went to the Academy of Grimachrono, saying he heard that he refused admission. But the boy's father says that he said he had something to resolve, since he was officially admitted 5 years ago, and laughs at the defeat, since he arrived too late, telling the protagonist's father that he truly has an incredible son, and his son is a treasure of the kingdom, or even a treasure of the continent, and he says he is happy that he sees him that way. Meanwhile, the protagonist is walking there, and Roro asks him about Ian, the master of Grimachrono's academy, asking if he is really that incredible, and the protagonist says yes, because he heard that his skill is among the best on the continent, saying that it was he who guided him in the right direction, and he is his first master, whom he greatly respects, and says that if it is him, then he is sure that he will have some advice on his stable condition, and although he probably won't be able to help her with anything regarding her dreams, she says he doesn't know much about it, since he could solve the problem of her dreams too. The protagonist asks if that wouldn't be difficult, but she reminds him that he said he's the best swordsman on the continent. The protagonist asks what she thinks of that, and she thinks that no matter the place, those considered the best on the continent are no different from mystics, because they possess unbelievable abilities and desires that cannot be explained by logic. The protagonist says he thinks that's not entirely out of the question, and she ends up writing something down, noting that she's his master of mystical arts. The protagonist says yes, and she's his second master, and she gets all excited, saying that's right, and that they'll begin their preparations for your real trip, and in that the protagonist speaks with Roro as she begins to transform, then puts on her clothes, almost turning into a cat, asking Irene what she thinks. Irene says she got all dressed up for her trip, and tells her she looks great. Irene says she doesn't usually dress up, but when she does, it's no joke. The protagonist starts thinking he won't be bored along the way, and then she's thinking about the Grimachrono Academy, where the strongest swordsmen in history are on their way. In the metropolis of Alcantara, the protagonist arrives, and she asks if that's the place. Irene confirms it is, and that's where the Grimachrono Academy is located. She notices that you could play all night long with all the magical lights in the streets, but then she shouts to Irene, saying they're using magic there, and that it's acrobatics. The protagonist then thinks that the reason Alcantara grew into a large metropolis is because the main building, the Grimachrono Academy, was built there, and she tells him that the Grimachrono Academy is a much more incredible place than he expected. He says they'll first find a place to stay, and she suggests a place with a cool sign. She asks what he thinks of it, the birthplace of the sword, saying it's perfect for him, and the protagonist agrees. She then says she's going to have some more fun, leaving him there. The protagonist tells her not to come back too late. Inside, he's surprised because it's much bigger, but the atmosphere is a bit heavy. Most of them, or rather all of them, have a sword. He questions why everyone is staring at him, wondering if he's come to the wrong place. Then, one of the men inside asks the protagonist to wait, asking if he's also a guest of the Grimachrono Academy. The protagonist says yes, asking how he knows. Everyone starts laughing, questioning if this guy is also a guest, saying they really have all sorts of people joining them. There, the bald guy says that anyone can accept the challenge, but it's not good to overestimate yourself, and one of them questions what the hell they're talking about, telling them to stop talking nonsense, saying there's nothing worse than the line getting longer because of a brat showing up, saying that if he's bothered, he should sort it out, saying he'll finish him off. Then he argues with someone else in front of the protagonist, and the protagonist doesn't understand anything, asking about this challenge, the line, and what they're talking about, and then the attendant there calls the protagonist over, asking him to come closer. Then he asks if they shouldn't stop those guys who are starting a fight, but the attendant tells him not to worry, because they've been there for 10 years and no fight has broken out. The protagonist speaks to the boy about him, saying he's a guest of the Chrono Fencing Academy, and the protagonist confirms it, questioning how they know. The man asks if the protagonist came there unknowingly, explaining that everyone there is a guest of the academy. He mentions that his inn is famous for having only such people staying there, so no ordinary person stays there, and this is the first time he's hosted guests. However, the protagonist remains clueless, and the man notices he truly doesn't know anything. After explaining, the protagonist says that the Chrono Fencing Academy is the dream institution for swordsmen, and because of its fame, guests with swords frequently visit, and due to the large number of guests, They fire them right away, but people who wouldn't leave the front gate until someone confronted them started appearing, and even groups that slandered the academy, saying that people at Chrono are cowards, form. This resulted in the formation of a guest reception, and once every 2 weeks, on a day designated by the Chrono Academy, they let in anyone who wanted to duel. The protagonist begins to explain that this is why they will all earn the mercenary tag they need to qualify for the challenge. The protagonist starts to understand, but thinks it has nothing to do with it. However, he begins to think there's nothing wrong with earning a mercenary tag. Then, he notices he's going down the stairs, and the man asks if it's not cool, saying there's an underground mercenary agency. He explains that the test can't be done upstairs because of the loud noises. The protagonist asks about this test, and the man says he'll be there soon. When he arrives, one of the men is surprised and sees Edgar there, questioning what brings him there this time. The protagonist, who brought a guest, questioned whether it was for the test, and the man didn't understand anything. The man explained it was a measuring device, instructing him to hit it with all his might, and the resulting force would appear on the square plate above. The protagonist asked if it should be with his fist, but the man said it should be with a sword, obviously, explaining that it's simple, but the exact method to measure his rank by measuring the force applied. The protagonist then asked what they would do if it broke, as it didn't seem very sturdy. The man laughed, saying he certainly had stamina, but it was a magical tool, meaning it wouldn't break easily, so he shouldn't worry, assuming the boy was too young to be concerned about such things. The protagonist then said he would do his best, and Edgar mentioned that he was a guest of Chrono. The man questioned whether he wasn't too handsome to be won, saying he would bet 7 plates that he could score 300. Edgar said he was quite strong for his age, stating that he would at least. One bets 500, and the other bets 501, and they keep going up. Then one of them talks to the boy, saying that since he doesn't have a sword, he should choose one of those, but the protagonist says he doesn't need to, and that man questions if he really doesn't, asking what he means by that, and the protagonist brings his sword with mystical arts, and they don't believe it, because a sword appeared out of nowhere, and the protagonist closes his eyes and begins to concentrate until he opens them, prepares, and throws all his strength at that weapon, and the two don't believe it, because he really hit it, and that thing held on, noticing that it really absorbed the impact. And then Edgar asks where he got the sword from, and the protagonist says it's mystical arts, and it's similar to magic, and the sword disappears, leaving them even more surprised. And the protagonist then asks what his score is, saying he doesn't know the criteria, but asks if it's good, and the two, looking at that score, realize it's 10,000 points, and the protagonist asks if he passed, and they say of course, but they tell the boy that a silver tag is the maximum he can receive for his first mercenary tag, so the protagonist says he'll keep it, and that night he goes to his room, and Ruru goes there, noticing that it's a mercenary tag. The protagonist says yes, saying it was very fun, and she says that tomorrow is finally the day, and the protagonist agrees because tomorrow he wonders if he'll see Judith there, saying he wants to see her soon, and the next day, Ruru says that the front gate is that way, asking where everyone is going. But he says that they are the people participating in one, and the event is called a guest reception, and she says it's fun, asking if they can watch too. The protagonist agrees and goes with her, saying he thinks he can watch a bit. They go to a kind of arena with many people around, and Ruru says it's going to be fun, saying he's excited. But the protagonist says there are more people than he expected. However, one of the men there questions what the hell is going on, since they sent someone so young, and they question whether they aren't being underestimated. When the protagonist sees who it is, he's surprised. Ruru asks if it's someone he knows, and he says yes, noticing it's Lance Peterson, and that he was in the same class. Ruru says he looks very strong, and the protagonist says he will be strong. Then the boy speaks to everyone, saying that he is the person they will all fight. He is the official apprentice of the 27th class, Lance Peterson. But then everyone is surprised that he is only an apprentice and not a graduate. They even questioned whether they were joking with them, but one of them asked them to calm down, asking if they hadn't heard the rumors, since the 27th class is known as the golden class of apprentices, and Lance said he knew that too, because his superiors who had graduated always faced them, but they had changed things a bit this time, saying that the fencing academy also wanted the apprentices to gain experience fighting outsiders, and of course, he might not be a suitable opponent for them, as he is an apprentice, so there would be a condition. If anyone who fights him is disappointed, he would call his superior immediately. But then one of them went downstairs saying that's enough, saying that they just needed to finish him off and call in a graduate, and Lance said that's right, saying he was looking forward to his fight. But then he noticed that the guy was using a large sword, sword, and he questioned what was wrong with that, asking if he was afraid, but Lance said that he just reminded him of someone, asking if he should let him attack first. And the mercenary became all irritated. He vowed to make sure the boy never uttered such arrogance again, lunging at the boy in one swift motion, ready to cut Lance. However, the attack, which was almost reaching the boy's eyebrow, was deflected, throwing the man back with wide, bewildered eyes. Lance had definitely swung his sword at the boy, but then Lance prepared himself and attacked him in the middle of his neck, though he didn't kill him, only disarming him by throwing the sword away and slamming it into the stands. This surprised the other mercenaries nearby, and Aurora noticed how strong he was. The mercenary fell on his backside, questioning what had happened, because their strength and speed are on a completely different level. Lance says that the next challenger can come, and so, all those who go down end up losing, and none of them resist for very long, questioning what is happening, and they think he is too strong, asking if he shouldn't be an apprentice, and the other says that he already told him. There are geniuses in the 27th class, and they are the golden class of apprentices. Then there says that it won't work, saying that they will need him to do it, and he questions what he is saying, and that guy says that he is the hero of his village, asking if he didn't say that he took down 17 people alone before, saying that he is the only one who can do it, but then he tells that guy to just shut up. Lance notices someone, and they realize the boy is their .asi approach them. The guy who was probably lying about what he did says that he seems to recognize the fort, and so he begs him not to come there, because he will be a much better person from now on, saying that he won't lie. Lance then says it's been a while, talking to Iron, asking if he remembers him, and he says yes, saying it really has been a while. Lance says he didn't expect to see him there, asking where the hell he's been, and the protagonist just says it's a long story. Lance agrees, saying of course it would be, since it's been 5 years, saying he must have his own reasons, saying it's a shame because if he had come a little earlier, he would have been able to meet Judith and Breath too. The protagonist is surprised and asks if Breath is at the fencing academy, and Lance asks if he didn't know that, since he returned a while ago, and says he wanted to try again, and a few days ago, he went on a training journey with Judith. The protagonist finds this a huge relief, as he's genuinely happy it happened, even though it's a shame he didn't meet him. However, Lance says there's something more important, ordering Iron to come down and challenging him to a duel, as he's certain the boy has become the strongest. The protagonist agrees, and everyone questions who the blonde boy is, as it seems they know each other. One of them mentions the protagonist, saying he's the one who failed the final exam and couldn't become an official apprentice. They think it's true, saying it makes sense now, but then they shout that he can do it, telling the boy not to hold back, just because they know each other. Lance is surprised that the girl can speak human language, asking if he belongs to the protagonist, but the protagonist says no, that he's just a teacher. Lance doesn't believe him, and the protagonist says he learned things like that from her, drawing his greatsword. Lance is surprised that a sword appeared out of nowhere, asking if it's magic, but he thinks it's probably witchcraft, and if she's just a teacher, it's the protagonist, probably using mystical arts, thinks Iron was truly surprised, questioning the results of his 5 years of rigorous training. He asks if the boy knows he wasn't lazy either, saying it's not forgivable if he's not good. The protagonist speaks to Lance, happy with him, and Lance says he's going. They begin the battle, with Lance charging at the boy. The protagonist defends the first attack, and Lance attacks relentlessly, trying to hit the protagonist. Iron stops each of his sword strikes, and the spectators notice he's pushing him away with quick attacks. They then think he's blocking all the attacks, but only just, and getting out of the way of all of Lance's attacks. Lance questions what's happening, because this feeling that something is wrong isn't good, and the protagonist slowly dodges his sword, and Lance thinks that this can't be true, because it's impossible, and this can't be happening, and he thinks he's going to confirm it by attacking once more. And then the protagonist throws him far away with a single attack. Then Lance talks to Iron, questioning how he's using the Sword of Breath, and then he wonders how this is possible, questioning how the protagonist did it. But he thinks of something, noticing that posture, and then he gets scared. Rushing towards the protagonist. Stopping, he says he can't let him prepare that crazy sword attack, but before he can even notice the protagonist, he's already performing the same attack so calmly. Lance steps back and says that the last time Iron saw Breath's swordsmanship was 5 years ago during the final evaluation. He wonders if it's possible he learned that swordsmanship from just one viewing. Then the protagonist speaks to Lance, saying it's his turn now, and charges at the boy with everything he's got, attacking him and pinning Lance's leg to the ground. Lance thinks this is impossible, that this can't be happening, and he's increasingly surprised by the sheer number of attacks he's making. This guy is copying again, and he remembers the past, when he lost and was thrown to the ground. On that occasion, it was Judith who was hitting him, and she asks him if that was good enough. He notices that her swordsmanship is being completely overshadowed by the girl's swordsmanship, and the protagonist throws him back, and even then he's increasingly surprised, noticing that he's overexerted himself. He says he was confident in his defense, although he was sure he wouldn't lose to anyone now that the two aren't around, questioning if he's still not good enough, wondering if he can't beat him either. Then Breath charges again, stopping the protagonist and preventing him from concentrating. Aaron raises her sword, stopping his attack, and everyone in the stands thinks Loro is being pushed. The protagonist thinks that if he lowers his guard, he'll lose in an instant. Lance continues, but the protagonist forces him back. Lance takes a step back and a step forward, returning, and then he thinks he knows what he's doing. The protagonist deflects another attack, and Lance says that his current opponent can't beat him. He remembers all three of them and thinks that they gained their strength by training like crazy, but he did that too. He remembers the past when he spoke to Judith asking for one more. The duel, because he wanted to improve even more, and in the present moment, while he charges at the protagonist, Aaron dodges at the last moment, passing under his attack and preparing an attack, thus managing to disarm Lance at once. Everyone in the stands can't believe it, as the boy lost to Aaron. Lance, seeing this, can only accept it, and Ruru begins to feel happy because the protagonist finally won. After that, the protagonist says it was a good fight, and Lance questions what the hell he's been doing these last 5 years. Everyone in the stands can't believe it, and Ruru notices something coming towards Aaron, saying that he's there. The boy asks who it is, and Ruru says it's that person, the professor he had mentioned. The protagonist doesn't quite understand, and then the master arrives, saying that this is a sight he never expected to see, talking about Aaron, because to think they would meet like this again is too much, and the protagonist sees that it's Ian, and he tells the boy that he'd been asking how he's been doing for a while, and the protagonist says he's doing very well, but then Ian notices something there, Ruru at the protagonist's feet, and he realizes it's a talking cow, thinking that this isn't very important now, and he says that it seems they were dueling, asking Lance who won, and he says he lost, and Ian is surprised, because he didn't think Lance would lose, and it seems he hasn't been standing still all this time, and the protagonist then says he's sorry, explaining why he was so late, but Ian says they'll talk about it later, saying that now that one swordsman has met another, they'll speak with their swords, removing his cloak and preparing to attack the protagonist. Everyone there is surprised, so Ian asks if he isn't tired of fighting, saying he doesn't remember accepting such a weak disciple. Everyone wonders if that isn't the director of Chrono, and they say yes, because he's called the strongest swordsman on the continent, and they can't believe they'll get to see his swordsmanship, thinking it's a stroke of luck. When they face each other, the protagonist says he's going in, and the old man says he can come at him with everything he's got. The protagonist does indeed strike the old man with all his might, but he manages to defend easily, and they continue exchanging blows. Iron ends up being pushed by him, and then he says his attacks are very simple, and he can use his opponent's momentum against him. At the moment of impact, he tries to increase his speed and power, but such simple attacks are nothing more than putting force into his hands and hoping for the best. He attacks the protagonist head-on with a thrust, and the protagonist prepares to defend by putting his sword in front. Ian then realizes that he just used breath swordsmanship, noting that his mastery level is also very high. However, his rhythm was broken, and while the protagonist is somewhat still, he appears beside him ready to attack. But when he brings his sword to the boy's face, he manages to stop the attack by putting his sword in front. Ian says that his transition to defense is very clumsy, and manages to land a blow right in the middle of the boy's stomach, making him kneel. Then he says that even if he uses multiple types of swordsmanship, it will be insignificant if he can't connect them lightly, and a real battle isn't the test that evaluates his offensive and defensive skills. The protagonist says he's going at him again, but then when he attacks everyone, they are surprised, and Lance can't believe what the protagonist is about to do. Then he uses the island's fencing, and Lance can't believe he's even using the fencing of the skies. Ian says it wasn't bad, but it's lacking a bit compared to everything he's shown. He attacks the protagonist again, throwing him far away, and says he's sure that's not all the boy has, questioning if there's something else he hasn't shown. The protagonist remembers what it is, prepares himself, closes his eyes, and gets into position. Everyone is surprised that they both stopped suddenly, and the protagonist closes his eyes. Lance then remembers that that attack is the one he saw last time, and when the protagonist opens his eyes, all the smoke surrounding him dissipates, and Ian raises his sword, preparing to defend against the attack. Lance questions why nothing is happening, so the two clash swords. Ian has to do everything he can to defend himself, and they clash swords repeatedly across the battlefield. Lance watches in amazement, and part of the arena is cut in half, creating a crater. Everyone wonders what on earth happened. Then Ian's sword is now glowing, surprising everyone, as this is something only master swordsmen can use, an aura sword. Ian says he wasn't planning on using it, but it was wonderful, adding that he has now found his sword. The protagonist agrees. but Ian speaks to him, saying that his heart is weak, thinking that he must want to ask about it, and the protagonist sees that this is indeed the case. So Ian speaks to everyone, saying that he is very sorry, but the reception of guests will end there, thanking everyone for their understanding, and he asks the protagonist to follow him, because since they had a conversation with their swords, they should have a proper conversation as well. So he goes to the director's office, and when he arrives there, Aruru excitedly takes the lead, introducing herself, saying that she is a master of mystical arts of air, and Ian says it's a pleasure, questioning if he should speak formally with her, but she says that he can speak comfortably, as they will get along well as masters, and then Ian begins to introduce the woman beside him, but she takes the lead, saying that she is the vice director of the Chrono Fencing Academy, which will end, and the protagonist introduces himself to her as an apprentice of the 27th Air Imperera class, and now they say that they will listen to what the boy has to say, asking what happened in these 5 years, and what it's bothering him, and after telling him everything, they learn about the mystical arts, noticing that the dream greatly influenced the boy. Ian gets straight to the point, saying he can't offer a functional solution for his dream, but he can give him some advice, telling him to leave that place. Of course, he can continue his training there, and if he can't control a man's desire when facing demonic monsters, he can avoid them completely. But he questions whether that's the right path to follow, as there are many paths a swordsman can take. Living his life while avoiding that man's inherent will isn't the right path, and he says that the world inside the boy is only a small part. The way he sees the world's changes is based on his evolution. If the way he sees things changes, the way he thinks will too, and this results in a change in his heart. He might find something that can make the sword he possesses even stronger, and even end up wielding a sword very different from the one he has now. So he must embark on a journey to find his answer in a vaster world, one that, through the man in his dreams, has been influencing him until now. But the protagonist doesn't even know what to answer, and Ian understands that it's not an easy decision to make, telling him to take some time to think about it. But the protagonist says no, saying he will, because he has done nothing but avoid them until now, and he has always avoided things he doesn't want to do, or that terrified him. But he doesn't want to run away anymore. Then, sometime later, the protagonist leaves, and Ian asks Carol what she thought. She says she's not sure. While he is exceptional and unfair, she can't call him a swordsman. Then Ian notices that she is too cold, saying that she will give him more time, because if it's that child, he's sure he'll find the answer to his own problem. And so, the next day, Lance says it's a shame, because he should stay longer before leaving, but the protagonist says he feels he won't be able to leave if he stays any longer. So he asks if the boy is going west too, because it seemed like Judage was going in that direction as well, and the protagonist is surprised, and Lance says that the 5 Western kingdoms are known for their swordsmanship, and they not only have several fencing academies, as it also has several famous coliseums, and the protagonist says he understands, and he says that the boy should go there too, because they must help in some way, and so he thanks him, saying that he's going now. As they walk away, Lance is a little downcast, but someone arrives calling him, and he notices it's the vice principal. She tells him not to let his inferiority complex get in his way, urging him to overcome it and evolve, asking the boy to grit his teeth, endure, and evolve, just as he always has. This calms the boy down, and he agrees with her. After a while, the protagonist arrives at another place, and Auro asks where they are going now. The protagonist thinks they'll start from another direction, but sees someone beside him suffering from hunger, begging for something to eat, saying he hasn't eaten anything in a week. The person asks the protagonist if he knows the orc who told him his future 5 years ago. The protagonist is surprised, as it is the orc who gave him that note. The protagonist then takes him to eat, and he eats a full meal of various things. Auro says he's very suspicious, asking if this isn't dangerous, and the protagonist tells her not to worry, because he's not a bad person, but he thinks to himself that both the note he gave him and the fact that he asked his age bothered his heart, and he must know something about his dream. So the orc starts to feel more alive now, but Auro asks if he doesn't think he's being too shameless there, because he's basically the stranger, if all he did was tell the boy's fortune 5 years ago. But then the orc talks to that little sorceress, saying that he will give her this, asking her to ignore that this time, and she questions what it is, that wooden ball, but ends up picking it up, noticing that it has a very good smell, rubbing herself with it, and the orc says that it has a little powder in it, which was ground from a plant known as teru. It's a plant that only grows in the northwest region, and cats go crazy for it. Then Ruru talks to Irene, saying that this orc must be a good person. Come on, man. The orc won her over with the herb of the cat, threw the herb into her hand, and she became very happy. The orc says that he seems seems to have become more friendly towards his little sorceress, saying that he will pay her back for the food. However, the protagonist questions whether he said he didn't have a penny to his name, and the orc says that he should know who he is, saying that he is a shaman, and compared to a human shaman, he has much more power. He says that he thinks his reading brings good luck, and if that's more than enough to pay him back, the protagonist asks him to read his fortune, please. Then the orc asks if there is a persimmon tree where he lives nearby, but the protagonist says there isn't, and he says he's sure he had it before, saying he must have forgotten about it because he was very young, but he continues saying he's sure he didn't have it. So the orc says it must have been planted a few days ago because he's sure it will be there when he returns home, but Ruru says that sounds like a lie, telling him to read her fortune too, and he says hers is quite obvious, saying she really likes raw salmon, but she says all cats love it, and the orc says that's only something a cat like her would know, and not something an orc like him would know, but he was still able to guess it in one try, and that proves how powerful he is. But then she doesn't like any of that, telling the protagonist that he's 100% a fraud, saying that it doesn't impress him that he doesn't have money for well. Then the orc says it won't work, and if this continues, they'll really think it's a hoax. Then he uses his magic, saying that it seems the floor in his heart is larger than before. The protagonist's eyes widen in surprise, and the orc says this was hidden in the past and has now been revealed from the outside. A sturdy, heavy iron stake is stuck in his chest, and it doesn't surprise him that he's going through difficulties. This iron stake wasn't stuck in his chest on its own. Someone completely unconnected put it there. Ruru asks what it is, wondering why he said it out of nowhere. The orc says he's not using shamanism, but spiritism to look at iron, and although it's not comparable to those who truly know how to use it, it's good enough to recognize something unnatural like a metal energy. The protagonist doesn't know what that is, and he says that a spiritmancer believes that the origin of life is made of 5. The orc explains the types of energy: earth, metal, water, wood, and fire. He says harmony can be found through the balance and coexistence of these 5 energies. The protagonist asks if this means his metal energy is now anomalies, and the orc says he understands quickly, explaining that the iron stake he was talking about earlier is disrupting the energy balance within him. The protagonist asks what he needs to do to get rid of it, but the orc says he can't get rid of it, asking if he didn't just tell him that. He needs to achieve harmony, but one of his energies is too strong, and they have to borrow the power of an incompatible energy to compensate for it. Then he snaps his fingers, throwing fire at the metal bar on the table, and says he's talking about using the energy of fire. If he can compensate for that energy, then there's a chance he can turn this into a good opportunity. And although that iron stake is considered a nuisance, if he can refine it with fire, then he will be able to possess an incredible sword, one that anyone would desire. He then shapes a sword right in front of the protagonist, and Aram is surprised by what he's saying, asking what he needs to do to control his fire energy. He explains that he needs to increase the ember in his heart, and the protagonist doesn't understand. He then says that he can live using his powers once more, saying that the ember in his heart, which hadn't been there for 5 years, is now there, telling the boy to move. Just as he increases the fire by adding more wood, if he continues working hard to achieve what he wants, then that ember will gradually grow larger. The protagonist thinks he has to act to improve that ember, and so Aram says he's leaving now, thanking him for the advice. And then, the orc says it's clear, but asks the protagonist to wait, inquiring if it's okay if he joins him on his journey. The protagonist doesn't understand, and the orc says that it seems they are embarking on a long journey for the first time, and he was wondering if he could be of help, mentioning that it's been 10 years since he last traveled the continent, and he could be his guide if he pays him. However, Ruru asks the protagonist what he's going to do, and Aram agrees, saying that they will indeed travel together. And the orc says that this is incredible because he can finally have a stable income, and the two look at him, realizing that his motive might not be so good. Yes, but then he says that he's not traveling with them just for the money, and being able to witness the growth of a promising young man is a rare opportunity, and if he can be a part of that process, he would feel more satisfied with his life. However, Ruru remains skeptical, saying that if he doesn't do his job right, they won't pay him, and the orc simply agrees.